I don't know. I'll have to readjust it if I want to show the deck.
And we're live.
Data bits have been engaged. They're going out. They're going to be in your ears. They're going to be in your eyes. They're going to infest your thoughts because it's Saturday night and we're getting ready for another LinuxGameCast weekly episode D. D stands for deck, you pervert.
It's Vampire Hunter D.
That's what it is. Vampire Hunter decks. We're going to be hunting decks. We got decks all over us. We got decks in stereos. We got singular decks. We have deckless.
Deckless little men in Canada and Georgia.
Oh, man.
Reach out and touch D.
Touch D. Well, see, Pedro, sometimes you say D, and I think you say the, so I was confused.
Do you know Dway? D-Way?
I have played a lot of, Elden Ring recently, and they talk like that. Thou hast to become Elden Lord.
Do has to become Elden Lord. Then you have to fight Till Lindemann. I would play the fuck out of the game, actually, if like all the bosses were just Rammstein.
Probably, yes. All right, let me do the social media things. TWI.
It's not Twitch. It's the other TWI.
Twitty.
It's good. It's going to be the opposite one of the one I want when I type in TW. That's what it's going to be because Chrome is a punk.
You accidentally go to twatters.com.
I don't even bother yourself with that, kids. Is live. Look, I'm going to social media. I have social media'd. I feel so dirty. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? So you might notice we've replaced Discord chat with somebody who's in Discord chat. That's Matthew.
Hello.
News.
I've replaced everyone.
Well, come on, man. Come on. Help me with that mic. Where's that mic pointing? At your neck.
At his Adam's apple, give or take.
You gotta tighten up the thing a little bit.
Well,
it doesn't tighten up. It can't. It does not have that feature. Tight is not a feature in this.
All right,
got a floppy mic.
Floppy mic. All right,
Yes.
all right. Well,
Look, it just.
well, no. Then you got to do like the stand-up comedian, just like, hey, I'm just gonna hold my microphone up to my face the entire time.
No, you don't want to do it. Well, you could do that with the 57, yeah. I mean,
wait a minute. I could adjust that with a screwdriver if you give me a minute.
oh, no, you know how punctual we are on this show. No chance. We're on a strict schedule.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Well, while he's doing that, I wanted to just I'll open it up and throw it to.
We're gonna run this in place. Yeah, we'll start
Yeah.
this off with the Churquisition, and you just started off this week in Psych, and we'll get into it.
Yep.
Episode 500. This is the D, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Episode D for Dendetta.
Curse of the Ravens Dry.
Curse of D's nuts. Oh.
Let me see. Can I play around with this? Probably shouldn't, but I'm going to.
Big Strider, Little Strider.
Where's this layered? How big do we want Strider?
I want Big Strider. Big Strider.
Big stroke Strider. I'm just gonna mute him until he gets done attacking. It's like old times.
Sweat, baby, wet as a Texas trout. You gotta do all the things that only Prince would talk about. Wet your hands down my pants, and I'll bet you feel nuts.
Oh, wiggly mic. It's firm.
All right.
Firm. It's firm 6.
Yes. Very firm.
I'm firm 5.5. You know, we got to round up.
So we're going to expander. We don't need noise suppression. That's not too bad. So we are going to be talking. Do we get any Lutris news that we need to cover?
It's not really news. It's like projections of news. like of the. I mean, if you don't plan to have me like in the next few weeks, then I might talk about what's coming up.
I mean, do you want to come back on? Do you have stuff to talk about in the coming weeks?
I mean, I could talk about most of the stuff like right now.
Well, that's the idea. How about you tease that stuff right there?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Since
we can have you back on. Keep it a little more deck focused, and then we can have like a broader Lutris layover.
I don't have rules on this. We can talk about whatever we want. We can talk about your favorite cheese.
I want to talk about that burrito and how wet and sloppy it was.
Man.
Don't tell me about what I want or what not to do with the burrito.
I just
Jordan,
don't.
keep
don't
your
it.
hands out of Strider's burrito.
And it's waiting for the next pause and the next time I'm getting hungry and it's getting finished. Right now it's...
Were you taking a break? Fuck.
Yeah, I took a burrito break.
Burrito break.
Burrito break.
See, now everyone's had that issue, man. You start eating something and you're like, all right.
Look, yeah, eyes were bigger than my stomach. It's
But
good.
you're not done. You're not going to be
Yeah.
defeated. That burrito's not going to take you out. In fact, you're not even going to put that burrito up. It's just going to put it to the side. You might have to go lay down. You might need to even take a little bit of a nap, but you're coming back within that 24-hour period. You're going to take that burrito down.
24?
Yeah.
24 hours.
2 hours. 2 hours at most.
I find the trick is like a 15-minute walk. It just gets the digestion going. Got some room again.
Oh, no. If I overeat like that, my body's like, you need to lay down for a minute. And I'm just sitting there plotting my revenge on that dish. I will not be defeated by food. I'm a simple
Plotting
creature.
burrito revenge.
Hell yeah, man. So we have that together, and I have Lutris.
I hope it won't crash. I had to fix an issue with Redis that I haven't solved yet.
On the website?
Yeah, apparently my Redis instance is read-only for some reason.
Oops. That's going to be a problem.
I mean, it hasn't been a huge problem.
All right. Generally, you need to like write to the database at some point, right? You can function in read-only mode for a while, but at some point, something's going to have to get wrote.
It'll let you know.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah,
I was just gonna ask. Is it Elasticache or is it? Are you just running Redis like on its own?
It's Redis for like Django takes care of it by itself. I just have to.
Oh, so because it runs its own Redis internally.
It's in a Docker instance, but it's.
Yeah. That's what I was asking. Are you using like a managed Redis, or are you running your own? But you're running your own if you're running it in Docker.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't use manage anything. That's like against my religion. Like to pay someone to install like a database or something. I will never do that. I mean, I do that for enterprise. Like some people who pay me to do that. Actually, that may not be true because I pay someone to send emails. I've stopped sending my own emails like for Lutris.
After who was it? Riot Games that you kind of put on blast on Twitter. Yeah, probably a good idea.
have a media manager.
Oh, I mean that's something else. That's something
So.
else. Well,
All right, so I have to admit, I'm imagining like you, Strider, but in like a sexy secretary costume, being like, "Hello, Strider's office. Let me transfer you to Strider," and then you like wipe the makeup off your face and you like run to the other room and pick up the other phone. It's like, hello, yes, it's me, Matthew.
He just rocks it like the old Batman episode where
Yeah,
he's talking to himself.
Yeah. Oh man.
Well, let's see. Strider, do you have echo cancellation and all that bullshit enabled in Discord?
let me check. Voice. I have automatic input sensitivity.
Cut that off.
Okay, so I put it at the minimum.
Yeah, it should all open always. Yeah.
So it doesn't cut out and doesn't do the.
So I cut off echo cancellation as well.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. So noise reduction is like disabled. Automatic gain control.
Got that off.
Okay. And then I think it's all.
It'll be fun.
Yep.
They have the technology to do all that on this end.
There we go.
And you'll be reminded next time you get into Discord voice that, oh my God, you're too loud or too quiet and I can hear echoes. Then you'll be cut it back on. It'll work out. It'll be great.
That's the Discord on my sound studio. So if I'm using Discord here, then it's for sound related stuff. So it makes sense.
Have you tried Discord on the Steam Deck?
Not yet. I haven't installed the Flatpak.
I installed the
It's supposed
Flatpak and I logged into it. Yeah, it works.
It's supposed to work fine, yes.
Then we can get updates live from the toilet. Amazing.
That's something I haven't done, is use the deck on the toilet. Because, I mean, that's not my... I don't do that thing where I spend a lot of time on the toilets.
Well, that's the point. You do once you start playing video games on the toilet.
I'd probably just go find something a bit more comfortable, man.
Yeah, I have a couch for that.
But you can't poop in your couch. Well, you can poop in your couch.
You can't.
I wouldn't recommend it, but you
can't stop me from doing it.
Listen, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. Fair. You know what? I knew it the second I said it. No, I shouldn't make value judgments like this. You can shit on your couch if you want.
Totally. See?
Coming up next on LinuxGameCast, a French man takes a shit on a couch.
I'm glad we got through this cat early on.
Episode 500, going out with a bang.
So, don't worry about Reddit. Give me a few words, Strider. Let me see if the ELR is kicking in. Right?
A few words, okay. Well, I've said a few words before, and I'll say a few words after. But at some point it will stop because I'll have to go take a shit without the deck.
All right.
How is that even possible, though? How can you? How has anyone ever pooped without a Steam Deck before?
I don't know. I still don't know.
All right.
I think that's about lined up. Do I want some more to drink? Yeah, I do. So if anybody needs to get up, stretch their leg, go do it.
Go get more liquid.
Take a shit on the floor. You need to get swifty. Yeah. That little bit of green's bugging me. Where is Black Magic Guest? Wait, that's Pedro. There's a guest. Sorry. There we go. Let's just get this started.
Just a bit that matters.
Room didn't big in just a little bit.
Oh yeah. When I worked as a doorman at the campsite, there was one night that I got a call because there was a massive dump that someone had done in one of the showers. It's like, well, I'm sorry, but that's gonna have to wait till morning when the cleaning crew arrives.
I was the cleaning crew once upon a time.
Just take off your shoes and hoof it down there, man. I mean,
dude, I had a baby explode in a gas station bathroom I had to clean up.
Was it like The Boys, but with poo?
Yeah, pretty much.
All over the wall.
Man, I have had to clean up some body fluids in my day. Yeah. Be nice to the people working at convenience stores. They put up with way more shit than they're paid to.
They've seen some shit, literally.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude, used condoms. I had cocaine on a toilet seat once I had to clean up.
But did you clean it up or did you clean it up?
See, if it were anywhere else but a toilet seat, I might have been tempted.
Oh, the seat, not even on the tech. Okay, yeah, no.
Yeah, on the seat.
No.
No, yeah, no, not worth. Don't risk it for the biscuit. Yeah, dude. People are fucking disgusting.
Yes, they are.
There's a reason I was using the women's bathroom at the gas station for a while, was because at least I knew that one was clean, and I had a good excuse too. It's like, what are you doing in there? I'm cleaning.
I work here.
Yes. You see this little thing on the wall that has my signature on it? Like, every hour on the hour, I'm supposed to come in and do that so that the bathroom is clean. Man. Yeah, and it's the worst too, because then you go to like other gas stations where the people working there don't try, and you're like, oh man. Like, I spent
it's like, oh, as it turns out, I'm not that bad at my job. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's always a good reminder when you get like brought into a conversation and you just say something obvious and everyone. I had that this week, like talking to some support engineers about like CloudWatch logs. It's like, how did you find that so fast? I'm like, well, I asked you when you thought the error would happen, and I narrowed the time frame of the search because searches tend to run faster when you timescope them. Oh yeah. It's just a little reminder, like, okay, yeah, no, there's a reason I got hired to do this thing. I feel like I'm a little overly basic at times, but that's because I've been in it for too long.
Yeah, no, having to deal with Virgin's tech support, I start to realize, man, tech support that I provide is fucking A compared to this.
I thought you were going to end that sentence very, very differently. Like, yeah, having to deal with all those virgins at the fucking NHS, man. Bunch of nerds.
No. All right, let's kick this thing off.
All right.
We have everything loaded that we need. Yes. There we go.
When it's down there. No, it's down there.
Wait, where did...
Strider. There.
Ah, there it is. All right. Changed one thing in the show notes. My brain's like, this is all wrong.
There. Joey Jojo Shabadoo.
We will pause that, and we'll get the recording going there. Recording there. So let's take off pre-shows and replace it with Lupus. And all right. Where am I at? Where's that? Okay. Ready? In 3, 2.
Welcome back to a very auspicious chairquisition, because it's not just any chairquisition. For episode 500, we got to do it special. We got to do it right. It's the fucking deckquisition, and right now we have 3 Steam Decks amongst the 4 of us. Joining us is one Matthew Corbandon, Strider, the creator of Lutris. Matthew Corbin Dallas, protagonist of The Fifth Element. How is the diva Plava Laguna? How's her voice doing after you pulled out all those rocks from her? We have a bunch of Steam Decks on hand now, and we figured episode 500. Now's a good time to sort of talk about the new Valve hotness. Reflect on how far we've come, ask a bunch of questions, see how well they fare against a drop test from various Strider heights, maybe even a Pedro height. We'll find out. But yeah, so I guess Strider.
Well, here's a couple of things. You might know Strider. You know, you've seen him around. He's been doing this thing. It's called Lutris. He's been hanging out with it. I know you got Windows 95. Quit showing that off. All right, we're sick of it. He's been doing that the entire before we went live. He's like, look how cool it is. It makes the sounds. It's got Windows. Sick to my stomach. But hey, Lutris.net. I got that right, didn't I? Wrong button. Ha.
Wrong button. Welcome back to the chair position.
Lutris.net. And that's where you can do the. I mean, Lutris has been around for a long time, Matthew. How long have you been doing Lutris? It's been a minute.
It started like in 2009, around that. I was experimenting with games on Linux before that, but yeah, when I found the name and set up the project and everything, that was 2009.
2009. So it's been like 6 or 7 years now, and
don't fuck with me like that, Ben. My heart can't take it anymore.
No, I thought it would be great. I mean, you did the thing that we neglected to do. You reached out to Valve and you're like, hey, could I get a development kit? And Valve was good, right?
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, I regret not doing that sooner because that's something I've thought about doing. And then it was like, okay, well, I'm just going to be patient and it's not going to take that long and everything. Then it was for Q3. My reservation was for Q3 because like on the 16th, like I woke up a few hours too late. So I got my reservation pushed back all the way like for a month. Then there was I had so one of the Lutris contributors who makes the Lutris wine build had a reservation for much earlier, and I asked him if I could use his deck because so he is in Russia right now, and since everything is blocked in Russia and he couldn't pay for his deck and couldn't get the unit shipped to his place, then he asked me to just like buy it and then ship it to him like when it's possible to do so. So, and I was like, okay, can I use your deck for development and testing and everything? And like at first he was like unsure about this, and we talked about it a bit, and then he was like, oh, why don't you just ask a deck from Valve? I mean, they'll probably send one.
Yeah,
like, okay,
that's interesting because like we saw Alex, the developer of Project Heartbeat. He kind of just like asked, and lo and behold, they sent him one in pretty short order. So I think like that it was kind of surprising. I imagine you thought that it would probably be a bit more of a process. You'd have to like justify your case, but then they're just like, here's a Steam Deck.
No, I mean, you just got to realize it. Like doing this, like, why would they ever send me a deck? They probably just send you a deck, man. I'm like, yeah, here's your deck. Thanks for asking. Have fun with it. Now, I want to get through some history, though.
All right, sure.
I do, because I think all three of us were here in our Discord the day that Valve announced a thing called Proton.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say
I didn't.
I wouldn't say you had a positive reaction.
I didn't believe it at first because I was like, I mean, Proton, that was basically what I was doing with Lutris.
Right.
And I was not, it wasn't something that Valve, someone as big as Valve would do, because at that point it was still like not as stable as what Proton and Wine is today.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, no, it's not possible that Valve would do that. It's not stable enough. It's something that's okay for Lutris to do, but Valve, really? I mean, they would run games with Wine.
Who would offer a wine thing on their client? Really?
Well, but I mean, then we did find out that like, oh yeah, they'd been funneling money to like Datsujin and Joshi, and they're like, yeah, get this DirectX stuff running under Linux. So,
well, I mean, Stray, you got a good point there. I mean, when that was announced, we didn't really have DXVK, we didn't have D9VK, or what has become of
We did. It was very
early days. Okay,
yeah.
Yes, we did, because I remember trying BioShock 2 on that, and it technically worked.
Yeah,
we didn't have any type of shader caching like what we have now, and
no, it's a lot more mature of a solution. Like Strider said, it went from like a very immature like thing that like an open source project can get away with doing to like a fairly like publisher focused effort, because we have We have guys like Square and whatnot going to code weavers to make sure that their games are running okay online. We have Valve doing the Elden Ring stuff, right? Like, yeah.
Man, do you think that people from Software are like irritated that somebody found a way to make their PC port not trash?
I think they're ecstatic that they don't have to try
I think they
anymore.
loved it because it's like the 4th time that they've had that happen. So it's fine.
I think they go out of their way to smite the PC player base, and they're like, "What are you doing? This is our thing."
So yeah, I guess flash forward a couple of years later, Proton has developed at like light speed practically every week. We're talking about like new games that we're running, and I don't know. So what do you think? What do you think about that progress so far, and what do you think about how it culminated in the Steam Deck proper as like a handheld? As a
well, I think like the first question you want to get into is how's Proton supporting Lutris? Because I'm unfamiliar. I'm not read up. I know for a minute it worked with Proton, it used Proton, now it doesn't, or it does again.
So basically, what we have in Lutris is basically Proton. It's the same thing. Mm-hmm. It's just that it's cut into several components where Proton is its own package. There's a few differences in Lutris versus Proton. That means that we cannot use Proton out of the box, so you have to use Wine. And so GE Glorious Eggroll made a Lutris Wine build that's Lutris GE. That is basically Proton for Lutris. So if you're looking for, I mean, already what we have, like Lutris Wine is pretty close to Proton. It's just that we ship DXVK, VKD3D, and all those things separately in their own like runtime components, whereas like Proton is its own package.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and there's also some other stuff. There's also like a patch set that's in Proton. There's also like a wine base that's used for Proton. That's not necessarily the same. We use for Lutris, we use wine staging, wine TKG. I'm not sure like what's the status for. I know that GE Switch is recent Proton builds from like wine staging to
Proton Experimental.
Proton Experimental, yes. So, yeah, there's like not a lot of differences. When I test like, even like if you tweak things a little bit, you can still get like old versions of Proton running and Lutris. Because there was also this like pressure vessel thing where Valve moved a bunch of things to pressure vessel, and then Proton wouldn't run anymore on Lutris. That was like the big.
I remember that you had to like set a bunch of environment variables to like tell Proton where it needs to look, right? That was that, or was that something else? I remember those steps in the Wine GE or in the Proton GE README. Speaking of though, like, what do you think there's ever going to be a time where like Lutris Wine and like Proton Wine, that distinction doesn't need to exist, or do you figure like they have like slightly different goals they want to accomplish? Because you mentioned that like Lutris GE is a little more modularized because you want to be more of a generic solution if you want to like use the Wine D3D versus VK D3D, et cetera, right? Depending on the game.
Yeah, but at some point I would like to have at least Lutris being able to use Proton, which should be pretty easy. It's just that I haven't looked into it. I've just been told, like mostly by Tanis, who helped me like getting the wine builds out, told me like that's okay. We're not like Lutris is not compatible with Proton, but on the other hand, we have like the Heroic Launcher, which does use Proton. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll just have to look what the Heroic Launcher is doing and basically like fix Lutris so it can use Proton as well. What is like Bottles, I think, is capable of using Proton as well. I'm not sure. I know that Bottles is able to use the Lutris wine, but I'm not sure about Proton. Anyway, there's not a lot.
Finds all of them, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a lot of difference between Proton and Wine. I mean, Proton is just a wine build with some extra steps to it. Like there's some, as you said, environment variables so that everything can be found in it. But at the end, it's like the same thing, basically.
So I guess here's the question, because we all want to know, like, what's the experience of Lutris on the deck 1 week later? Because I remember last week you're talking about how, like, yeah, with the whole Flatpak setup, you can install Lutris on the deck, but when they do an update, it'll get wiped out. Have you made any progress on Flatpakking Lutris?
Not yet. So not yet. So that's the next goal. Once I release 05.10. So that's the next release. That's planned for really soon. Once that's out, I'll focus on the Flatpak and fixing all the issues that are on the Flatpak. And right now, I've not tested Lutris, but I've tested like other stuff, like for example, like Chrome. For example, I've noticed like an issue with Chrome, and I don't want to have this issue. And apparently,
did you try Edge?
Not yet. That's what I want. I mean, seriously, I think Edge has the edge in this case. It has the edge because
that's a controversial take.
Man, I'm a bit shocked that you're putting like the Flatpak priority. So you're going to do the Snap package after, right?
No, I mean, there's not really a plan for snaps because like no one is using the snap, but.
I had to ask. Somebody was going to be like, what about snaps?
I mean, if only there was some sort of gaming product manager who could have like better interfaced with the gaming community.
Okay, hang on. This is out of left. Did anybody see that post on our Linux with the application process from Canonical?
No.
Oh, dude, they were like, what were your fondest high school memories? And I was like, that's a good way to indirectly ask how old someone is now, isn't it? Which you can't really do.
Tell us you're a Zoomer without telling us you're a Zoomer, right?
So Strider, you already mentioned the Flatpak is coming after the next version. Do you have an ETA on that? Because I went through the process of setting Lutris on the deck yesterday, and
wait, hang on, this is a good opportunity. How is Lutris on the deck? Here's some direct feedback from Pedro. No, you can trust Pedro.
I told Strider yesterday how I felt about it, because currently, if you want to install Lutris in the way that it actually works, you need to disable read-only. You need to set the file system to read-write, and then you have to either use Pacman to install the Linux version from the repos, or you use Yay to pull the Lutris Git and install it from the AUR, or you build it yourself. Either way, you're not getting out of it without setting a password, so you can use sudo, and then setting up Pacman, and then setting up everything else that's not really set up out of the box because it's not meant to be used.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay,
it's a development version. You're trying to get a development version of something that's not yet released, so you're going to have to jump through some hoops. That said,
I clicked the Flatpak on Discover. So
yeah, and the Flatpak was never got any approval from our team. It's just that some people started making the Flatpak and working on it. I've never approved it. I know it has issues. I'm telling people not to use it, but I'm finishing what I have to do with like this release, and then I'm basically going to take over this project. I'm going to
cool.
to go like under the GitHub, like the Lutris Flatpak GitHub, and say, okay, I'm the boss now. I'm taking over.
You're just gonna Captain Phillips this? Like I'm the captain now.
I'm commandeering the ship.
He's gonna strike the Lutris.
Exactly. It's my project.
So speaking of, because like Flatpaks are a feature that are kind of critical to running on the deck. Now that you've used it, do you have any like ideas for like deck specific Lutris improvements? Has anything sort of crystallized now that you've actually like spent some time with it?
So I've kind of switched my priorities, how we would integrate with the deck,
okay,
and the way the deck works with how you switch from desktop to the deck UI, and you have to log out to do that. I don't think that was the case. I'm not sure it was the case for the old SteamOS. SteamOS 2.
Yeah, the old SteamOS, you had two different users, one for the desktop and one for just Steam.
You had to switch. You had to switch
I thought
you switched users between the two. Yes,
that's
I thought the whole idea was like you were able to like drop to a desktop, but I guess they don't let you do that.
Yes, you could drop into a desktop, but was a different X session with a different user.
Oh, Oh, interesting. Huh. Okay, that's strange.
Well, that falls into that's one way to do it category.
Yeah.
Which is why I always set up just SteamOS session on any other distro because I didn't want to go through that.
As a gaming device, because I've seen you were testing out God's Fall. You're playing Vampire Survivors. You mentioned
that's all he's playing is Vampire Survivors. That's it.
Shush! Don't throw the man under the bus just yet. We gotta lull him into a false sense of security.
I bought the game on the deck, so I couldn't play it before because I bought it on the device.
Oh yeah, but I mean, like as a gaming device, what's your read on it? Like, yeah, it's a cool developer toy, but as like an actual like fun toy, how is it?
Oh, I'm going to have to admit something. Yeah, I'm going to have to admit something. It didn't get a whole lot of use as a developer tool. I mostly have used it to play with.
Okay, very good.
I haven't used the desktop mode that much at all, or haven't plugged it into an external screen more than like 10 minutes, maybe. It's been mostly I've been playing on my couch with like mostly Steam games. Yeah.
Have you run into anything yet where like you have to swap like Proton versions? Has that been an issue, or is everything kind of just fairly nicely out of the box?
I've had games where I had to switch from native Linux to Proton. Like Scanner Sombre was one. I had some input issues at first with the native ports, and when I switched to Proton, it was better. What game was better with Proton? Pixel Boy something. It's like a roguelike.
Pixel Boy in like the Magic Dungeon or something.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah.
Or am I thinking of like Wonder Boy and the Dragon's Trap? Because that's
that's not. That's a different thing. It's
okay. Here's like a real thing to think about, though. I mean, we've all seen all the decks all over YouTube from the perspective of, hey, what's the user experience like from somebody coming from Windows? Let's just be honest. That's pretty much 100% of the reviews that have come out. You know how to Linux, I assume, Matthew, either that or you've had me fooled for the past decade. Have you run into any stumbling blocks of like, this is weird, even from a Linux perspective? Like, why did they do this? Or, this was a bit tricky to pull off.
No, nothing was really weird. Like, there's something that surprised me is not really a Linux thing, but the display is rotated 90 degrees. So it's actually like that's the display. If you showed something on the deck without anything going on, it would be this way. So if you flash your BIOS, then you will have like this vertical screen. Then
it's
you
a
have
tablet screen.
Yeah, it's touch screen and everything. The touch screen works pretty great.
How is it in terms of like mouse?
I got
mouse
a real
movement?
question.
Like,
it doesn't auto rotate because I wanted to pretend it was an Atari Lynx and flip it upside down.
Once you load into the OS, it does. But yeah, like Strider was saying, if you're say in the BIOS, it's in portrait mode, and that's it.
Oh,
does it flip when it's in desktop mode though?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
No, it doesn't flip automatically. No, it doesn't do like the flip. The flip.
No, it doesn't have an accelerometer. It has the gyro
I mean,
built in, but it's not set up.
It has a gyro.
It has a gyro, yes. But not like that. You have to actually go and set the rotation yourself if you want.
Pedro, I'm not 100% of that. Throw yours at the wall. Let's see what happens.
No.
Have you managed to get like another version, like a GE running on there yet, or still with the read-only file system? Still no dice.
Oh, I've disabled the read-only file system. Like that was one of the first things I've done. Was and I'm not even sure that you need the dev mode. I think it just needs the Ptrfs flag disabled to enable like Pac-Man and everything.
Because go.
Yeah, I mean it's a Linux device. So if you have a Linux device and you don't, if you shy away from setting a password and doing those things, I mean is it really a Linux device?
You can pretend. Listen. Jordan
Jordan
can call you again, and your Windows sound will go off, and you pretend it's Windows.
Oh, wait,
Can I call you and order a pizza?
No, because I have to make the pizza dough, and it will take like a long time.
Here's a question for you. Or okay, who was first? Has either of you SSH'd your deck?
I have enabled SSH, yes.
That's something I need to do for
tried
Lutris. No, it's something that I need to do for Lutris, so I can tell -F the logs, so I can see what's going on if something is not going right. Okay, so if I'm running games from the deck UI, but with Lutris, like added like a non-Lutris game, then I won't have access to all the logs and everything. So SSH is basically like the right thing, so I can read the logs.
So have you actually like tried to like use it as I guess you mentioned Pedro? Have you tried to use it as like a desktop? Because I know you plugged it into the UHD monitor.
No. You need to try to use it as your only desktop for a full month, and we'll make a video about it.
Shush, Linus. We don't have our proprietary streaming platform up yet. We can't do it.
Hi, kids. I'm Canadian all of a sudden. No. But yeah, I did plug it in. I plugged it into the dock. And at first, I just had the 1080p screen. Works fine. And then it's like, wait a second. This is a UHD screen. Plug that in. Oh, hello. UHD at 60 hertz. Didn't try playing games on it. But yeah, it does work very, very well. It's a quad-core Ryzen system. It works very, very well.
I don't know. How about, like, have you played around with any of the modes? We were joking about playing the Elden Ring, trying to play it in 15 FPS mode.
Yeah, I played at 30 because I had to see what it did, and yeah.
I had something very weird happen with Street Fighter V, where you enable the frame rate limiter. It actually slows down the game.
Yeah,
they tied the physics to the frame rate.
That's every fighting game though. That's every fighting game. Because you need that for net play for like rollback and stuff. What was gonna emulation? Let's talk about emulation. Have you set up RetroArch?
Street Fighter V online multiplayer?
No, but
most
I have
people
some friends.
Either. It never works, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
okay.
Yeah, that's I have friends in the competitive scene. It's basically it's local or bust. If you're on Wi-Fi, then it's fucking game over. But yeah, like speaking of what about Street Fighter 2? Have you played that on the deck?
I have
emulation.
Played, not Street Fighter. Oh wait, I did play Street Fighter 2, but on actually it was Street Fighter 3. Because I have the collection, like the 25th anniversary.
Right. Yep.
So that's on Steam. So that's a neat little package. I also have like the Capcom arcade with like the final fights and all that stuff.
But like, did you install RetroArch? Did you like boot up some NES ROMs or?
Yes. So I've installed FSUAE on Lutris. Also, I've installed RetroArch, I think. But yeah, I've played some Golden Axe. I've installed MAME as well. I've installed Marvel vs. Capcom or Marvel vs. Street Fighter.
I was creeping around. It looks like the deck can handle PS1, PS2, some PS3 titles. And,
no, it will handle like PS3. It will handle Switch. It will handle like any.
Okay, when I say handle, I mean run performant, and some PS3 stuff is no bueno on that at all. Some games do run, not a problem. Switch doesn't at all. Thank you, Nintendo. Don't take our video down.
If you try to emulate the Switch, the ghost of Miyamoto, he's not dead yet, but it'll leave his body.
Switch emulation on the deck, and Nintendo will hit us with a copyright strike.
Or a lightning bolt.
I was talking about Cisco Switch.
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Linksys.
Oh,
Linksys emulator.
Yes. Benjamin's
You're running
Switch
the other
Pro.
iOS.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Look at all the Pedros up there. Aw.
It's too many Pedros. It's like the Pedro corner.
So here's the thing. When are you going to add Lutris to Steam? I'll give you $100.
Yeah. I was going to say, do you need the $100? We'll pay for that.
I'm not sure it's possible.
Yeah, I just want to see what they do. I mean,
Lutris is, I don't know.
In a flat panel?
I'm not.
They have like Blender and stuff.
Yeah, but Blender doesn't run other software. Blender is its own thing. Blender doesn't download like RetroArch or MAME or Wine and try to run it against its own
RetroArch
runtime.
offers DLC for the other. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, RetroArch does exactly that though. So I don't. I mean, it's worth a shot. Worst comes to worst, right? You're at our $100. That's like a dozen tacos, right?
Possibly.
I mean, if I can, it's not the problem of putting it on the Steam store. If I can put it on the Steam as a non-Steam game, then it wouldn't be an issue, and I would just like put it on Steam right away.
Flat hub, right? Like that's the solution. But
I'm really not sure if it can be done without any issues, then yeah, we'll do it. But right now, I'm not sure. And it might require using something other than GTK as well. So maybe using Godot or something and not... GTK,
oh, yeah, you were playing around. Well, you threatened to play around with that. Did you make any progress on that?
Not yet.
All right.
Here's one for the both of you. Now that you've spent some time with it, what do you want in Deck 2 Electric Decaloo?
What do you want the next Steam Deck to have outside of an ice cream holder or something?
Right. and anything it's really missing.
Fold out keyboard would be really, really nice, but that's a me thing.
Get out of here, you hipster.
No, we need to have like the IBM like Model M dock for the Steam Deck.
Oh.
You know you want it.
No, not even.
Sorry, Strider. Continue.
I don't know. It's hard to figure out like what would be missing from this. I guess it would have like the next gen Ryzen APU, which is like supposed to be really awesome.
So just beefier hardware. You don't really have any like complaints or issues about the package in total?
Not really. I mean, I don't see what could be changed. Like
bigger
the laptop,
battery,
the slide out keyboard. Make it.
See, you guys are thinking about accessories. You got to think about this like Valve's looking at it, man. Do you want a Steam Deck XL or do you want the Steam Deck Mini, the cut down, cost reduced version? Same internals. It's got the power, longer battery life because it's a smaller screen.
No, I don't want
also that TPM 2, baby.
And it runs Windows 11.
Stuff is already hard to read on that screen size, and it's like the right resolution, the right size. If the resolution were higher, then it would make everything unreadable. Like it were like 1080p, then you couldn't read anything. And if the screen was smaller, if the screen was smaller, you couldn't read anything either. So you kind of need this screen size and resolution, otherwise you won't.
Well, hang on. I know Pedro remembers this. What if we, for the Steam Deck, you remember the little clip-on attachment with a magnifying glass that they had for the Game Boy? We could make one of those for the Steam Deck. It just clips over the top.
Actually, big magnifying glass on top of his Steam Deck.
No, there is one. You just have to.
Oh, you're talking about using the software. No, I want an accessory that looks goofy as hell.
I want something that if I pointed at the sun, it will melt a hole through my Steam Deck.
A survival accessory.
But okay, but no,
the things I really wanted the most would be like software stuff. Yes, the bigger battery, obviously, but it's software like improvements to Proton. It's actually finding a way to get some games. Some publishers are just going to be asses about it, but yeah, I want that near 100% compatibility. That I want.
So no issues with the form factor, with the weight, anything like that. No, not
really.
No sharp buttons that are like slicing your fingers open. Joystick drift, all that.
My
stuff.
hands aren't exactly symmetrical, and this thing is actually very, very accommodating because I can actually hit the trigger and the bumper and the face buttons and everything else because everything is right up here. So I can actually hit everything even with just the nubbins. So good job.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't hit these two here, but yeah, that's.
I mean, you could like you've seen like the one-handed PlayStation controller, right? Like
Yes, with all the extra paddles.
Yeah,
so you,
but I mean, now that the stencil files exist for this thing, right? Like we can see all sorts of like crazy Game Boy accessories to this shit. It needs to be that same like yellowing plastic that like it starts off gray and then like 20 years later it looks like Homer Simpson's face. That's that stuff.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen, that's going to wrap us up for everything we got going on. And Strider, where can people find you outside of lutris.net when you fix your website? Why is it broken?
It's not broken, is it? Because it breaks sometimes. Don't scare me because it does.
Oh, sysadmin woes like don't you fucking play with me.
Hey man, didn't want to take that gamble, did you? No, lutris.net, patreon.com/lutris.
And Matthew Commandant on Twitter?
M Commandant on Twitter, yes.
Right.
Is there any parting wisdom? What's the future things for Lutris? What are you working on?
Yeah.
What's coming out next week, this afternoon?
Hopefully 510 or 510 with the ability to add Lutris games to non-Steam games. So I want to get that PR reviewed and merged.
Oh, so it shows up in like the global application list?
No, that's already done. That's already in Lutris.
Okay.
But so it shows in Steam from the Steam UI.
Yeah.
And
No,
automatically, so you don't have to add it as a non-Steam game, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Or no,
so
or,
you don't have.
okay.
It's basically add non-Steam game to Steam, but in Lutris, like from Lutris, instead of going.
Okay.
Because
all right.
So that's something that's missing from the Steam UI, the deck UI, is that there's no feature to add a non-Steam game to Steam from the deck UI. You have to switch to desktop mode and add your game. Otherwise, there's no way to add the game from the deck UI. So now there will be. You can do it from the deck from the Steam on the desktop, or from Lutris as well.
Well, now this is kind of curious though, because I mean, when you're thinking about it, well, at least this is like a locked-in, a predictable platform that you can do deck-specific things with. Like that's going to be one of the things Lutris can do. Like, any other ideas along those lines? Like, there's something I can get away with knowing that this is a static target.
Yeah. There's probably going to be some deck detection going on, and
detection.
Detection, yes.
Detection.
And then have some options applied. Maybe so that's like every game installed on the deck would be added as a non-Steam game on Steam, or having like game scope and. So I'm not sure about GameScope enabled on Lutris because it's supposed to run like everything on GameScope from the deck UI.
It does.
Yeah, and on the desktop mode, I don't know if I need like double GameScope or something like that.
Desktop mode isn't using. Desktop mode isn't using GameScope.
So what the deck UI like automatically preprints the GameScope stuff to the launch options regardless, as long as you're launching it through deck?
It's already using it. It's the window manager that's running in the background. It's GameScope. Yeah.
Right, and then desktop mode is its own like separate thing.
It's
right?
K-Win.
Okay, right. Okay, now I'm starting to make a little bit more sense in my head now. Yeah,
and I had some issues running Quick 3 without GameScope. And it was like that screen issue when it would start rotated. I would have like Quake 3, but vertical.
Skitty. Hey, man, listen, it was authentic. It was in 4x3-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like more like really tall.
You just gotta turn your head.
Once I enabled GameScope, that resolved the issue.
Okay.
Instantly, yeah.
So GameScope is mostly living up to its hype?
GameScope is really, really amazing. I have only had the chance to test one game with FSR because that was the only game that would like display in a mini window. So that was Pandemonium. And that game did the whole like scaling with FSR. That's pretty nice, but we don't see like what FSR looks like on such tiny screen. Like it's
which is good.
There's not enough detail.
It
makes it look native without actually being like the native resolution. Nice.
Like if you did some
I guess
upscaling,
that's.
like bilinear upscaling, that would work. There's a scaler, and you can switch to bilinear or trilinear. It doesn't make
you can actually
big of a
do
difference.
like full integer scaling if you want.
I guess like it's just means that we're gonna be waiting with more bated breath for FSAR 2.0 to get implemented in GameScope, because that's coming.
I can see it being useful for if you plug in an external display and you want to play at 1080p, but the deck doesn't have the horsepower to play at 1080p. Then you use FSR to just upscale that.
Yeah, no, I think for sure that's gonna stretch out the types of games that the.
So Jordan, have you been sold by being surrounded by so much deck?
I feel like the Gaben Bukaki has gone into my eyes and like wriggled its way into my brain, and now my mind womb is pregnant with desires for the deck.
I think it's awesome. I like that they're out there. Hopefully Valve's going to stick with this. We're going to, see deck 2.0 or 2.5 or something along those lines. Personally, I'm probably going to buy that little Nook thing instead of a deck.
Oh, that I wanted to ask. Versus Manjaro and the 5700G, how's the deck compare from a performance perspective? Because
from like the Steam Deck build. The
fake Steam Deck
kit.
So the GPU inside the deck is so much more powerful. It's really
even in the power envelope.
Yeah, it's not in the same league at all. So I had everything. So that's the thing I'm waiting for now is I want SteamOS to be released as something I can install on that machine I built, like the Manjaro.
Right, and see what the actual delta is. Yeah.
Yeah, so that way I get SteamOS on an actual PC and with the PC hardware, and then I can do the actual development on that.
Oh, I look forward to seeing that because I'm super interested.
Do you think you could get Lutris running under WSL?
Yes, the games. I don't know.
I don't know because I just want to see Windows installed on a deck launching Lutris through WSL.
Running games in Proton.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Running Lutris is not the issue. I've run Lutris on the Nexus 4, but running the games that's another issue.
I don't know. Are you going to put Windows on it just out of curiosity at some point?
The only Windows I will put will be with like MAME, DOSBox. DOSBox can run like Windows 98 or something.
Confirmed. The first thing
he's doing.
PCMU, PCMU as well. PCMU has some good Windows emulation. Maybe a virtual machine.
Yeah, ReactOS, like Jordan was saying, that's pretty good.
It's certified. It's certified on deck now. They said.
I don't have plans to wipe the OS if I don't need to.
You don't intentionally plan on doing it.
You're not installing your illegal hacker operating system on your Linux console,
right?
No, because like what's on the deck right now is well made. It has everything that I need. It has like the deck UI. If I install like any other system, it wouldn't have the deck UI, so it would be like a waste.
But I mean, you would have the freedom and openness of Windows PIN.
The what?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes, the openness of Windows. Thanks, Tom's Hardware.
I mean, yeah, you open up Windows and then like air comes in, right? That's how it works. You open Windows.
Maybe in Canada we don't have air here.
We live in a vacuum here in the
Wait,
United States.
You don't live in the void?
You don't live in the vacuum of space.
Don't be voidus.
Fucking plebs. All right. I think that's going to do it.
That's going to run us along. Thanks again, Strider, for being experimental. And head over to lutris.net. Head over to Patreon. Fund the work this wacky kid is doing. That's patreon.com/Lutris. And annoy him in our Discord because that's what I do.
Thanks for showing up, dude.
Yes. That's what I mean. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next.
Hate mail.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Look at that. We did a professional interview type thing, kind of.
Yeah. a casual little chat with Matthew.
Science. All right.
But we didn't get Pedro and Strider to touch decks. If Pedro went down and Strider went up.
Go on, Strider. Just so Jordan shuts up.
we need this for the cover. We need it for the title card.
Hold it still. Hold your deck closer, Matthew. God damn it. There.
Closer to the camera.
All right.
Yeah.
There.
There.
Hold it there.
Happy?
Yeah.
Everyone get their deck picks?
Yep.
All right.
So spicy.
All right.
Hold your arm out for as long as you can. How long?
Yeah. How long? I mean, it is getting
700 grams. I mean, it's sizable. Yeah.
Well, you got to think, Jordan. You know very well how long you can hold one of those little bullshit plate weights.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now it's. Let's see if I can make it until he comes back.
Oh. Hang on, I got to text Jordan. Tell him to take a minute. Well, I mean, you have to assume you got to be able to hold it for quite a few minutes to be able to be a handheld portable gaming system, right?
Yeah, I have the weight was good. I haven't felt it was too heavy, or I'm something that
The weight distribution is really well done, so you are effectively it's 300-ish grams per hand. So it doesn't get uncomfortable as much as a big phone does, because that's how much a big phone weighs. So
Yeah, and it's got an advantage over a big phone. It's got handles on it.
yeah, you can actually grip it.
it's like everything I wanted from a mobile device. I've never caught into any mobile gaming on phone because it wasn't like that, and that was what I wanted.
Yeah, I found
You didn't
just
have
in
to
phone
tap
games.
feedback, yeah.
Yeah. The touchscreen just doesn't work, especially if you're doing platforming. That's why all these mobile games are infinite runners, because you only need to have the one input you gotta worry about.
Do the tap, yeah.
I don't know.
I was the moment I picked it up, it's my fingers. I was just worried about getting to the trigger and the bumper, and these two fingers immediately landed on the pedal. So it's oh, look at that.
I mean, if I was a betting man, I'm well, probably. I mean, it's going to get something down in that area.
Because I've seen the reviews of people saying, oh yeah, no, when I grabbed it to reach this thing, my fingers didn't really land, so I had to readjust my hand to be able to reach this. It's no, that was first instinct.
I'm more entertained that Jill's trying to push that off on Scott. She's like, no, I didn't suggest that. I just suggested that for Scott.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Right.
Yeah.
Steve might buy that shit. I don't. Oh, so what are you doing the rest of the day, Strider? Are you going to have plans for Friday? Saturday, I think. Yeah, it's Saturday.
What fucking day is it? I don't even know anymore, man.
It's Sunday.
Yeah.
It's Sunday. I'll see. Maybe I'll have to make some plans for tomorrow. Now it's getting late. Other plans. That was my plan for today. This was to come on the show.
6:30 at your advanced age. I guess it is time for some more milk and a nap.
Not yet.
Fuck up the rest of that burrito.
Yes. At some point.
Unhinge your jaw. Just.
Well, I mean, we won't have to eat on camera, man. That's just, just joking it back. That's just what I assume. Is that a pillow on your floor?
Okay, Steve, was this you? I need to know.
that thing?
Yeah, the thing that looks like a pillow.
The white thing or the brown thing?
The white thing.
The white thing? That's a bag with a blanket in it. I guess you could use it as a pillow.
Thank you. Okay.
A bag with a blanket in it.
No, but it's like a plastic bag. It's not like a pillowcase. So you can fall asleep on that pillow exactly once.
What in the cinnamon toast fuck is that?
It's a COVID test.
Oh, jeez.
It's a COVID test Hot Wheels car.
Oh, Steve.
That's why I'm asking. He's like, was that you? Was that you, Steve?
It's a V1.
Steve is kind of feeling it in the Mattel offices. Well, I mean, I've seen the kind of fucked up shit they do behind the scenes. They're like, yeah, horsehead Barbie.
Yeah,
fucking...
we've seen the Barbies that the part-time, like, what am I going to do in my spare time?
Yeah.
But then again, you can imagine if you're
the
there.
Cronenberg Barbie.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, like, and you're in your cubicle and you want people to leave you alone. You build shit like that and you put it around.
Yeah.
They're like, nope.
No. A pregnenvy. I'm pregnant.
You got the pregnant vid.
No, I'm pregnant.
All right, I'm gonna get something to drink, and Strider, you can bounce and do your thing, but hang out, whatever. I don't care. I'm not your boss. I don't want to interfere with your burrito eating. Install Windows on your deck. You know.
Install Windows on your burrito.
I gotta get something to drink.
Just
Windows
plug a
on the
flash
burrito,
drive
man.
into the burrito.
My burrito doesn't have TPM v2.
No, that's
sorry.
fair. Yeah.
Windows 10 it is then.
Trusted pinto bean module.
Yeah.
Tomatoes, pinto beans, and I don't know what's and meats. Yeah, TPM.
Yeah.
So it's 2 times the meat, 2 times the tomatoes, and 2 times the pinto beans.
Yeah.
I would buy a T-Pain Barbie, but it has to have like a string that like pulls out and it's like, I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat.
A TPM 1.2 v 2.3.
Hearing all this stuff about Windows 11 really drills into the fact that there is like a Stockholm Syndrome-esque relationship that Windows users have with their operating system, in that it's constantly horrible to them. They tolerate so much shit, but they keep coming back because it's like, I don't know. It's an abusive relationship. I don't know any better. If I go somewhere else, it might be worse. So I'm gonna stay with this bad thing. Is.
And Microsoft keeps making the operating system worse and worse and worse and worse. Like, oh, you want ads in your file explorer? They're coming.
Well, they tried ads in the start menu. That didn't work. So they're like, we got to change where we're putting the ads. This is what the people had issue with.
I think that people are just too scared to try anything new, and
Linux
users are not helping. They're like being so gatekeeping.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, agreed. There's a big problem.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, I 100% disagree with the whole, like, you have to use command line to use Linux. That's not true. If you want to, like, get into the nitty gritty of it, sure. But if you're doing basic, like, day-to-day usage, you don't got to touch shit. I went on a rant about this earlier in the weekend Discord. Software installation is the biggest hang-up still. Like, we've trained users to go to software repositories, but the discoverability is still trash. It's not easy to find software that does what you need to do unless you actually know how to use package management tools, unless you know who to ask, unless you know how to look, right?
And the package manager front ends.
I'm not sure that's a big issue because people usually know the software once. They don't have to.
They don't though. Especially if you're going from one platform to another where that software may not be available, right? Like, sure, like if you're going from like bad example, just for the sake of this, going from like Illustrator to some other sort of vector graphics program, right? Like, you need a vector image editor. You may not necessarily know what it is unless or like you need something to deal with like Illustrator files, right? You may not necessarily know the terminology of I need a vector image editor. I might not know to go to like Inkscape or Krita or whatever. Like there's still that problem. The fundamental, what is the software that I can run and how do I get it? That is an answer you can get, but with some effort under Linux, and I think that's the big barrier for entry for most people.
I don't know. I have never had the impression that Inkscape was something that was not common knowledge. I mean, for me, Inkscape was one of the first software.
But you're embedded. You're embedded in it though. Like again, we're not I think the big problem here is we need to remove ourselves from our frame of perspective, because we know this stuff already, right? We've been exposed to it. We've been in communities that actively talk about it.
But I knew it back in like 2005 or something, like back when I barely knew that Inkscape was a thing, and it was just that. You didn't have that many options. So if you wanted some vector graphics tool, I mean, Inkscape is basically your only choice. Even now, if you want something.
Oh, whatever, man. I just run Flash 3 through Wine like a normal person.
I mean, Flash, it doesn't really have a replacement.
Because it's been depreciated. Yeah, Inkscape's a thing. Why are we talking about Inkscape?
I used it as an example for like software discovery.
It was about the gatekeeping of the Linux community in general.
Oh my God, who the hell
Jordan
cares?
used that as an example.
Gatekeeping, like whatever. I mean, people keep in mind. Speaking about getting outside of your bubble, 90% of the people who are buying a Steam Deck after we're done with it are buying a gaming console.
How about a game? Yeah,
they give negative fucks about what operating system it's running. What operating system is running on your Switch? We could answer that. Most people can't.
What operating system is running on your phone? I have an iPhone. Right. Okay.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you answered that question because the iPhone operating system.
iPhone is not the OS, but yeah.
Well, actually,
oh man. The people who just you still run into the people who refer to Chrome as just Google. What browser do you use? I use Google.
But you know what they mean.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Then they open up Opera, and you're like, never mind. We're not friends anymore.
Can you open Chrome for me? And they open Internet Explorer. No. The colored one. The one with the many colors on the icon. That one. Yeah. Open that.
No, but then you find out that whoever set up their computer had like the big brain play, and like it's an icon for Internet Explorer, but it actually opens up Chrome, right? Like, yeah.
Then there's no dilemma. You're like, yes, that is Chrome. Good.
Yes,
as you want. 100%.
Yeah. Just don't say anything like, okay, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, you opened what I told you to. Fair enough.
My mistake.
Yep. I'm gonna let you exist in ignorance. It's not my position here to No, but like, yeah, I think there's definitely an issue with like discoverability of software under Linux. I think
there's not a lot of us looking for it. We're like 1%.
No, I meant like just in general, right? Like I brought up the point of like app stores, right? Where like no longer going to the repository is like a weird thing for most users. Most people know I go to iTunes or I go to the Play Store or whatever to get all the software. I'm not going to necessarily seek out like an APK or an IPA file to like sideload it. Some
most
people
Linux distros, most Linux distros have that. I mean, they have
but again, the tools for searching that are bad.
Yes,
Not
they
really.
have that, but as an example, the Ubuntu Software Center is terrible. It has been terrible since I remember it. Discover is getting passable now until KDE releases an update and it breaks Flatpak compatibility for the third time.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's like it's not like a problem
like
that
software discoverability, and you're looking at the predominant desktop operating system, Microsoft, where every single fucking thing you download, you have to go to the damn website, fish around in that particular website, download an exe, put it somewhere, install it, keep track of it manually. Discoverability, I don't think is as big an issue as people want to make it out to be.
But that's the thing. That's not the case anymore because most people don't use their computer like that. Most people's computers are touchscreen devices where they have a single source of their software.
I'm talking about people's desktop computers. To put a point.
I think at this point the distinction is kind of arbitrary at best. They're all fucking computers running an operating system.
No, I'm talking about what I'm referring to as desktop computer.
That's fine.
Desktops and laptops specifically for the thing that you sit down to do, not computing on the go.
But even then, most people don't even like seek out software for that, right? They're just given a computer and use whatever is there.
Well, if you're talking about like
and when they do want
users,
software, they ask the tech person to install it.
And you tell them that no, you cannot install that. Not for any particular reason, but it's a nice power trip.
I mean, if you want to do it yourself, go ahead, but I'm not helping you.
Yeah, I'm not saying that any of these things are like broken beyond repair. I'm just saying that like these are issues that need like tender loving care, right? Linux, the beauty of Linux is that like there's never going to be a final Steam OS, right? That people need to erase that notion from their mind because they base their fucking software on a rolling release. That's like there's not going to be like an actual cut version. It's going to always be continually developing, and it's good that allows us to improve steadily over time. And we just need to keep track of what we need to improve on.
You know, some people say fragmentation. I say freedom of choice. You know, options.
Freedom of choice is not.
Choices. This is how evolution takes place. You know, it's how software evolves. It's got to branch out. You got to weed out the good ideas and the bad ideas, and they die out sometimes. And the good ones, you know, tend to grow from whatever that seed was. This time next year, you very well may not be running SteamOS official on your deck. You might be running whatever the new homebrew
Chimeros
project. Yeah, somebody's got one, and hey, look, it's 13% faster for some reason because they've done some wizardry in the background. We don't know these things. You can't predict it. But I don't know where I was going with it. Oh, right. We got to do a show, gentlemen. It is 9:49.
Yes.
Yeah, that interview segment went a little long. But it was a good conversation.
No, I'm going to time compress. I'm going to Mickey Mouse everything Strider says. So it's like, that's it. I'll subtitle it.
It's going to be like, yeah,
possibly. All right, Strider. Thank you for showing up, my man. When scale? When are you guys doing that?
Scale. It's at the end of July, almost August. Is anyone coming? Are you flying here, Jordan?
No. Not until the pandemic situation improves.
Yeah, that's makes sense. I mean, hopefully it will have improved in July already, but I still don't expect that it will be. Over.
No, I'm not holding out hope. I've seen how people have been handling it. It's not good. Yeah. But you know, eventually, yes, I would love to go out to California again because, dear God, your Mexican food is so good. Oh, beats the shit out of whatever the fuck we have in Toronto by like a country fucking mile.
You leave poutine burritos out of this.
Oh, it's not. There was like a poutine restaurant that had to post a message on Twitter saying that they weren't related.
No Putin. Yes,
not actual Putin. Yes.
Yes.
All right, beautiful people, we got to go.
All right.
Yeah.
And by go, I mean I'm going to hang up on you, Strider. Punk. Thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you.
Gesundheit.
All right. Now I have to do a thing, or we're going to be. Oh, how do I do that? Fun times. Let's learn as a team.
Oh, teamwork. Okay, I'm gonna need to go pee. I'll be right back.
Okay, are you going to just let me close this without flipping out the video? Yeah.
It might still be running in the background.
No, it doesn't. Not on this system.
Not on this one?
No.
All right.
If it behaves itself, I can just let the desktop be. I'm waiting on my new HDMI splitter to show up. And it has not. All right. How do I want to go back and reconfigure this 4-way? There's that. Let's go back to live. There we go. Now they have audio, so I just squeak a little bit. And I have to log into the Steam Deck. Stream Deck. Goddamn. And change that button to 4-way. There we go.
My wife and I's friend booked us a table at a restaurant called the Manhattan Project, and I'm the bad guy for asking if it's a fusion restaurant.
Is it run by a doctor?
I don't know. The tweet doesn't say. I just thought it was a funny joke. Only partially anonymous sometimes.
Part-time anonymity.
Anonymity.
Yeah, I know. It's like
anonymity. There we go.
Just roll that first salvo. It was close enough.
Blah, blah, blah.
Right. Download from there. All right. Japanese fission. Better have some like Godzillas and shit.
Oh man, dude, I would absolutely eat at a restaurant where all the waiter is dressed like kaiju in like the old school kaiju costumes.
Oh man, like inflatable ones, and they're just dropping shit everywhere. Oh fuck yeah, I'd be down with that. And so that went like 30 minutes.
All right. Wait, we don't have a lot of other stuff this week, so I guess
no, it'll balance. It'll balance.
Yeah, it'll even out. Yeah,
I only threw one thing in the hate mail, so
yeah,
that is good. I can. Okay, aux is set correctly. Everything else, those buttons are still buttoning. Yes, that is how buttons. Button with ings, allegedly.
Butting.
I thought that was kind of interesting. It was like today I learned they had the apparently on the I think it was an American officer's flight uniform. Like two of the buttons you could take off and put one on top of the other, and it had a compass. Yeah, a little bit. And I was like, "Fuck me! All right, that's neat."
Yeah, that's handy. It's like the Gillette magnetic razors that you could just like dip in a thing or put in some water and it just makes a compass.
Ah, I didn't know about that.
Yeah. Apparently they made a bunch of like razors and like razors with hidden compartments and stuff for like American GIs.
Whoops. Gotta resize. So everything.
Learn how to program good. Don't program bad. That's the tip I can give you for becoming a software development engineer.
Yeah, make sure you really like programming.
I don't think
tolerate it.
Yeah, I don't. Here's the thing though. Like, I get that hobbyist programmers who like take it as a full-time job, but there is definitely something to be said for like, no, this is my work activity. From 9 to 5, I'm a programmer. I do not look at computers any other time because I'm sick of them, right? Like, I feel that's valid.
I don't know. I feel like if at any point you're sick of computers, you probably shouldn't be in that field, man. Like, that is a perpetual fascination, hobbyist. Gotta play for electronics. You get what I'm saying.
I like the whole taking apart a laptop and
Strider, you know that's only applicable to Python.
In Russia, computer programs you. in America, everybody program computers, but in Russia, computer program you.
Squeeze that on there. Okay. So yeah, let's do a show.
Yeah. It's always fun when we do it in the weird order because it's like I'm like, okay, I can talk. I don't have to worry about spoiling this other thing because we've already talked about it, quote unquote.
Right. Well, you can do the mental gymnastics of
it hasn't happened yet.
Right. That's something that. Wait, have we talked about that yet? Will we?
Yeah. Yeah, and then like leave a, but we'll talk about that more later. Even though we've actually talked about it.
Stay tuned to the beginning of the episode. All right. Cool. Yeah, let's do it. Scroll. We do the pause. We do that. And we do that. Okay. You know what? I can cut this. Here. Take that fan. That was my only fan, and I've cut it off.
Subscribe to his OnlyFan.
No, it's off now.
Oh no. Where else are we going to see Ven's ankles?
Oh no. Such nice ankles. And welcome back to LinuxGameCast Weekly, the show that covers the latest Linux gaming news, reviews, how-tos, and most importantly, whatever the hell else we come up with. I'm Old Man Vin, joined every week by Jordan Svang and Pedro Montez, and together with you, Shot Realm Dynamic, joining us live, helping us form a multi-bifurcated cocaine Voltron. Now,
that's 250 per cane.
500 canes, man.
Yes. 250 pairs of cane.
Welcome to the D. This is episode D, ladies and gentlemen. 500 episodes.
Not at 5 years. That'll be 520, and then we can make all sorts of 520 weed jokes. It's gonna be hilarious.
520. That's a superior 420.
Years, yes.
More advanced.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We got some stuff coming up for you. Stay tuned. Later on in the show, we talk to our old pal Mathieu Commandon from Lutris. He's going to share with you his experiences with having 2 decks and what's up for Lutris in the future on deck, and just general things.
What's on deck for Lutris? Well, you might say
possibly. It was kind of fun watching him do it because he was side-eyeing his burrito that he hadn't finished.
What are you talking about? We haven't recorded that segment yet. We
haven't done that yet.
You're violating causality, Ben.
Shut up. We've been over this. Speaking of decks, Pedro, you got one.
I do. I actually do. I'm glad I picked the 64 gig model because there you go. You can see all the reflections.
Ring light.
After seeing some of the horror stories of people, it's like, yeah, I was about an hour late to put in my reservation for my deck, and now I'm in Q3. It's like, yeah, I was an hour late doing it too because Steam kept crashing, and I'm glad I went with this one because 3 weeks. I think it was the third round of emails. Like, yes, I can order it. There you go.
So what does it taste like? Does it have the Nintendo Switch bitteret?
New deck taste.
Stick your deck in your mouth. Give it a lick. Some autofellatio right there.
It doesn't have the bitterant, so yeah, I guess kids are going to be putting their mouths all over it.
It's a choking hazard, Pedro.
Keep the deck out of your mouth.
Children have the decks right down their throat.
It's thus far it's been a very, very nice gaming experience. Even some Lutris stuff that I have now got running. Need for Speed World.
That's pretty neat, man. I'm glad you had a chance to play with it. Rohit's also got one. He's a member of our Shot Realm and Discord. I'm keeping an eye on Rohit because he's actually trying to get interesting shit up and running on his.
Is he trying to speedrun Doom 3 on it, though?
Possibly. But, Pedro, you got a deck, but what I got looks like you're a little pithy toy compared to what I picked up this week. Something far superior,
Did you pick up
far
a blade
more
server?
entertaining. Dude, so much better. So much more entertainment value. Ladies and gentlemen, that's just a power supply. That's all I got.
It's got a clicky switch.
It's got a clicky switch. See, look, I can click it with my power and go off. It's back there. It's a light. That light.
Just press the button.
Yeah, here, watch. That's it. That's all I got. My HDMI splitter, which was my other exciting office thing that I bought, hasn't shown up yet. So yeah, power supply. That's all I got going on. So go to hell, Pedro. How about you, Jordan?
Well, fuck both of you. I got nothing, man. Everyone gets like power supplies and Steam decks. I have like a fucking toenail clipper. I'm gonna go manicure myself. No, it's been a pretty boring week. Was deload. I'm back on heavy squats tomorrow, so I'm preparing my ass for pain. Yeah,
Ass for
that's about
pain.
it. Yeah, it's like ass for in.
I mean, we're not doing phrasing anymore, so yeah.
Hey man, do you think the horse can still feel any ass per pain?
I mean, the horse has been having its areolas thoroughly rubbed, so it might catch a fire a little later on. It's the steam
Linux
update of the week. All right. Let's talk about what everyone has come here to hear about.
Yeah, baby.
You've been waiting for it.
That's
Windows 11
One thing.
on the deck, baby.
Goddamn.
Yeah. Right, man. We're getting the master operating system on here. You heard about Windows 10 on the deck. Well, get ready. Hold on to your fucking socks, because we're putting Windows 11 on here. Well, not quite. You gotta modify your proprietary OS first. It doesn't install right out of the box. It's missing that TPM 2.0, so you gotta disable that service from the installer. But once you get that up and running on your Steam Deck, it's gonna be even more miserable than running Windows 10 on it, because at least shit kind of worked on Windows 10. It barely works on Windows 11. Very, very, very user friendly. I don't know what all these articles, man. They keep bringing up the dual booting potential of the Steam Deck. It's going to make it the ultimate machine. I'm like, man, I truly look forward to hearing a bunch of media people lament about half of their disk space missing because Windows can't mount Linux partitions.
Oh man!
And also the annoying bullshit that is having to restart your computer to start an app.
But my GeoForce Now, how to Cybertrucks and Far Cries. Come on, man, love a little. Okay, here's the thing. I've seen a lot of people with a very, very, very negative, and I get it. I understand it. I feel you. Say, why would you do this? It's perfectly good, and you don't get your stupid Windows off of it. We do the exact same shit. Exact same shit. When some new hardware shows up, what do? All right, let's see if we can get Linux on it. Yeah,
but it's like Linux and Doom, though. That's its own class of software.
Well, hey man, I don't have a problem with those wacky kids wanting to install a hacker OS on their Linux console. That's fine by me. But you know what? AMD, it's made possible because for whatever reason, I mean, go to AMD, I guess they made a driver, GPU and Wi-Fi driver, no audio driver yet. And so you can experience Windows 10, possibly Windows 11 if you squint, if you want to, but then you got to deal with Windows on that small screen. And holy hell, on top of that, with the poop performance. Now, this is kind of, let me tell you why this is a good thing. I'll tell you why it's a good thing. I'm not going to say there's a large percentage of people, but there's enough to where I'd start keeping an eye on eBay of people going, you know what? I'm going to get this. I'm going to drop my Windows on it, and I'm going to have my portable Windows gaming machine. That dream is not going to happen. And I understand what you're thinking to yourself, but Vin, they just got to wait. And the driver, these are not the type of people that are going to just take this device and set it aside and hope that it gets up and running properly one day down the road. Nay, that shit's going on eBay. They're going to try to recoup some costs. So keep an eye out for some Steam Deck.
Yes. Not as patient as the Windows or as the Linux users. We're used to
patient.
Yeah, gotta wait a year for wanting to make this run at 29 frames a second so we can actually get in game and shit.
Also, on Windows, you're stuck with the drivers that AMD made. On Linux, you have the ones that the community have been making for many, many years because AMD's drivers were shit. So, yeah, no, I'm sitting back just enjoying the catharsis of seeing a bunch of Windows journalists, effectively, using the exact same argument, saying the exact same thing that Linux users have said for years.
It is nice to hear. Lack of optimization.
Yeah, it's
the care isn't put into these.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, really? If you put effort into making something run well, it might actually run well.
Thank you. Seriously, thank you, Valve, for not just the great gaming device that you provided, but for just the hours of entertainment of watching a bunch of people who don't know what they're talking about running their mouths.
It's interesting to see. Now, ultimately, we were talking about this. We'll be talking about this in the future that we haven't talked about yet. Most people, they're just going to buy a Steam Deck for a portable gaming PC. And I think Valve is even thinking hey, man, this is just there just to play your library. Best case scenario, you never even understand what it's running underneath it. You click a button,
press a button,
you play game. Yeah. Receive game.
Yeah, it's the thing to play the game. Mm-hmm. That's it.
And, it's a fraction of a minority, the type of person who would install Linux on something that didn't run Linux. You're still dealing with that fraction of minority of someone who's going to take it and, have the technical ability to set up a dual booting system and waiting for Steam. Yeah.
Have the dock, the Type-C dock to do it?
I think it's fine. You know what? I hope if you bought one to get Windows up and running on it and that's your jam, maybe it's going to be a good experience 6 months from now. If it's not, you know what? Try out Linux. It's even running Arch. You might like it. Don't knock it.
You could even run Internet Explorer on it.
Why don't you just... Okay, maybe I can sell you on this. How about this? What if I told you that you could play all of your Xbox games on your Steam Deck?
How much is that going to cost, Venstone?
How about if I told you could play some of your Xbox titles? Now I'm wondering. Daniel Kinnett. Yeah, it was awesome working with Valve and the Edge team on bringing Xbox cloud gaming to the Steam Deck. No shit. True story.
Mind blown.
There it is. Yeah. Hey, gaming friends. It's like, hello, children. Like, no, bad touch. Xbox
How do
gamers,
you
Steam
do,
Deck
fellow
owners.
kids?
We've worked closely with Valve Game Pass Ultimate through Microsoft Edge Beta on the Steam Deck. Yes, seriously, I'm glad they threw that in because up until that point, I'm like, yeah. So, like, doing it like Microsoft. Why are they doing it like this? I had to think about it because you got to get Edge and a flat pack, and you got to jump through some hoops right now. Admittedly, but I'm guessing the reason they're doing this is, Microsoft doesn't have to give old Gaben a cut to get the Game Pass up and running. And I was wondering, I was kind of new to this. I had to do a little bit of research. And, Xbox Cloud Gaming. What is Xbox Cloud Gaming? Real search I did earlier this afternoon. That's Microsoft's X Cloud gaming service. It's like Stadia, but good. And it's currently $14.99 a month. I know that one person that watches the show that one time, we had that defended Stadia. I'm like, Google doesn't even defend Stadia. So,
and installation is kind of straightforward, sort of, kind of. You need to install a flat pack, set a bunch of launch options on said flat pack, change the icon of a shortcut so that it stops being Edge and starts being Xbox Cloud Gaming, and then you're pretty much good to go. But it's like Ben said, $14.99 a month for this. It's going to be another $9 for EA Play, another $9 for the basic crappy level of GeForce Now. Man, these subscription services, they're going to start getting expensive unless some people start bundling some shit.
Yeah. What really surprised me here was it's Microsoft, an official Microsoft person, just giving you a bunch of Linux terminal commands that you can run in order to get your Edge browser to play your Xbox games. That
Microsoft loves Linux.
Yeah, but I was told by these Windows fanboys many times now on Twitter that it's never going to be a thing. The Steam Deck is going to fail miserably because you can't play the Xbox One. And why would Microsoft support the Steam Deck?
Money.
Game Pass, baby.
Yeah. Money is why they would support it, because they can put it on the Steam Deck, which is a massively popular device, as it turns out. And yeah, they're going to make money because people go, oh, I can get all of the Xbox streaming games on the Steam Deck. I just have to run through. Okay, the process needs some work, but yeah, they do probably should pay Steam the $100.
I would only give that installation procedure to somebody I disliked.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of steps for a lot of people, the kind of people who already have Xbox streaming. Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. You know what? That's doable if you have a Bluetooth keyboard and maybe a pointing
or a Type-C dock
and a keyboard.
I don't have any keyboards.
A dedicated keyboard. It wouldn't make this much easier.
This is going to be a problem. I use butterflies to type into my computer.
You also don't have a Steam Deck. There's multiple layers to this issue.
But I can get a 5700G and pretend.
You just get that ridiculous fucking dock with nothing plugged into it. I'm like, why, man? Why?
Listen, you don't get to tell me how to live my life. I'm gonna use my invisible computer because it has an imaginary 3090 in it. Ben, I'm tracing all the imaginary rays.
I make the clicking noises.
Yeah, exactly. No, but like, and to your point, Pedro, why does Microsoft want to support this Linux device? Because they don't care. They telegraphed the move by trying to buy out Activision and saying that they're going to keep making games for PlayStation. They don't care about console anymore. They care about you buying into their ecosystem and paying them $10, $14 a month, whatever you end up having to pay for this, so that they can slowly jack it up so it becomes another one of these subscription fees that you keep on your bill because it's a pain in the ass to unsubscribe and resubscribe. And that's Microsoft's strategy going forward. So they want as wide penetration as possible.
Oh, they absolutely do. And it's kind of hard to turn down to the Xbox Game Pass because it is an incredible value. If you're in the ecosystem.
For the amount of money you're paying and the amount of games that you have access to. Granted, you're streaming them, but Yeah, that's a lot of games.
It is. Now, SteamOS is running a file system that is both hated and really hated in our Discord. I mean, some people...
By Strider?
By Strider.
Yes, but by the person we will be talking to later on, yes.
Ptrfs that's what SteamOS 3.0 is using.
No, it's using ext4. But
wait a minute.
Clever.
What about when I'm done with this?
Yes, some very, very clever people. Philip Richer is one of them. Decided, you know what? This ext4, nah, we're having none of that. Let's try and convert everything to Ptrfs. And, you know, kudos, major kudos. They have something that technically works. It starts the GitLab page is filled with words like hopefully and attempt, which aren't really selling me on this thing, but no, it is.
If we're doing 4 letters for the uninstall, just go with YOLO on that.
Yeah. Good luck.
Magnet.
Yeah. But you can do it. You can absolutely do it. There's the SteamOS Ptrfs GitLab, and Philip runs you through all the options that you need and what you need to do in order to get it. You will have to set a password for your Steam account, for the Linux user account on your Steam Deck, because it doesn't come with one by default, so that you can use sudo in order to do everything that this script allows you to, which is to convert your external SD card to Ptrfs.
I mean, it's easy enough going from ext4 to Ptrfs. They had that conversion utility when Ptrfs came out originally. It's still a little janky, but it should work for the most part. I guess, yeah, if you really want, if you're doing some shit and you need like snapshotting or compression on your SD card, maybe like you can only afford the one and you need to maximize the amount of space there. But I mean, more options are good, right? It also enables SteamOS to mount other Ptrfs partitions, which is a thing that I guess it doesn't normally do.
I can think of one very good use case.
Oh,
yes,
upsetting Strider
because I fucking can.
Yeah, upsetting Strider.
That is the ultimate argument. Yes.
Welcome to Linux. Hi. A couple of game updates this week, though.
Yeah. This one's Black Geyser, Couriers of Darkness. It is another isometric RPG inspired by Icewind Dale and its Infinity Engine ilk. They have a greed mechanic. I think they stole it from Burning Wheel. Not a bad game to steal some stuff from. It has a lot of good, interesting systems. So the game has a morality system of sorts, depending on how greedy you act. So I guess this is like for the Icewind Dale Ferengi edition. And supposedly it's a relatively open world, which in terms of these games means, yes, you can go to the area where there's like at level 1 where there's the level 20 bad guys who will just murder you.
I like that. Going to be able to defeat appreciate them? That because I will sit there and try to cheese those fuckwits for a day. Take one out.
Yeah, no, it really does scream Baldur's Gate Throne of Baal or Icewind Dale 2. The graphics, that particular level of graphics and the way that the selection ring transforms into like the crosshairs when you're targeting enemy is like, oh yeah, that's Throne of Baal right there.
Is this Unity? Because I know they basically like between Obsidian and the other former Black Guile guys that I don't know. I mean,
in Exile,
Exile, yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit of a chonker at 40 gigs.
Yeah, it's a bit pricey too at what, $33.99 Canadian? Yeah. Especially because you can get like Pillars of Eternity Deadfire for a lot less, and that like for sure is a really good game if you're interested in isometric RPGs.
It has mixed reviews, so I don't know enough about this genre. When I see this, I think Jordan. Like, what's Jordan's take on this? Maybe because I know there's the people who like the point and click.
Yeah. Based on the reviews, it seems like just the story isn't there. The gameplay and the gameplay is just kind of okay. So maybe
the gameplay stuff that we've seen before. Yes.
Yeah. Nothing too groundbreaking. And again, Pillars of Eternity 2 like actually made improvements on the Infinity Engine system, which like it makes going back and playing other games like that, like Tyranny, just completely miserable. It's so hard going back. But yeah, it's available on Linux. You can check it out if you are into morally complex isometric clicking games.
Man, all that talk of moral complexity is making me a little bit hungry. Up next, we have Meet and Greet, or as I like to call it, Cow and Chicken. Atmospheric puzzle platformer Meet and Greet. You will experience the horrors of slaughter. It's a puzzle platformer. I'm going to click play on this so I can watch the little cows go moo. So yeah, I took a look at this. I don't know. I mean, it's a puzzle platformer where you can play as food. That's really all I can say about it. You can switch between steak and nuggets. Pick one. I'm going with chicken nuggets on this. And yeah, all I was thinking was like cow and chicken, but with more puzzle platforming. You got to escape. See, it doesn't have multiplayer. You see the chicken in the back of the cow and you're like, hey, can we do some like online multiplayer? Yeah.
It's Sonic and Knuckles.
all I think about, right, or like Banjo-Kazooie. All I think about when I see that is like the episode of The Simpsons where they show the educational film about like the slaughterhouses. Like, when I grow up, I want to go to Bovine University. Yeah, so it's Bovine University, the game.
Soon, and I don't know. I mean, I get what they're going for, but I don't know if...
Yeah, it's that very, very razor thin tightrope of like, this could be very serious or it could be fucking hilarious. And
I hope for an intentionally hilarious because I'm a terrible human being.
See, Pedro falls into that. We've seen that screenshot of, I think it was like Peter was suggesting, like, hey, we need to put the name of the animals on the packaging that the meat comes in. And the guy was like, cool, yes. I'll do it like Cokes, man. I'll try to find my name.
Yeah.
I absolutely would eat a lot more meat if in then. Yes.
Are you just saying your icebox would be full of Pedro?
Wait. So something auto cannibalism. We got to talk about that in the in between segment. I'm going to put a pin in that. Let's talk about rewriting your entire game to support
Jesus, fuck this on again, off again.
Yeah, as it turns out, we had long running discussions and a bit of a gag about Vermintide 2 and how Valve saw their thing and decided, you know what, no, we can't let this fly. So they came out and they gave exact steps. You go to this place, you tick a box, you download the file that it gives you, and you drop that file into your Steam depot. That's it. That's all you need to do. You don't... Yeah, because
sometimes
the
he forgets everybody else
Vermintide
doesn't know
2,
they have the show notes in front of them. Yeah.
Yep.
Because the developers of Vermintide 2 had claimed that there were two different versions of EAC, and they were using the older version of EAC, and so in order to support Proton, they would need to rebuild their game, the entire game. They would need to rebuild the whole thing
To work
in
with
order
the
to support Proton, which they didn't want to do. And
no, Pedro, they've clearly done just that. Take a look right here.
Yeah, that's the thing. They added the SO file there. So why not upload the rest of the rebuild of the game? It seems like a waste. They went through the trouble of rebuilding the whole game, clearly.
Oh,
so why didn't they upload that?
Let me explain to you what they're doing. They're looking for a reason.
Are they
any reason? The smallest, tiniest reason they can find to go, see, we were right. It's fucked up.
I think they're all done eating crow now.
No.
So it's like, fine, whatever. You go.
Yeah, as much as I enjoy Fat Shark just publicly eating shit, I do actually want to play Vermintide 2. It's been sitting in my library for a very, very long time, and I like Left 4 Dead style games. And this is just Left 4 Dead with swords. The first one was fun. I want to try number 2 and see if it's any better. I will say though, like, all jokes aside, this would be like one fucking hell of a success story to be like, yeah, no, we thought it would be really difficult, but then we just added it and then it just
all
worked.
they need to do is actually come out and said, look, we were wrong. Valve called us out on it. We've tried the thing, and yes,
no.
You're on
You're
Linux, you
confusing.
can play this with
you
Proton
are absolutely confusing what they need to do versus what you want to fucking hear.
Absolutely. Like if Pride didn't get out of the way, I'm just saying like they could have turned that into a big win for them. They could be like, we're the poster child for EAC, man. We're great.
They could, but I mean, yeah, exactly. There's going to be some pride fucking with you right there. That little touch, that twinge in the back of your brain. What's going to happen is like if this works out, and they're like, you know what, money. Okay, we'll enable it. Did you even make a mention of it? Nope. Shit's enabled. Look, fuck off. Go play with the nerds.
Yep. Well, they know we're watching it, so they don't even need to announce it.
There might be that. Blast from the Past. This is a game developer sent us copies of a long time ago. When was this? A couple of years now. 3 years ago. Yeah. Ion Fury. It was using the Duke, the build engine, right? Yeah, that was rocking and rolling. I mean, it was very, very retro at the time, and it was kind of fun because it was genuinely built. All the levels, not art assets, but the levels and everything were done in that old school way. You know, it wasn't like hipster pixel retro. It was the real deal, and I didn't mind it. But 3 years later, we're getting a new expansion, Aftershock, 13 new levels, an entirely new weapon, new inventory items, and several new enemy and ammo types. New skill level. You can cut it up to 5, whatever that means. I barely play it on like, don't kill me. And I still died a lot. And brand new mix-up mode. So it's going to like reshuffle enemy placement and all that in the original campaign. And I thought that was kind of neat because I had fun with that for a minute. You know, you get the nostalgia thing going on. And you're like, oh, I remember playing these. Oh, this was fun. Oh, that's kind of weird. Look at the guys. They're not really 3D. And I'm standing on top of them. Look how long I can make them. Then you realize that games have evolved in the last 30 years. So maybe I'm just going to be done with this and be done with that. Pedro, have you played it on your deck?
No. Ion Fury, I guess I wasn't as much of a nostalgia thing. I didn't have as much of a nostalgia thing for Duke Nukem. I played it when I was very, very young, far younger than the age rating would have liked me to. But yeah, it was absolutely more Duke Nukem with a different protagonist. You had a lady voice giving you the quips instead of what's the dude's name?
John St. John.
John St. John. Yes,
which is absolutely a porn star name. Like that guy should be.
It is.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ion Fury. It's a very good game. Don't get me wrong, but it's not. I was kind of meh on it.
You're too young to enjoy it.
I'm 35.
Yeah, I know. You're a baby. I understand.
I'm like a sperm here, man.
Technically, yeah. It's like a fever dream that got out of hand. Retro games, since we're on that, Skullgirls came out before the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a much more modern retro, and that is one that I played a lot. All of the characters back in the day, I finished the story campaign on, I think it was very difficult. It's the difficulty level below Nightmare, because I'm not that much of a no-life. But yeah, all the characters are very difficult.
I remember playing the mode where I just got my ass handed to me for about 45 minutes and I quit playing it.
Yeah, that was the tutorial. That was like the training mode when I just set the guy to just punch and I couldn't block a single one.
Right. Yeah, that was the mode I remember from the game. Yeah. I was like, I am too old for fighting games.
As you may remember, the original development team was called Lab Zero, and there was a very big snafu that happened with that. And so the developers decided, you know what, we're just going to walk out. We're going to leave the Lab Zero name behind because we don't want anything to do with that. And I'm very, very happy to see that they're back and they've put all that BS behind them. And they're continuing to develop Skullgirls, which the second encore is now available. There's a beta mode update that you can opt into. And it's very good to see. There is a lot of technical stuff that they've changed, specifically for characters and for individual moves in characters. They go into the details of all of them.
If you're a fighting game player, it matters to you. Otherwise, I'm dead apparently.
You lost that fight, Jordan.
I did. Yeah, am I back alive? Hey, I'm back.
Oh no! Oh, that's awesome.
Oh man. Damn it, Jitsi. I was just gonna say, like, yeah, it's common fighting game stuff that, like, yeah, unless you're really into it and you know all the frame timings and shit. God damn it, it's not working. All right, we'll deal with that later. But yeah, there's also a new character. They are almost finished. Umbrella. So that's going to be added in here as well. Yeah, it's no longer a lab 0. It's a hidden variable. That's the name of the new developers.
All right, I would argue a not as cool name as Lab 0.
Oh, Civic, the guy who ported Skullgirls is in chat. Hey, Civic.
Oh, look, it's the volunteer.
Hello, volunteer. So yeah, that's gonna do. Oh man, that is it. Boom.
Yeah, that's all right. Coming up next, we're going to talk about AMD letting you install new CPUs on your motherboards, but the motherboard manufacturers, they got other plans.
Aha, money.
All right, I got to go upstairs. Apparently something's going on that needs my attention.
Yes.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Must be a burrito.
Yeah, no, I have a Asus Prime B350 motherboard that's in the box for the Asus Prime X570 motherboard.
Hey everyone, head over to vote.linuxgamecast.com and you can vote on show titles that have been suggested so far, and we got a lot to go through. Some of your Xbox, a clicky duck in your mouth. Why not? Because I'm an adult. Homer plastic, surrounded by duck. All right. Trust pit. No, don't do that. Duck to electric, Homer plastic. Episode D. Yeah.
Episode D. Yes.
Suck it, Romans.
That D, it's been taken over.
Oh, you know what? If like doing 500 titles in Roman numerals for this show over the years has taught me one thing. It's like, you know what? The Roman numerals are workable. They're serviceable. I mean, there's worse systems. You know, granted, I have an affinity for Arabic numerals because, well, I think everyone, is anybody using like non-Arabic numerals?
No, even, at least as far as I know, in China and Japan and Korea, all of the, like, really complex character languages, they use Arabic numerals.
256. What are you trying to install? The game? That's like...
Oh, it took... I think it was a solid 2 minutes to format my 512 gig SD card.
I come from the long ago. That's not a long time. I'm like, Did it give you a progress bar, though?
No.
Oh.
You just click the button and it says formatting. It's like...
I gotta be honest, you can just die in all the fires if you don't give me something, man. A blinky light. Is there a blinky light anywhere?
Like, or a progress bar, like under the button or at the top of the screen where the little
How many
download
times
notification
have you been
appears.
working on something, compiling something, or waiting for something to finish doing another something, and you have to resort? What do? You lean back and you look at the HDD activity light. You're like, and you see a bloop, bloop. Like, okay, it's doing something. It's working. All right, good, good, good. Oh, Civic, you should borrow one of Strader's. He's got a spare one.
Civic, you need to ask the fine folks working on Skullgirls. It's like, hey, if I say that I'm one of your team, can I get a dev kit Steam Deck, please? Thank you.
Well, I mean, as long as you do Proton development, yeah.
It was an option. Yeah.
Here's the thing. He's got to be in the right mindset, because I'm pretty sure if I'd asked Valve, I'm like, hey man, can I get one of these like covered before it comes out and have everything ready? Valve, I'm like, fuck, whatever, here. But you got it in the headset. 10 years later, we're still three yahoos talking shit on Saturdays. That's all we are.
And that was the reason that I didn't want to ask for the press version. It's like, okay, if we only get the ones going to kind of suck, I'd need to ask for 3, but that would feel like a bit of a dick move, because there's a lot of developers out there that actually want the thing so they can put games to work on it.
And more importantly, if Pedro had requested a review unit and he got one, he would have to actually review it.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Let's be honest, it takes some of the fun out of it when you get to catalog and log everything, as opposed to like, I was going to open the toy and play.
Yeah, and just use the thing for my own personal use, yes.
Did we tell the people to go to vote.linuxgamecast.com and vote on some show titles? Yeah. Okay. My shirt says Grand Magus. They're a Swedish band.
What are you doing, Robit?
I like them. They're good.
Right, I need tea. I will be right back.
Why are you posting a screen? You need to be contacting Steam support immediately.
Oh, did you try to install Ptrfs?
No, man, he's trying to format his SD card. And it's not having it. Have you tried another SD card? Let's be real. We all have like 50 SD cards.
Aldius bought me like 4 of them, man. I'm still around somewhere.
I forgot. I was looking for one for my Raspberry Pi, and I remembered I bought a sleeve of micro SD cards because they were like 30 cents or something like that. Like they were silly cheap.
I was at Costco and they're like, oh yeah, 200 pack of tennis balls for $50. I'm like,
50?
50.
I thought you said 15. I was like 15. I was like, God damn it, I have 200 tennis balls. No use for them, but
I have a dog.
Just in case. Oh yeah, that'd work.
Yep. And I just need to buy tennis balls once. No more tennis balls.
Now, here's a good question I think to ask. What does it format the card to?
ext4, I think. Maybe VFAT?
I don't know.
But actually, that's pretty cool that if you have like a Steam apps folder or whatever in there, then it'll just like, oh yeah, there's some games in here.
Yeah. Well, they know where to look for it, right?
Yeah. That's always like a fun, like, is this gonna pick up what I installed here? Especially when it's like it's Steam's black magic figuring it out, right? Like it's looking for the
Listen, I'm assuming a lot of us have had the oh my god panic moment because you have a Steam drive with your games on it and there's been a beta update and it's like poof and you launch Steam and you have 2 games and so like oh
yeah, and then you just go, oh right, I gotta re-enable the
you hope
yeah. I found that happens sometimes if you manage to get 2 instances of the Steam process running at the same time.
Oh, it'll do it. I get to see that. Yeah, 100%. Unboxing. I don't do unboxings. I do deboxing. Man. Okay, I finally pushed out the that Digigram video, and I think the most entertaining comment I've gotten was from Odyssey. Someone wanted to know, do you think bad cables could have something to do with the latency issues? I don't know what to say to them, which I haven't said anything to it yet.
Bad cable, go to your room. Audiophile Amazon time.
Oh.
I mean, I still do have those $3,000 cables on my wish list.
What would you do with $3,000 cables, though? Jump rope?
Pretty much. Like,
I'd cut them open to take a look.
Yeah.
Hey man, audiophiles are sports fans. I don't make fun of sports fans, and I don't make fun of audiophiles. And as long as like
Harley Davidson people.
Well, like hockey fans.
They just got their team, and they
yeah, they're like, hey man, you're excited about that. You like it consuming the content, but like soon as they start telling the people how to play the game correctly, like shut up. That's one thing I've never understood. Like, why would you publicly? I mean, I don't know. Stay in your lane. You don't have any older AMD motherboards, do you, Jordan Song?
No, I got rid of them.
Well, I mean, like Ryzen compatible ones.
No. Like,
Okay, that's what I was asking.
the old like bulldozer, yeah. But I had some, but yeah. Right now, no. I do have the AM3 Plus. That's in the TV box where your 8150 sitting.
That's not Ryzen compatible, though.
Yeah, I
Not
know.
even a little bit.
You said old AMD motherboards.
That's why I had to throw in the Ryzen compatible on there. I'm like, AM4.
How old can we get?
Yes.
Flip chips, baby.
They released some bulldozer-based architecture CPUs with an AM4. Pen out.
Like
They were
the
APUs.
architecture was the architecture's interesting, right? Like if people if shit actually used it, yeah, those could perform great.
If it was parallel computing, if that had taken over instead of single core, yeah, that would have been great.
But yeah, we capitalized on developer laziness, and that's why we will have to deal with the specter of Spectre and Meltdown forever. Speculative execution, baby.
Oh. 70s metal blank. I don't know. Stingrays are depressing. They have such anemic horsepower. They look like go fast cars, and they're not. Cosmetically, they're fine though. I like the look of them. I know, Steve. It's sparkly. What the fuck are you drinking?
Diet root beer.
Looks like it says stevia on it.
Zevia, it's like stevia flavored sweetened
Creamy
diet
root beer? Is there non-creamy root beer?
I don't know, man. This was what was cheap at Costco.
Really watered down.
Like,
I
listen, man. Like, diet root beer is such a rarity in Canada that, like, if I see it, I'm like, ooh.
Diet root beer.
Bark's not creamy.
This is not even. This is root beer flavored like seltzer. Like it's clear. Like here, let me. I have a semi-clear. It's stained with fruit drink at the moment, but like yeah, you don't even. What's this? What this is? It's just like flavor water.
Okay.
It's Sprite. Okay.
Yeah, it's not actually
flavored Sprite.
Pretty much, but again. Root beer flavored diet anything in Canada is so rare that it's like, okay, well, it's not great, but it does what it needs to do. It tastes approximately like licorice.
I would have fucked around and called it like crystal root beer.
Apparently, someone has reverse engineered the recipe for Crystal Pepsi, and they are branding it as not C Cola.
Wasn't the recipe for Crystal Pepsi just not to add the food coloring?
I have no idea. I never tried Crystal Pepsi. I have no idea what it tastes like.
I've had one. I remember getting one as a child because I made a deal about it. I'm like, I want one. I had one. I think it tasted like Pepsi.
Not C Cola, as in everyone's favorite German dictator from the 40s.
Well, isn't there RC Cola?
There is RC Cola, yeah, Royal Crown.
There is RC Cola. That was the
It tastes
thing in
like
Portugal too. That was like the third big brand. It was Coke, Pepsi, and RC Cola.
What about IRC Cola?
I don't think I'd drink that.
That has a taste of stranger danger.
Hey, kid, want a cola? Get out of here. Where's the heroin? I need some smack, old man.
Don't make me stab you, old man.
Right? Give me your wallet, bitch. And you know what? I'm taking your cola too. All right.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. Like, call an ambulance, but not for me. Pulls out the gun. Yeah.
Remote controlling cola. I don't know.
RC Cola, yeah.
Does RC Cola support Steam input?
If it doesn't, it should now.
Yep.
All right. You could take him out with your flint clock.
My flint Glock.
Yeah. I wonder if that works. Probably not. No.
Nope. Nice try, North Ranger. There was an attempt.
I don't know. I get ambitious with drag and drop. But drag and drop is, to me, is still a very new technology that I never think to use because it didn't exist for the longest time. So sometimes I get a little ambitious. I'm like, I wonder if I just drag and drop that. I'm like, nope, that didn't work. I'm like, oh well, didn't expect it to work. Like dragging and dropping files into applications. It still takes me a minute to think.
Dragging and dropping the contents of an entire folder onto a browser. It's like uploading. It's like, yep, we're good.
The thing that pisses me off, and Vivaldi does it, and nothing else does it, is if you drag a tab off of Vivaldi to like spawn a new window.
Isn't that a bitch to get back on there?
Yeah, no, that and like it tries to create a shortcut on the desktop.
Oh, I haven't encountered that.
Oh, because you have desktop icons off.
The thing with the Vivaldi that I run into is like if I accidentally detach a tab.
Oh, and stick it underneath, yeah.
And trying to get it back on there, and it's all spasticky or just sliding tabs. And that's one thing that's smooth as fuck on Chrome and Chromium, though. Those tabs just glide. Yeah, there's your flint clock.
Yeah, flint clock.
Why does the actual top of the barrel look like a 45 instead of the Glock?
Because somebody that knows fuck all about guns made the photo shoot. Is that
a subreddit, like artists who can't draw guns? Because there's like artists who can't draw hands, artists who can't draw feet, and then like there are some guns in comic book that's like someone described to you what a gun looked like 20 years ago, and you've just been drawing that description, haven't you?
Well, I mean, long as it's like the vague shape of that.
That and guitars. Oh man, they get fucking guitars.
It has
so
the
wrong.
flint holder and the little paddle. So yes, flint block.
I don't know. I mean, I don't mind flintlocks. They got a little more delay than I like from percussion caps, but yeah. I mean, bullets still go up, and so target go poof.
Really slow moving bullet.
Oh yeah.
I mean, slow moving is real. You can't fucking you are not fucking.
Compared to modern day projectiles, yes, it is a very slow moving bullet.
I would say you would probably stand an equal chance getting out of the way of that musket ball versus like Legolas's point stick shot.
Like, even like your typical composite bow, or one of the really old, really big longbows. Yeah, still pretty fast, but comparatively speaking.
I'm just gonna throw a brick at your ass, man.
I throw that brick in your face. Now what you gonna do with it? Now what you gonna do
I'm
with
just
it?
saying, if I throw a brick at it, I'm only gonna hit you like a little bit.
No, you gotta be like the old Superman serials where you like run out of bullets and then you just throw the gun at them.
All right.
I love that bit from Venture Brothers where it's like, why did you throw it? Well, I ran out of bullets. Well, go pick it up. Those aren't free.
All right. Then we'll go through just a little bit of news segment and nice little piece of hate mail.
We got to step through a black hole through a time warp to the hate mail.
It's the news first, isn't it?
Yep. But it's the pelvic thrust that really drives you insane.
Let's do the time warp again.
The Tenacious D cover to that is actually really good. I remember doing the time warp, drinking all those moments in.
Oh, when Neverwinter Nights, the community expansion project, added a little sprite that you could add to a bit in the world that was like moving lips. That looked a lot like the moving lips in the Rocky Horror Show.
It's the magic mouth spell from D&D.
Yes.
I'm a little, you know. Frankly, I'm a little sad that I've never had a player ask me if they could stick their penis in the magic mouth.
I'm sure you've given someone some ideas.
Send your fan art to Pedro at LinuxGameCast.com. Thank you. At Unaccounted For on Twitter.
Here's what you're gonna do. You're going to go to your regularly scheduled D&D session, and you're going to ask your DM while you're recording. It's like, can I put my penis into the magic mouth? And we need to see the reaction. That's what you're gonna do.
Big B's forceful hand job, am I right?
I mean, there is Big B's forceful hand, so yes.
Evard's black tentacles. Come on.
That's in Japan.
I like the Order of the Stick one where they have the next level version of like Evard's spiked tentacles of forced intrusion.
I haven't read Order of the Stick in so long.
FileZilla, man. I blew off FileZilla as soon as I realized that I could just use SFTP through Dolphin. I'm like, done.
I had someone try to explain to me on a call recently how to use FileZilla, and I'm like, no, I just got a Linux box. I can just FTP to there. They're like, what? Like,
yeah, no, I can just use my file manager.
It's like, thing. That's like, no, you are reading instructions on how to configure FileZilla. I need 3 things from you. I need the name of the host I'm connecting to. I need a port if you're not using a standard one, and I need a username. Now, I got everything else.
Well, I mean, sometimes when you're having those conversations, you're like, you know what? It's just going to be simpler if I let them go through the way that they know how to do it.
Oh, no, dude. I was that guy on the other end of the phone for years, explaining to like 50-year-old office workers how to set up a recurring SFTP connection in Windows, right? Like, yeah, odds are you're not, when you pick up that phone, you're not expecting the person on the other end to be remotely technical. So I get it. The problem was that he was just like an actual Windows admin, and so like command line frightened him. And I'm just like, it's okay, it's okay, sweetheart.
Aw, you can't expect administrators to have to use the command line, Jordan. Click, click.
Windows
click.
Administrators, yeah.
Click, click, click.
They click next real good.
Yeah, we're not going to get the idiocracy hospital menu with that attitude. We need buttons to us.
No, the only command line you need to run is ipconfig flush and gp update /force. Those are the 2 command lines that Windows administrators know. Pedro's nodding like, yeah, no, that's
How do you get a, what's the ID?
Those are the most common ones, yes.
What's the Windows equivalent of like IPA?
ipconfig.
ipconfig. Or just IP.
Just IP.
Yeah, because I know with PowerShell they actually did introduce a bunch of like, they introduced a bunch of like, if you type in ls, it'll be like, oh, you meant dir. Like we understand what you mean. Yeah.
It gives dir, but formatted the same way that ls is. Instead of giving you vertically, it actually puts them horizontally.
No, it's a dir /p//w. So you'll get paginated wide in DOS. I remember that. Why? Couldn't fucking tell you, but I do.
It's like can't remember my fucking mom's birthday. Can remember that shit.
I'll have that on the deathbed, man. All right.
And we gotta thank Pebble. I keep reading that as Pebble. I keep reading that as Pebble Incorporated, and it fucks my brain up.
What was it? That thing.
Far Cry.
Yes, I saw I had a gift. I was excited for a minute. I was still excited, but I thought it was a review thing. That Steam finally would tell you what game it was that was submitted.
Right? Wouldn't that be lovely? Other than you've had 6 games added to Creator Connect. Thanks.
That doesn't incentivize me.
Like, you have games waiting.
Yeah.
Which games?
Yeah, right.
Right. No, and whenever I see that email, it's like, okay, now I'm gonna wait for Pedro to log into Steam and tell me what the thing actually is. I still have the shortcut in big picture mode for like the Steam browser, so that's how I get there usually. But yeah, sometimes it's like, no, Pedro will tell me.
I will tell you this, 100% true. If you go to our contact page, the reason that link to our curator page is on our contact page is so I can get to that fucking Steam thing in one click.
Yeah, because you know where that link is at least.
Exactly. I go click. That's how I do it every single time. All right.
The other way is you go to the LinuxGameCast group on Steam. Curator. There you go.
That's like a dozen more clicks than I care about.
Let's do this.
Yep. Easy peasy.
Pause. Record. All right. Let's decord the record in 3, 2.
Yeah, no, I was staring at my
Put
deck.
your dick up.
Not that one.
God damn it.
Stop playing games and focus on Linux gaming journalism, Pedro.
Yeah, no, I was looking at my Linux gaming device and I got distracted a little bit. Right. The news will be coming up, but before we get to that, we need to thank you,
I just
everyone.
thought of something, man. Have you like taken it? You've taken several pictures of your Steam Deck, right?
Yes.
Have you sent a couple?
Mostly
more?
because I can't be asked to figure out what the shortcut is to take a screenshot.
Why don't you send a couple to Nori?
Some unsolicited deck pics.
Yeah.
Well, listen. If you want to help post Pedro's bail after he does that, you can help us out. You can head on over to patreon.com/LinuxGameCast. 500 episodes, man. It's still fucking surreal. I look at that number and I'm like, no, we started like 2 years ago, right? Like this is some podunk dog and pony shit.
That's because you don't edit these motherfuckers.
Exactly. Listen, they call me talent because that's what
right. Excuse me.
I'm a star. No, but we really do appreciate the support. It's been a fucking crazy decade, literal decade.
A decade. Oh.
Yeah, a decade. That's the show title. Decade anniversary. And, well, not quite, but we really do appreciate the support. So if you head on over to patreon.com/LinuxGameCast, become a Patreon, you get a bunch of cool stuff. We keep trying to give back. You get access to our Discord channel, which you can also get by subbing to us on Twitch. You can, for higher level donation tier, you can get access to the show notes. You can even buy your way into the goddamn show. Coming up soon, Strider's going to be there. And if you want to be in that little box where we trap Strider and occasionally feed him a hot dog for sustenance, you can
if you try to feed
donate
Strider
to
a hot dog, he'll fucking bite you, man. Don't.
That's what I want, though. I want to be the rare Strider.
He will judge you for your hot dog cooking.
In Discord you can listen to the pre super shows, and it's that thing we do an hour before we go live here at 7:30. You can listen to it on Discord. If you're executive producer, you get a custom video feed. That's pretty cool.
Speaking of the big pre-show, after show, and all that, that's available to you in podcast format because you get a customized RSS feed over at patreon.com. I always like to mention that because man, if you need 4 hours of some shit to listen to, we got you.
If you need a wall of sound, but we got some patrons we got to thank on this auspicious 500th episode. We got to thank Pebble for increasing their pledge, and Olav Hope sent Gustavo Fring over to Ven. Right?
Yes,
is that that's the Far Cry you got,
and that looks like it's gonna be interesting. I want to give a shout out to Pebble. I saw your message in Discord, and it was like trying to reorganize everything, and so Pebble increased their pledge. Thank you very much for that. That's all together. We got merch. We got stores. If you want to put us on your body, we got the shirt thing. We do that. Decent quality, reasonably priced.
They changed the site.
What they did? Where?
Maybe not. Maybe the layout looks a little different.
Okay. Anyway, don't let the new layout of the site that is possibly in front of you, scare you away.
They
from
changed the
buying awesome
font.
beers. Yes, I don't know, man. And
Change scares me.
You can always head over to LinuxGameCast.com, smash that support button, and everything's there: Bitcoin, wish lists, and merch, PayPal's. What?
There's one spot right behind Ven's head that's still available. If you wanna get on there, you gotta buy some stuff off of Ven's Wish Zone.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If you have a very short name, then
Right.
go for it.
You better have like a very expensive URL if you're going to be trying to pull that game. Like one of those like
Tiny URL /
Oh, right.
boobies. Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I know.
Damn.
Even if it's like Bitly, it's part of it's always going to be covered by Vin's head.
Or it could be the Google shortening service that I started using because like Google will never kill that.
Go.gl. Yep.
They killed it. And I'm just like, man, you know what? I'm out. Thanks for your support. Share the show. If you like it, tune into us live. Listen to us later in podcast format. And we'll be back for episode 501, possibly with a brand new Ryzen
Pedro?
3 powered. What? Pedro? No.
Brand new Pedro. We
just got a duck for this one.
We got the 2020. We got like the 2020 model. We need the 2022.
But we can.
I want
this.
those. I want the heated leather seats.
You know what they smell like when they come out of the box?
Ass. I know. That's why I want
my
them.
soft skin.
He thinks it's skin. It's so cute.
It was skin at one point,
But it's
so that's for sure.
Check this out. Maybe you're in a situation like I am. You're looking at this new Ryzen, Zen 3 type shit's going down. You're like, oh man, that looks tight as hell. All right. So maybe it's time to start saving. Why? Because you got a B350, you got a B300 motherboard that you bought, like right when Ryzen came out. You're being price conscious. You're like, I don't need the big YOLO boards and whatever. I just put, I got a 1700 or something like that, popped it in there. You're good to go. In fact, let's be honest with it. You're still good to go because it pretty much is going to do anything that you need it to do, but you still want to taste that new hotness. And the biggest and baddest that you can do on the 300 chipsets, I think it's the 3400G. Or the 8-core, what was it, 2100? Was that what it was?
2400.
2400. Was that 8-core 16-thread?
No, that was also a quad-core 8-thread.
Okay, well, I'm talking about like the 8-core 16-thread part for the 300 series, I think is the 2100 plus.
That's the 30, that's the 2800, 2900, something above that.
The original Zen 1.
Oh, Zen
2700X. That might be it.
Oh. Okay, yeah.
That was N plus, but yeah.
That was still the second revision. But whatever.
Oh,
The point is, it's a couple years old if you want to upgrade what you got already. But now maybe not so much.
Nope, still old. Throw it away. Check this out. AMD will support Ryzen 5000 CPUs on 300 series motherboards. That's right. Not making this up. You too can go, thank you, Intel. It's all because of you. Because Intel walked out and started releasing all these value-oriented, don't call it budget, or Intel will come kick a bitch, reasonably priced, lower-end CPUs. And AMD's like, shit, we got to do something about that. Hey, were we just fucking with them when we said we couldn't? Oh, we were? All right, cool. All right. So don't get excited too much yet. You can't, because yes, this would allow you to put newer model, even Zen 3 into a 300 series motherboard, like a B350. It's still going to be up to the motherboard manufacturers, and which means the motherboard manufacturers would much rather sell you a brand new motherboard to go along with that new CPU. But if you are in the situation where you're like, you know what, I'd like a speed bump right now, but I don't want to replace the whole damn system. That's too much work. It's not even a cost thing. I just don't want to be asked building a new PC right now, but I'll swap the brain box out. That shouldn't be too bad. This could help you out. So yeah. What are we looking at? Even if they do support it, like MSI is kind of dangerous. MSI doesn't let you roll back BIOS, UEFIs. We're just always going to call them BIOS. And so if you do update in your situation, especially with MSI, maybe it makes things a little squirrely. You're like, oh no, it's stability issues. So what do? You put back in your old CPU back in, and it's still squirrely because everything's not hammered out. So keep that in mind. There could be some dangers there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Also like your newer CPUs are going to have newer features that the older motherboards aren't going to be able to take advantage of. You may actually get degraded performance just because of some other stupid bullshit we can't reasonably predict right now.
RAM speeds.
I guess this is good because like a lot of people are living that APU life now, right? And giving people some more upgrade options, limited as they may be. It's still an option, right? So. Like Ben said, it's kind of on the MOBO manufacturers to see if they're feeling particularly charitable.
100% it is, but I mean, this would let somebody with a 300 series motherboard throw the CPUs that either of you have in there.
Yes,
I was already running that 3700X on a B350. That works fine. But if you have a 5000 series, that's a big difference. And there's a lot of people. I've been keeping an eye on PC Part Picker to see what people are building. And there's a lot of people building stuff with the 5700G and the 5600G without a GPU, because for the past 2 years, neither AMD nor NVIDIA really wanted people to buy their graphics cards. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people built GPU systems.
I'd like a 5900X. That would be nice. I could use my resizable bar on my motherboard and video card that support it.
I want a 5900X. It's finally getting close to the 400 pound mark. It's like, come on.
I don't have these aspirational dreams. What I don't like right now is like there's a lock-in on the 3400G because they don't make them anymore, and the people that got them, they've realized that like shit, that's a 4-core 8-thread with Vega 10. Like shit, you can kind of play games on it. So those things like $250, $300. That market's going to crumble now. I'm just like, yes, let it rain.
Oh yeah, now you can get the 3,000.
Right. And I'm going to be sitting here going, I'll give you $50 for it.
I mean, it's a good time to fuck around with GameScope and Mesa.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yes, anything that makes computing more accessible, I'm all for. And this is AMD.
Speaking of open source, AMD FSR.
They finally done it. If you've followed the mainstream gaming news this week, the other thing that you read that wasn't about the Steam Deck or Elden Ring was probably this: AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2.0. They're finally improving it, and they're very clear to say this doesn't require any machine learning. It doesn't require any of the stuff that the competitor is doing. This is CPU. The high quality anti-aliasing, upscaling, just improved from what it was. And the big one here is like pictures in motion. If you're looking at the little slidey thing that Ven is playing with on video, you can see that it's a bit blurrier. Yeah, it's a bit blurrier with the.
Are you spying on me? No.
FSR. But this
is Ben's backyard. Yeah.
That's Arena. Probably going to be the best case scenario right there, which is very good. That actually looks very, very good. And yes, it is open source. It's there. So I look forward to it. I very much do.
Yeah, I can't really tell the difference here. And I guess that's really the point, right? Like, if it can look prettier with lower system requirements, then mission accomplished. Again, people are living that APU life. It's impossible to get like a decent GPU without taking another mortgage on your house. I for one look forward to this getting shoved into GameScope and or Proton GE. It's going to be good.
I think it is very interesting, and I'm glad that they included a video. They'll be linked to everything in our show notes. Go check that out, because you see the static slides, and I'm guilty of this too, doing DLSS, making the slides for like Wolfenstein and Tomb Raider and stuff like that. It doesn't do it justice. You got to see it in motion, because your brain fills in all kind of extra shit when things start moving versus a static image. So it's good that they made a video showing it what it's really going to look like. And I'm with you, Jordan. Like, yeah, it kind of looks the same, man. I mean, maybe if I wanted to like pause the video and like get up on it, like maybe there's a difference.
It's kind of the point though, because like if they can deliver like similar looking stuff with like lower system requirements, then they've kind of accomplished what they set out to do. So
to this day,
lower system requirements and lower power consumption.
Not sold on ray tracing. However, DLSS with I think the first time I got a hold of it was in Youngblood, and more so in Doom, the more recent Doom. Able to play it at UHD 2160p on a 2060, just max the hell out. And yes, is there a difference? Yes, if I pause it and I have another image to hold next to it and go, oh, yeah, see right there in that corner? Yeah, that one. When that's in motion, you can't fucking tell. So I'm sold on this, whoever implements it. Now, one thing I do want to point out, unlike FSR, this is going to take some work on the developer side to implement per game.
Yes. Yeah, so they can't do it globally.
Right, you're not going to have the game scope YOLO button. So
I mean, maybe they can hack something in. I don't know. Like FSR 1.0 is going to be a good fallback, at least.
Yeah, it probably won't look as good as if it's per in-game implementation, because that's still a shortcoming in the first one, because it's actually applying FSR to the entire frame that's being displayed on screen, including the HUD elements.
Well, here's one of the downsides of this is AMD's not cutting checks like NVIDIA is cutting checks.
Yeah. they're doing, it's like, community, go.
Here's what I'm going back to is the per game implementation. When you're a studio and AMD's like, hey, implement this. Like, how much are you going to pay me? I'm like, what? And they're like, well, NVIDIA said they'd give us money if we do this. You're not going to pay us to do this?
NVIDIA will fly a person to your office to fucking do it for you. That's kind of where NVIDIA's at right now. So yeah, I don't know. Look forward to seeing how this develops for sure.
It's not going to stop me from hacking you though, baby.
Oh, those damn Linux users. They're a bunch of cracker-jacker hackers. Yeah, and now that you can do it more easily than ever with TuxTrain, a easy-to-use generic trainer for Linux written in Rust, as it always is. Yeah, so this guy started working on it because he wanted to play Elden Ring at 60 frames a second, and the game would not let you do that. So he started working on a generic memory trainer to allow you to, read values out of memory, write new values to memory. There is a giant fuck you disclaimer in here. Danger disclaimer bears repeating. If you get VAC, EAC, whatever banned while using this is your own fucking fault. But that said, it's very neat. They have a lot of cool options for auto start and configuration. It looks very, very easy to actually set up. And given the format, it should be easy to trade around the trainer files so that you can get whatever modifications you want. This is like next level game sharking, but I mean, like if you want like infinite magic in Elden Ring or something, or I don't know, whatever reason you would want to hack a game in running memory, you can go do it.
Now I want to go ahead and throw out one small correction. You said he wanted to play at 60. In fact, he wanted to play above 60. He wanted to run at 120
without unlocked frame rate. That's the big one, which is something you don't want to do in From Software games.
That's a little funky with the physics.
Oh yeah,
it says
like
it on the
clipping
label,
through
right
the
under,
floor flunky. Yeah,
right under where it says Japan. That's how you know that the physics are tied to frame rate.
But yeah, no, don't make a GUI. I'm usually one of the first ones to say, yeah, you're releasing a Linux piece of software, make a GUI for it. Not this one. I really don't want that kind of attention. No.
I mean, listen, if we're ever going to achieve parity with Windows, we're going to need tools like this.
We really don't need cheat engine for Linux, please.
What
I don't want to give
about?
developers any more FUD.
Pedro, this is the only way I can beat you in shooters. Why wouldn't I do it?
I don't know. And yeah, pro tip, do not use this with anything with EAC. You know, yeah, again, he could have shortened that to fuck around and find out. Because if you're far enough in to where you're looking for something like this, and, a trainer, you mean a cheater. That's what it is. I mean, it's just a cheat.
Yeah, maybe unplug the network cord before you turn it on, just to be extra certain.
Yeah, offline mode only. Seriously, please.
But you know
can
what?
You run it on the Raspberry Pi?
You probably could, especially with like back then, man. You didn't have to worry about cheats. We had IDDQT and IDKFA.
Yeah, the cheats came with the game.
But if you want to use those cheats, and chances are you probably already have, well, you can do it on the Raspberry Pi Pico. Yeah, the microcontroller, that one. Someone has actually gone through the trouble, and there's the blog post by Eben Upton to, it's like, yeah, this crazy, what was his name? Graham,
yep.
Has decided to, let's get Doom working on the Pi Pico. And there are some limitations. The game is actually running at 320 by 200 with an 8-bit frame, but there's double buffering happening, so you actually get a higher resolution, which is impressive by itself.
Yeah, it's 1024 by or 1280 by 1024.
1280 by 1024. Yeah. So it is impressive. It is genuinely impressive that it's a microcontroller.
See,
it's an Arduino, effectively.
You get done doing that. You get done looking, and you're looking at your, and you're like, you know what? I could probably make networking through this I2C controller. I have a couple of spare pins left over.
Yeah, and it's up to 4 players if you just fucking pin, if you daisy chain a couple Pico. Yeah, also coming in at just 2 megabytes for all of the code end level. There's some crazy compression shit. In the blog post, like there are like sub articles where he goes in depth into like, oh yeah, no, we had to make sure that the output was like synced, otherwise blah blah blah. It's crazy.
And
yeah.
Well, I mean, you're talking about you can now play Doom. I mean, these things cost $1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dollar a Doom at vending machines.
I still want that like $15 handheld that person made. It's like, yeah, if I only made one, it would have cost $150. But since I bought enough parts to make 1,000 of them, they cost $15. So it's like, yeah, no, this is this kind of crazy right here.
The minimum viable computer. Yeah.
Also, pro tip, just because you bought 2 and you get them networked, don't take them on a flight, you and your friend.
Oh yeah, that's going to be fun to explain to airport security. No, it's
TSA
Doom over I2C.
Yeah, right? Really? That's why you
really? Here's your ticket to Guantanamo.
Because that looks like a bomb.
Oh man, yeah. Well, coming up next, we're gonna see if we can touch decks. It's gonna be real sexy. And I don't even need to put on my hood.
No.
Damn it, we didn't do that for the fucking French Inquisition. We should also...
Yeah, you go ahead and cut out some transparent gifts and I'll wiggle them around.
Yeah, right, yeah, like, damn, should have brained on it a little more before we clicked record. Oh well. That's not how we roll here. Planning, coordination.
As I said, our entire scheduling for this was a message in Discord yesterday. Are I still doing the show? Correct. Period. That was it. No times. Nothing.
When do you want me on? Whenever you want to be on.
I put some times onto paper because goddamn it.
You put like a regular time, a past time, a future time.
It's like you want to do 6:30 on Sunday.
You want to do 8:30, 5:30?
Well, I thought you were talking like what do you call it? California time.
You did, but you had Eastern and California time. Yeah, oh fuck yes, you did. Because
did I?
Yes. You had an impossible time, and like 8:30 his time would be 12:30 our time.
It's like midnight 30.
I mean, we'd be tired, but
tell me more about being tired at midnight 30.
Oh, I can't tell you shit about being tired. I'm like a triple espresso in, and I am wired.
Because it was midnight 30 when I joined Jitsi.
Yeah, we could do part 2 too.
Yeah.
So 2 a.m. for Strider, that's 5 a.m. for you guys.
Yeah. Come on, you do it over breakfast.
I mean, you could go take a nap and then come back and...
Man, my recharge cycle's been getting like frighteningly low. We're talking like 2.5, maybe 3 hours. Just back at it. Just wide awake. Gotta get into shit. I think I'm gonna start running at night too.
Night runner?
Yep. I'm gonna get like the LED strip and I'll get a Pico. We're gonna go whoosh, 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 and I'll still get run over. It'll look weird as
Yep.
fuck. It'll worry the
Oh
fuck
no,
out
no,
of you.
'cause- yeah. Well, now you're worth like 100 points, right? So
Yeah, it'll be a challenge.
it's like you just have like a hat with a little springy on it, and on the top is a sign that says like 200 points.
I've probably
Or like
6 times I've been run off the road by a car.
Oh, what's the bounty thing in Shell Shock? Can you get like a giant 3D printed version of that? Just hang that above your...
Oh man. Yeah, this is the problem. I get bored if I walk.
I am not built for running.
It looks like Touch Decks is tied with episode D.
Oh, relevant. Both of those.
A crazy decade. All right.
Sometimes I walk the dog at night if she's being a butt.
See, what I'd really like is, like, if I wasn't sure it would be instant murderation, like 2 o'clock in the morning, rollerblading on the road, but yeah.
Yeah. Good luck. Bring a GoPro.
Live stream that shit, right?
Yeah, live stream fails.
What was subreddit? If you're looking for stuff that runs Doom, go to the It Runs Doom subreddit. That's always good for you.
Well, I think there's at this point now in 2022, there are 2 definitions for what you would consider a computer, like a Turing von Neumann device and something capable of running Doom. If you can run Doom on it, then it's basically a computer.
Yeah, I don't know. We need to put some fighter points on it. Some motherfucker's going to show up with some goddamn E. coli with goddamn Doom running on it.
Dude, if you can port Doom to E. coli, that would be fucking sick. Then you would be sick, and you would shit out something that looks like a cacodemon, like a cacodemon, if you would. But
Cacodemon.
Then you would have to put that on an NSFW Doom, which is exactly what you think it is.
Sexy Doom,
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Not even pretty much. 100%. That's
yeah. I've seen
I got
those
Doom
places.
running on this genetic code. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the virus wiped out humanity, but like while they were dying, you could get some sick high scores in E1M1s. So we just we couldn't
People
figure
were
out how to
speed
improve-
running E1M1
No, I was like
on their genetic code.
So unfortunately, we could only get the shareware running in the virus, but the cure has the rest of the maps. So if you want to get vaccinated.
I forget what the company was, but they like doubled their financing. And I don't know if they were funding rounds, but they're doing like legit, like serious data storage with DNA.
Yeah, they added like a bunch of new letters to the alphabet, the chromosome alphabet.
Which is like, why do you want biodegradable, like organic storage? Yes, like that.
I'm like,
I don't
it's
want
like,
to. I don't
do-
want to have to give my hard drive a fucking taco, dude.
do you want Resident Evil? This is how you get Resident Evil, right?
I don't.
This is some umbrella corporation.
I don't
shit.
want my NAS to die of starvation because I forgot to water the damn thing.
I didn't leave it food, so now I don't have storage anymore.
Right? Wouldn't that just be some bullshit your brain wouldn't know how to handle?
I mean, yes, organic technology for stuff like implants, for say you lost an arm or literally something that you need replaced in your body. A technological thing that is biological.
I'm only getting like 200
Yes.
megabit transfer from the NAS. It probably needs a sandwich.
You're going to have to give it 2 bowls of food.
That's what I'm saying, man. I just don't want to have to be in a position where I have to feed my NAS. I'll fucking forget. It'll die.
Okay, and what happens to the waste? Oh, where's my NAS? I need to grab a few files. No, it's in the yard. It's taking a poop. Oh.
No. When you RM a file, it just like shits it out.
No,
it
Pedro.
doesn't store it anymore.
Unlike you heathen, I have a composting NAS.
No. But here's the thing: if I could also grow weed in my NAS, oh man, oh baby, we've hit the jackpot. Hold on, man, I gotta access this file. EX Ptrfs, man, it's buttery.
All right.
That's how you get that good terpene in there.
We have one last segment. Zoop.
Which the developer of Avengers watches the show.
Well, you got to think about it from his development side. He's like, well, somebody plays my fucking game.
Oh, someone's actually talking about the game. Neat.
Well, like that's kind of what separates us from like other tech podcasts. Is that like the stuff we
know how to use GitHub?
Yeah, well, but I mean, yes. The fact that we're actually kind of more of a developer-oriented podcast, almost, because we're talking about the tech. We're not necessarily talking fully about the new games.
Technically focused. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yes, we're going to talk about game engines, and we're not going to try to save GitHub pages as web pages.
Yeah, we're not going to right-click, save an HTML file as a .sh one. Yeah.
Yeah, Rohit's had a deck like all day.
Yeah, he's been posting pictures of it.
That is what you do when you get a new deck. I mean, if I got a new deck, I'd be like, hey, check this out.
Yeah. I think
if I had a new deck
about let's see.
Nope.
It's currently sitting at 66 likes and 11 retweets for running Need for Speed World on the deck.
Pedro, can you open TweetDeck on it?
Yeah.
So you can have TweetDeck?
I mean, I can take a screenshot of my TweetDeck.
Yeah, then I can take a screenshot of your screenshot.
Oh, we're doing that again. Okay.
But no. Here's what you do. You boot up MTG Arena on the deck. You post a picture of your deck in TweetDeck from the Steam Deck. On your deck, you go to someone's house and stand on their deck.
And get someone to take a picture.
No,
and deck, and you holding the deck.
And get someone to deck you in the face, like punch you in the face. So it's a deck.
You see, motherfucker, when we were doing the Pickception earlier this week, I almost went and got a mirror.
Yeah. Yeah, like, all right, well, I got to take like a photo with my phone of the monitor showing the preview of the screenshot.
Well, right. I mean, I escalated it to the point of taking a picture of the tablet, taking a picture.
Have a screen pointed at the thing, taking another picture. There.
See, what?
Nobody escalated it sufficiently beyond that, so I was like, fine, I'm not.
See. Live viewing audience, if you're not subbed to us on Twitch, you should do that so you can get access to our Discord. Because we do stupid shit like this throughout the week. You want to see a bunch of like functional idiots like stumble around a dark room and like occasionally slap each other? Like, that's our Discord.
Yep.
That's the PG version of it.
Mm-hmm. The general disarrayson is probably a little more buck wild than live showsen for sure.
All decks go to heaven, baby. All right.
Okay.
You guys ready to put a bow on this?
Yeah, let's fucking.
Because if we don't, we'll get another 20-minute conversation, which will be another 30-minute conversation, and it's already 11:26.
Gotta go sleepy time.
Yep. So I need to get things loaded up. To do that, I scroll down. I keep scrolling, then I go also player, playlist, and Eventually it shows up. Maybe.
And then you go, there was a certain man in Russia long ago. He was big.
I had that stuck in my head for a fucking week and a half, man. Don't even start.
Yeah, no, I think Google's been listening to what I've been saying, and the Ptrfs cover of that song has been heavily recommended to me on YouTube.
Oh, no, there's a high-quality recording of Boney M doing that shit live in the 70s, man. Like, that's the one to catch. Like, that's when you had to have a band to do that. That was all done live. I'm like, well done. I didn't realize it was an old song. I thought it was like a modern.
Yeah, there's a lot of those that are just like, yeah, it's a random folk song, but like you've only ever heard the one version.
That was I didn't realize that Boney M was a West German band.
Ah. Well, and then you get shit where like Bob Dylan plays Jimi Hendrix's version of All Along the Watchtower now.
No.
Yeah, apparently that's the live version.
No, growing up, I think early teens, I was made aware of like, yes, that Hendrix did a cover. Then you go back and listen to like Bob Dylan, like, yeah, let's just stick with the Hendrix version on this one.
You know what's a really good one is the Bear McCreary one from Battlestar Galactica. That's a very good cover of All Along the Watchtower. I would just listen to that on its own.
How about we just sing it really slowly and we put it in movie trailers?
Oh man, all of like the remakes of like songs I heard on the radio, but like they're all ruined because they removed all the instrumentation and it's just the same drum machine and the violin sting.
Oh man. Was that?
I heard a modern cover of like Same As It Ever Was by the Talking Heads, and I'm like, what the fuck is this garbage? This is terrible.
Well, I had a blast from the past because I saw a Reddit thread where the kids rediscovered Coal Chamber. Like, what? I haven't heard that in 20 years. Apparently we're not a thing, but the lead, was it a guy who was leading on that? I don't remember. These children don't know Coal Chamber, apparently.
I don't, new metal bands. What was one of their songs?
I listen to music. I don't really follow it.
No, I never listened to Coal Chamber.
All right. On that deck-filled thing, let's do this. I got everything lined up now. Damn it. OBS with your unspecified error. Okay. In 3, 2.
Yes, I think that is enough talking about one's deck for a single episode of Linux Gamecast Weekly anyway. Don't worry, there'll probably be more deck talk.
Dirty deck talk.
How dare you talk about like the biggest thing to hit gaming that happens to involve Linux.
I've seen those comments like people on YouTube are just, I'm so tired, it's all deck all the time. So can you talk about something else?
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about Elden Ring some more.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure that hasn't been talked to death.
I don't know. I did see the guy. There was a video clip posted because you could see little ghosty shadows in Elden Ring, and the guy was watching a guy who was just hammering on a wall.
Yeah.
Yep, for a long time.
I like all the trolling signs like magic butthole.
Yeah, no, jumping ahead or just claiming there's a secret door where there isn't one. But yeah, if you found a secret door in Elden Ring while playing on Linux, or even if you're not playing on Linux, go to LinuxGameCast.com, hit the contact button, and fill out the form. LGC Weekly is the topic you want to pick. Otherwise, you can send Ven and Jill some feedback for Wednesday, ask Jordan for relationship advice, and if you're a game developer and would like us to throw some chairs, lawn chairs, yes, at your video game,
if you'd like to come
you
on
can
the show,
absolutely
come
do that.
Bring it. We know how to do it. We have the technology.
Yeah.
Pedro will even wear
but just
red
make sure to
buttons
include
for
3 keys.
Push the
3
red
keys.
button.
3 keys
Pedro.
are nice.
Red buttons.
So push the button.
They match his mouse pad.
His mouth pad.
Mouth pad. Yeah.
Hey, Pedro, open your mouth.
Told you.
Could be a little pinker. All right. Well, we got some feedback from the guy who makes Vangers. Apparently, that's the thing. So Yuri says about Vangers in the alpha branch, we already have 60 frames per second, but because before too many animations and effects were hard coded to 23 frames a second, it's difficult to fix now. Anyways, we're working on a 3D GPU Rust rendering as well. So there you go, Pedro. You can shut the fuck up about it now. The developer has finally answered you specifically. So
yeah, that was something I asked for last week. It's like, okay, I wasn't even asking for 60. It's like 30. Can we at least do 30, please? Because 20.
I mean, it makes sense, right?
Would have been nice, but 60. There we go.
they did like claymation stuff for it, right? So like, I guess they're limited by like how much claymation footage they actually made. So keeping it at 23 frames a second like makes sense from that. Like,
yep,
right?
Oh, it does, but you can do frame interpolation. You can have
Oh, you can. Is it going to be like all even weirder and smooth? It's like watching TNG with frame interpolation, and like Brent Spiner moves just like a regular person as Data.
That would be great. It would be nice and smooth, and you can see it in 60 FPS.
It's going to look like real plasticine.
Let this be a lesson to anybody working on a project right now. Save your code, kids. Save it. No matter if it's a one-off thing.
1998.
Right.
Still working on it.
20 plus years later, somebody will be like, oh, you know what? Let's just put the same thing. Here's, if you happen to still be listening, maybe a mode for people who are just apparently slightly just a little bit colorblind, because that menu, man, that main menu.
Yeah, make the actual entries in the menu not green. I know it's a different shade of green, but not green, please.
a deeper shade of green.
Something, because that thing is still rough to get through on like even a properly color calibrated monitor, IPS display with the 98% sRGB. Ooh, yeah. What do we think? It has multiplayer, right? Vangers?
It does. There's a lot of people playing multiplayer, apparently. Well, for considering the game's age. But yes, they actually organize, if you go to their Discord channel, they organize multiplayer sessions so that everyone can get together in the world and shoot each other.
Oh, okay.
I still got to figure out what I'm actually doing in that fucking game.
Oh, I have no idea. I've got an hour into it. I mean, I've fucked around in
that's
it for an
what
hour.
people. That's the first wall that people run into. It's the only wall in the game, really, because once you figure it out, it's like, oh, okay, right.
Speaking of fucking around online and racing, if you do get a chance, if you are a Twitch sub or a patron, we do Filthy Casuals. That takes place, we're going to be loading up fresh tracks on Tuesday. We get together, go through it, we vote on maps, figure out the ones we like, swap out, get good during the week, and we put our skills to the test every Friday, where the top 3 places win some free games. That's the thing. Plus, there's like a little Joker thing in there with a points match where if you end up in like 7th place or 8th place, you might get like 350 points instead of 20. Just to kind of keep things interesting with people who are really good about going around the track. We invite you to come check that out and play around with it. I will be there this Tuesday doing that nonsense. But I think that's going to wrap everything up. Pedro, let's see your deck one more time.
And no, I'm not taking my pants off.
I said take your pants off.
Don't put pants on your deck, kids. Just don't. It doesn't like it.
Deck.
It doesn't like it. It's inhumane to have pants on your deck. We've been over this. Now, if you want to get a hold of me, just at Vin Stone on Twitter. That's where I'm there, doing the Twitter things. And at Vin at mast.linuxgamecast.com. You can always find me in IRC. You can reply Vin in Discord or Twitch chat, because all that's tied together. Science.
Join me in my new business venture, Deck Pants. I'm also going to be launching on the blockchain too for some neat Deck Pants NFTs.
Oh man, my metaverse, NFT metaverse.
Right, pants for your decks,
yes.
Man. It's gonna make $1 million. You can follow the business progress on that on Twitter at Burning Fool. Might stream a little bit at twitch.tv/Burning Fool.
And you can find me wondering how a deck would wear pants, like, you know, the dog would wear pants meme. That the Full Metal Alchemist one was. It If you'd like to let me know just how wrong I am or how that particular meme made you cry and laugh at the same time, please, at @unaccounted4 on Twitter. It is the best way to get in touch with me. Yeah, there we go.
500 dudes, man.
500 dudes. And Pedro, don't worry about it, man. You can put events on your deck. You just got to bifurcate it.
Yeah, you're gonna pull the old shoe tucker on your deck, Pedro.
Credits.
All right. Well, next week when we find out that Nori is now a horrible human deck hybrid, we can thank our advisors, Omega, Sarthera, and our executive producers, Aldius, Barbram, Scott Michaud, Mr. Foxdog, Atomic Ass, Meg G, Mike T, Drummer, Kaku, Jorge, and Thomas, and our Little Nick fans, Darkwing and Abstraction.
Oh, and Pebble.
That's
There's
notes.
Pebble
Okay.
from the executive producers.
Goddamn, but I can't read and think at the same time. Like Scala,
And Sea
right?
Monsters, Jack, and Death Notes, Kijire, and Stein, and Mano,
Upstanding
AJ,
Cannibals, Carl,
Mir.
Mike, Arthurlix, New Aldius, Noctilus, Johnny, Shep, Gamotron. Ha, I got them all. Deal with it. Dynafire, everyone, and we'll see you next Deckmas 501. I don't know what's after the D. I'm scared.
DI
D1.
for die. Die in a fire.
Fair point there, Gamatron. Fair point.
Up next is just a bunch of cuddling.
There's no cuddling and D-ball.
Listen, we're all gonna take a bunch of Diana Ball. No, we're gonna take a bunch of Diana Ball. We're gonna do some bench press, get some fucking huge pecs, and then like motorboat each other. It's gonna be great.
Like if I was in somebody's house, I'm like, hey, what's in that room? They're like cuddling. I'd get the fuck out of there, man.
I'd go in there, man. I want some cuddles. I like me some
belly
physical
rubs,
intimacy.
maybe. Cuddling.
Yeah, if you need some cuddling, go elsewhere.
No, I'm gonna worm my way into your arms, Ven. It's gonna be real awkward. I'm gonna cover myself in butter.
Stranger danger.
It's gonna be a nightmare for you.
I'll report you to the International Cuddling Commission.
I'm gonna report you to the International House of Pancakes.
The ICC, baby. I guess I need to realign that shot a little bit.
A little bit.
That's not going to work. How about using the mouse that's attached to the computer that does that? There we
Big
go.
Strider.
Big. We had to make big, strong Strider. Yes.
Big Strider. Man, that's like a thing in the new Pokemon games. There's like the regular sized Pokemon, and then there's like the big Pokemon, and I don't care about the regular ones anymore. I just want the big ones. I guess I'm a sizist, is what I'm saying.
So, let's see. Can I do this in Smurfovision? We need to click higher. We're out of menu space. There we go.
Illusion. What is that word, Pedro?
What?
Intlurtron?
Sure.
I don't know. Right now, I just see test pattern. There we go.
You guys are going to... No, it's not done yet, baby.
I see all the colors. I taste all the colors.
This is going to be interesting to do. Oh, I gotta unfuck this, or we're not going to be able to. All right, moment. I'm going to have to re-begin everything so I can get to the damn control panel.
Oh no! Episode 1000 is we're going to review every episode of Linux Gamecast prior to it.
Is there anybody we really don't like? We could pay him to do it.
Liam, let's get Liam to do it.
Yeah, let's get all of the other Linux gaming people on YouTube to do an episode of Linux Gamecast.
We got to get the dream panel. Liam, Michael Arabelle, and Linus Sebastian. Just have them do the show for us. just the trifecta, right? Like.
Let's see. All right. Audio and video. Voice and video. There. Stop doing the thing. God damn.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
All right. We're going to bounce over to the after shows, and if you want to come hang out there, that's where we be.
Which color do you think you are? I think I'm the magenta. I'm the magenta bar.
Okay, I'm gonna go for the orange.
Alright.
Oh, I have a thing where my video is not showing, right?
I believe so.
All right, we're getting video. Ah, now it's just us. It's just us and us, Shadowrealm.
Yes.
Hello, little Jordan. How are you doing? I hate my life. I want to die.
Yet slightly delayed, Jordan.
There's a Rohit.
Let's see.
Are Rohit and Pedro gonna touch decks?
Oh.
Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up.
Touch it, touch it, touch it.
Touch it, touch it, touch it. Man, we got no episode 1000 is just Rocky Horror. We're just gonna do a Chat Realm rendition of Rocky Horror.
Full on stage
It's a
production.
musical.
Yeah, yeah. Straight,
why not?
yeah, it's not nothing to do with it's just straight up Rocky Horror.
Hang on, we gotta do the Michael Fox dog thing.
All right.
Where he goes, oh fuck, not again, every single time,
Easy.
not again.
Camera.
Yeah.
Oh man. We got 3 decks in the room. Or
3 decks,
in the
1
room.
moose.
4 decks
deck.
in the room.
Yeah.
Someone is
it again.
double
Double
pumping.
Double decker.
There we go.
Yeah.
I have nothing interesting really on the deck except for. Hell yeah!
All right.
Flake,
Nice.
motherfucking stone.
Very
You know,
nice.
Well, I don't
I-
know, man. I think I witnessed like almost 2 solid hours of incessant bitching about an SD card not being formatted.
Yeah, I give up on that. I just dev and zeroed that and it still will not format. I give up on that thing.
Format it
yeah,
on the
so-
PC.
So
I can't quit it though because
Know how
it
to
wants
quit
me to
you.
press Y. Because
I would love this
I
to
press
just
Y
be-
and nothing happens. I press Y and nothing happens here. It only sends 1 for some reason. So
have you tried
Can't
turning
go
it off and
normal.
on again?
The keyboard does weird things. For example, the keyboard doesn't work for Trackmania. You can't enter the password for the server.
that sucks.
I also had like other games that had like keyboard issues. Like what
Yeah.
games or games that would only work with like a real keyboard, like a Bluetooth keyboard, but not the on-screen keyboard.
I would love to
Yeah.
see this just become a stream of like Pedro, Rohit, and Strider just quietly playing video games on their deck, and we're just watching them do that.
Now Strider needs to get a USB Type-C dock.
Oh yeah, I need a dock.
I want the one from Valve. I want the official one.
Yeah. I think my dad has one for his iPad. I might just borrow it.
I'm using the one
Nothing.
for the work
It's not like I
laptop.
don't have a spare.
Dell Type-C dock. Right on. Let's go.
I dislike that like the 4K 60 ones are just obscenely expensive for no reason.
Oh.
Is it gonna do?
What is
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh man, I
Need for
like
Speed World.
I do
Oh
like
my
how jealous
God,
the
who
win-
the hell cares? I mean, you do.
I do
but-
like how jealous the Windows people are of Mango HUD though. That's just like
Oh yeah,
really?
that is
That-
just.
that's the thing that gets your goat.
I mean, Mango HUD is really good. I mean,
Oh,
Mango.
don't get me wrong, God, but
We're just
That's something
spoiled
I
by it.
wanted.
And they're just like, yeah, it's
I
Mango
was-
HUD.
I
That's
was-
the thing.
I was jealous of Fraps when we didn't have like Mango HUD.
Yeah, Fraps and the MSI Afterburner. That's the one that gives the similar one that Mango HUD effectively copied.
I was genuinely just happy with the little Steam overlay one. It might be a
Yeah,
fucking
but what
liar
about-
sometimes,
Tiny little
but
one.
Dude, well, here's the thing. I mean, you run into like real situations like Alice Madness Returns. That motherfucker is not going to work with Mango HUD. Just will not fucking have it. But Steam Deck overlay, not Steam Deck, but the Steam overlay thing, I managed to be like, hey, yeah, all right, it is 60.
yep. Like Mango HUD's nice and all. It's just like I just like having a little indicator in case like something's like if there's a frame drop, like okay, something's going on. I can have like top and whatever running in the other.
Also,
terminal.
Strider, if you want to try it, I got the server set for public during the weekend for Trackmania.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on it right now, actually.
Ah, I see. Yeah, it's in like YOLO mode. It'll go back to not public Tuesday. But yeah, I mean, shit. I'm not doing anything with it right now. So if you
I can do like what you did with the like adding a shortcut that already has the password in the.
you can, but there's not a password right now. I don't know how many other ways I can say that.
Yeah. I'll
you could try in German. You could try in a number of other languages.
What the fuck is a password?
Even in French.
I'd expect.
Is it
How
in
about
French?
Chinese? Chinatown.
It's fucking password. Okay, yeah, no wonder. All right, I thought it would be more clever than this.
Yeah, like a lot of tech stuff is just like straight up loan words. Like they don't even bother like doing a language translation. It's just like, yeah, GUI. That's not what these letters stand for in the language, but we all know what a GUI is. Like
GUI.
Yeah.
It's an easy way to learn a language. Tech podcast.
Yep.
Easier, I should say.
I mean, like, oh yeah, there's a ton of people who just learn how to read English from like comic books or like.
Unless it's French. My
Yeah.
brain rejects French.
Pourquoi?
Mais qu'est-ce que c'est?
Oh man. Well, we just got another deck streamer. Ugh.
Yeah. No, Strider, you need to be in a hot tub. What are you doing?
Right?
Yeah, the hot tub.
I might do that, but when it gets hotter, not when it's. Not,
See if it's water resistant.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. No.
That looks like it's
Drop
frozen.
test,
is what it
drop
looks like.
test, drop test, drop test, drop test.
It isn't frozen. I mean, I'm not moving, but yeah, the game is not
Yeah,
frozen.
the only thing on that screen's moving is the lights. And I'm the only problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only barely.
There, I'll hold down the accelerator button.
Look at that. Things move. Okay.
Smash.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really steer at this point, but yeah.
Do you get any more 10-year-old games that can crush?
That's because you get well. That's the thing though. You can play that 10-year-old game for like
That's totally
fucking 10 hours, right? Like how
And it's totally
Like
fine.
7.6 watts is what it's currently drawing.
Put it on
and,
15
The
FPS
battery is at 70%, and it's saying I have 4 hours left.
Yeah,
I
so-
can play this for a while.
20, 25 minutes.
Oh, it's this one.
No, from a full battery, apparently I
What?
could play it for about
Give
6
it-
hours.
give it some credit. It's not the Game Gear. It can at least like
Oh, no.
last
See,
an
I
hour
don't know.
before you.
I want to see some real world, like how accurate is the battery thing. That's all I'm concerned
Right.
about. I'm not
Oh,
saying it is or it isn't. I was like,
There's an accurate battery thing in the world? I haven't encountered one yet.
I want to
I mean,
see.
you're still blown out, Michael, but okay.
I want to see like an adapter for it that takes like a shit ton of D cell batteries.
See, I want to see somebody. No, I want somebody to do it with double A's.
Oh, double.
Just an entire industrial pack of
Yeah.
double A's.
Chain them together, and like it's doable. I'm not that bored, but
Yeah, Trackmania works on this thing. I might just replace my desktop. Like that's my goal. Just get rid of my desktop and just use the deck.
oh man, do you think you could run Windows on it for a month?
Oh yeah, totally, man.
All right.
It's like yeah, man. I got this kidney stone. I'm in awful pain all the time, so I'm just numb to everything else.
Yeah, okay. In that case, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's like, how much do you hate yourself?
Yeah. How numb are you to discomfort at this point? Like, there's a bit from the Raised by Wolves finale where it's like, how are you doing? How is like being alive unpleasant but tolerable?
Still need to watch that.
I still need to watch that.
Oh man. Oh.
Same. I've only watched 2 episodes.
See, I'll say they
Here, let
did a
me
game.
spoil a little bit more for you.
They did a Game of Thrones type thing with like episode 9 and 10.
Bitch, they ended the
Or
first series
something.
with the goddamn space snake. I mean,
It's the Nidhogg.
I have appropriate expectations. Throwing me a curveball from that group, it's going to take some work. I'm not.
Okay, all right.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Jill.
Yay.
Yeah,
Hey, Jill.
the Spoodermans also came out on the local video store.
Yeah, I saw that
this week.
Watch that.
Yeah, it was good. I liked it.
It was all right. I mean, I'm not
It was
big into Spider-Man.
overhyped.
Yeah, I mean, here's what I watched it for, and like I do mean this. Like I kind of scooted around and only slowed down when the Doctor Strange part showed up because that's what I was like. I need this part of the story for the Doctor Strange movie.
That's more important.
Yeah, there's like 2 relevant things for that, I guess. Yeah, in the entire movie, but whatever.
Well, yeah, they were also like the good parts of the movie, though.
There are other good parts of the movie,
just
man.
those 2.
All right, well,
That was it. Rest of it's a wash. Barely existed.
barely existed. No, I thought it was pretty good. I'm glad I didn't watch it in theaters though, because it was fucking long.
Fuck you. Let's go watch Batman.
I actually saw that.
Let's go
on my
watch the director's cut of all the Lord of the Rings movies.
Dude, the Batman movie is like 2 hours and 50 minutes long.
Dude, everything is 3 hours now. I remember when like you could actually get 2 movies in an afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. And you wonder why I skipped through shit?
I mean, if it's well done, shit, I'll watch it. But like, yeah, length is definitely a concern.
I mean, I will not say that Dragon Ball Z Abridged doesn't work.
Yes. Because that show is like
Very much
80%
does.
filler.
Remember
Oh,
Princess
man.
Snake? Remember Princess Snake?
They don't.
I do. Princess Snake. Well, that was like 2 episodes too. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
I thought that was going somewhere. No.
yeah, no, I remember watching that shit as a child and like, and like, yeah, you clued me into it because it never made sense to me as a kid. But once you said it clicked. Yeah, and those episodes are like 15 minutes long. Like half of the runtime was commercials. Like it was. They were scraping by,
Dude.
and like day to day, you're like, I need more. I need my Gaku. I need to know. I need to know
You
if
need that.
Krillin
You got to realize,
explodes.
like, a solid 4 minutes of every episode was screaming.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
Super
or-
Saiyan 3? Like him becoming Super Saiyan 3, Goku was one entire episode. I recall.
There was one part during the Frieza fight where it's just like randomly, let's see what Master Roshi's up to, and he's just like staring out in the distance, and he's like, I wonder how Goku's doing. It's like, huh, me too. You could show me that right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Strider, how's it running?
As good as you wanted to run.
Can
What
it do
is
60?
it? Is it Quake?
Trackmania Stadium
Trackmania?
2. Yeah. I've been watching him.
I haven't tried it, but it should be able to do 60.
That's very creepy. Jill's like,
Everything does.
Yeah.
pretty much.
voyeuristic.
Yeah, 60.
Yes, people have done Lord of the Rings Abridged. There was like the Darths and Droids one. I know the UNCUT people are like, they're doing a weird project where they're re-recording all the audio for Lord of the Rings, but like they're doing it themselves. So like all the Foley and all like the sound effects and all the dialogue, they're just like they're doing it with their mouths.
It's just a kazoo wrapped with a banana. You shall not pass.
An abridged series I also liked very much was Sword Art Online. Because, yes, the abridged series fixes effectively everything that's wrong with that show.
Well, I genuinely do
Thank
think about abridged because I want to feel like I got my money's worth when I get audiobooks, so I never get the abridged version. But holy hell, there's sometimes like I just should have got the abridged version of this. Holy fuck, really? We gotta go through all this? All right. Is this relevant? Let's skip ahead. No, none of that was relevant. None of it. Okay.
This book, dun dun dun.
Well, you do run into that. You're probably going to skip that one. But, hey, whatever. So, Pedro, have you played Left 4 Dead?
Aw.
I haven't played any first-person shooters yet.
No. When Nori takes the deck and fucks off, then Pedro is left for deck.
Damn.
Left by the deck.
Nope, for deck. She took it and left. You got left for deck.
Yeah.
Now
was
pretty
funny,
much
Jordan.
everyone has Back for Blood.
I downloaded a desk job because it's like, oh yeah, the Aperture desk job because, the test thingy, and I haven't started it yet. I started Baba Is You, Binding of Isaac, Blasphemous, Cave Story, Nori did that, Dark Souls 2, Elden Ring, Hot Wheels Unleashed, Inside, Let It Die, Noita, Victor Vran, and West of Loathing.
I played Sin. That was a bad idea. That was terrible. Keyboard-driven menu. It didn't get anywhere. And N++. That game is unverified or not unsupported, like unknown, but works great. And download the Linux version.
I got one. What was that? What about Epistory?
The typing game?
Yeah,
The typing
game.
game.
I guess you would have to hook up a keyboard for that to be easy.
No, you gotta-
easier.
Not if I want to be entertained.
Do
you know?
it with the on-screen keyboard.
Well, but here's the thing. Here's the thing with Epistory though.
Yeah,
Like,
do it like that.
Yes.
Yeah. There you go.
the thing with Epistory though is that it does scale based on how shitty you are.
It does, but
'Cause,
that
like-
keyboard is going to straight up cover up your word that you're supposed to be typing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like there's an enemy coming from the bottom of the screen. I can't see it.
Dad. Hungry.
Hey, there's a
Hi,
civic.
Vic. How are you doing?
Oh hey, how's it going, man?
Of course, stuff. Give me a sec. I'm going to rejoin, but in the browser because the desktop app for Discord has shit for codecs. Hey.
Really? That'd be better.
He's got the flashy green web.
Yeah, because my camera is actually worth the shit.
We can't
Yeah.
do good.
Man,
Yeah, exactly.
I wish my camera was worth the shit.
Logitech Brio on the desktop app explodes.
Yeah,
but-
but also the Brio is known for overheating too.
Yeah, but if I do this,
Bye.
It's nice seeing you.
Yeah, that's
No.
short and sweet and to the point, man.
yeah, thanks. Now it's actually not going to flash.
Possibly.
But now, are you gonna flash
Yeah.
us?
On request.
Not on Twitch. No.
Male nipples are fine. They said it themselves in their leaked documents.
Yes, but it has to be in the bathtub category.
I suddenly just said
It was a
math tub.
bathtub or
Now I
jacuzzi?
want a math tub.
It does. I don't know, Ben. It doesn't add up.
Oh man, it's some
Yeah,
of the
no.
parts, man. Come on.
But what's it full of? It's a math tub, but what do you
Titties?
put in it?
Matthews?
Formula.
Matthews.
Formulas. That's what. You can make little sine waves.
Hush, Mathma Chicken.
Ferrets.
Chicken.
Your homework looks like chicken scratch. I think they're onto us, Mathma Chicken.
Again.
Oh, so Civic, you haven't gotten your deck yet, or did you order one?
Yeah, I ordered one, then I canceled it to order a 64, canceled it, right back to order a 512. My account was actually fucked, so I actually had to call up Steam Steam support. So basically Q3.
Yay!
At that point, you just ask for one. Say,
So,
I need to check
I'm a
again
devel-
for
I'm a-
Skull
I'm a
Girls.
developer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look, I helped bring these two games to Linux. Please give me one.
No, you got to be more professional with Valve. You just be like, dear Valve, that Lutris nerd has two. Not fair.
I'm a little jealous. Send me one.
Dear Valve, gimme decky.
I'm just saying, man. Like,
Yeah, I told also Glorious Girl to ask for one.
Oh,
So what are you
absolutely.
doing? Like,
I mean, he actually has he kind of has a claim. He works for
Yeah,
fucking
he-
Red Hat.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
he's-
I've seen his review.
He
of
works
it.
on Wine.
Yeah.
Exactly. He works for Red
Linux
Hat. He
Gnu
works
was
on
able
Wine.
to
He actually
correct.
has a claim. I'm just a fucking nerd.
Yeah, that's right.
and
But
publish games on-
here's the thing,
But
though.
you've done
Sure.
development
Steam.
work for Steam, for games on Steam to bring to the operating system that the deck is running. You too have a claim.
But
So
Totally, yeah.
and I think I wanted to bring it up with in the talk with Strider, but I didn't get a chance. I think the moral of the story here is have the courage to ask for stuff you feel you don't deserve, because some people will just give you shit.
Unfortunately, you're right.
That's it.
you have-
That's
It's like
yeah, no,
sometimes you do end up putting yourself or disallowing yourself free shit because you don't think they're not gonna send it
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah. To be fair, part of me not asking is probably like imposter syndrome, which Jordan, I think you and I specifically know what the fuck is going on within my brain.
Yeah.
love yourself.
But like that this is the unsolicited relationship advice section. This is why it's no longer. This is why that joke is old now, because like I'm in a long-term relationship with a partner who I bought a house with. So like I don't know. It doesn't.
You guys literally moved in together.
Yeah, like I'm adulting pretty hard right now.
I am so sorry.
But here's the thing. Yeah. It never hurts to ask. It
Yeah,
never
I
hurts
know.
to ask, and ask for stuff you feel you don't deserve, because sometimes people will just give it to you.
Dude,
Yeah.
like, didn't you give, like that porn game guy like a deck, like the Koikatsu, I think, or like I don't know, like some Japanese.
Are
They
you
gave several
shitting me?
porn games developers decks. Yes.
Well, like again, if it moves units, it moves units, right?
It doesn't just move units.
At some point,
No,
they
it
will run out.
moves your unit.
At some point, they will run out of dev kits. So these are not like the actual units they send to consumers. So at some point they will run out. So you'll better ask sooner than later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But-
That's my issue. I don't actually want to take a dev kit from actual devs that actually
And you-
need the thing.
I mean,
They
the
gave
ones
one to
that
Strider.
need
Actual
it-
dev.
That guy's one
They
of
give-
those.
Cybic, you've worked
They-
on Vulcan for goodness sakes. You deserve.
No, I
a
did not
Steam
work on Vulcan. I worked on OpenGL
So-
abominations.
So
yeah.
Yes.
So-
and
so-
You're an
so-
actual
so-
developer. You have
contributed.
two games on Linux.
Civic. They gave one
Don't
to
put
Alex,
yourself
the guy
down,
who makes
Civic.
the rhythm game, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
That's
I get
still
that.
in early access.
yeah, like you're not taking a dev kit from someone. Valve is a multi-billion-dollar company. They can produce more. Don't feel bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, see it as a way of sticking it to the billionaires.
Whatever you need to tell yourself. Yeah.
Hey,
It's-
Valve may
Stick it
deliver
to Nintendo.
Gaben might
but
deliver
like,
it to you personally.
Exactly, Lord Gaben
but-
might
and-
show up at your doorstep.
and here's
First
the
of all,
thing: if
do not
you
do not put Gaben on a pedestal. Gabe is just a dude. He is a respectable dude. That being said, I don't live in Seattle, so that
Yeah.
No, you had to live right around
Yeah,
Bellevue.
near
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I saw videos.
I'm just saying, if you ever find yourself thinking that's not fair to the corporation, stop that. Stop doing
Yes.
it.
No,
Absolutely.
fuck that. It's not about being fair to the corporations. Fuck that shit with a rake sideways. It's more on the devs part. I don't actually want to take a unit from an actual dev that might actually need it, since
but
the
again,
developers
like,
for specifically Skullgirls, I'm technically not in that sphere anymore. Same with Reign 6.
Okay.
And
so like that,
and
that's fair. But here's the thing. You asking and them saying, you know what, sure, why not, is different than you taking a unit from another developer, right? Like you said it yourself. You're not attached to them. If they say yes, then whatever. If they say no, then you're stuck waiting another 3 months anyways, right?
Hell, I'd actually settle for you know what? We'll let you order early because development.
Yeah, and you know what? Yeah, if you can get a human, sometimes you can get shit done, right?
Yeah.
And you do have a claim. Make no mistake, you do have a claim.
Yeah.
2 of them, actually.
Yeah, and it's
Several.
3.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare
3,
yourselves
yeah.
and behold and witness a crippling fear of rejection.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm ADHD. This is literally part of my brain chemistry.
Oh, I know. So say fuck you, brain, or I'll stab you with the Q-tip and snap your brain with the Q-tip.
I mean,
And don't let them lie to you. People are like, you can only do that once.
Nah.
There, you have 2 ears. Yes.
Matt, you were going to say?
yeah, Alex has had to push me to ask for a deck like a couple times, like before I actually did it, because I had this idea in the back of my head, but I didn't actually go through or ask anyone about it.
And then basically Microsoft said, we made Edge as a flat pack so that everyone can actually use that shit on the deck. And now you're like, Microsoft made a flat pack. Fuck it,
Pedro,
let's do a Lutra's flat pack.
Pedro, while we're on the subject, I have a dumb question.
Oh.
Did you ever email Valve about getting Steam Decks for all of us?
No.
Oh,
Damn it.
why?
Ruined it.
Because we would
I am
need to get
disappointed.
3.
Yeah, he talked about that earlier. Aw.
And those would be dev kits that would be going away from developers if they decided to send it to us. For us.
Developers who
Which-
need a dev kit, they already ask for one. They already have it.
Yeah, no, this is my imposter syndrome. That's what stopped me from doing. It's like,
Again, just to kind of twist the knife a little. We didn't get any either. So, and we probably could have asked. They probably would have said no, but maybe they would have said yes. Who knows?
Yes.
Gaming on Linux has one, and
if it was just the one, sure, I'm pretty sure we could have gotten the one. But it's like,
Jason had
the one.
Experiment has one.
Doesn't
And they send 3
behind
just.
Puronics have one as well?
Probably
Yeah,
because
that-
they
does Lionel have
asked.
one?
That's what it boils down to in this equation. I mean, but you know what?
Yeah.
Barring a fucking time machine doesn't matter now.
And we exhausted the time travel budget this episode.
Pretty much.
Well,
Rohit, are you wearing an undershirt under your t-shirt?
No. It's all skin here, baby.
Oh no.
Hot.
all right. I was hoping for some hair there, but no.
This?
Didn't know I was doing that much.
No, dude, I wasn't even looking at your neck. I was looking at your goddamn shadow profile. At least you're not in witness protection this week. We'll give you that.
Listen, he murders a lot of people and then flips on other people.
Dude, we are live.
What?
Don't put this in on a recorded feed. Christ.
You're in the wrong fucking place, son, if that's concerned.
Oh yeah, no, if you don't want to be on the list, you need to go
I don't
now
care.
because we're
I don't
already
care for
there, buddy.
myself. I don't care for myself, just for him.
Emergency drink.
So, Rohit, I hope you understand. I am not attempting to slander you, right? Because libel is written. Slander. Is it libel? Libel is spoken.
I don't know.
I thought libel was written.
Slander is spoken, libel is written.
Libel is
Right, yeah.
written.
No, I think I was right the first time. Slander is spoken, libel is written.
Well, write it down.
Yes.
Damn.
Write it down.
Yes,
There you go,
write down
Jordan,
this
that's
is
all you
slander,
remember.
and then everyone goes in. What?
Listen, you can subscribe to my OnlyFans where you can see my insane screeds about Rohit and all the murders I believe he may or may not have committed.
I'm hurt, Jordan.
But
But also, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Strider, what are you drinking? Apple juice?
Iced tea.
Ew.
Well, there's nothing wrong with us.
Oh, you're all done with the pink drink?
Yeah, strawberry raspado, yes.
Well, the fruit punch thing has stained my cup red. I don't know if it shows
poor
up.
you.
Well, rinse it out with some Diet root beer.
Not seeing it.
No, there's no more left.
Bullshit little 12-ounce cans.
Clearly there was some. We saw some go into your mouth.
I need to connect that to my deck. I think it has like no internal drivers or I think I would need to get my dongle for that.
But
No, you
when
don't.
Are you trying to
Rohit,
communicate, Civic? Here, I'll see if I can help.
I tried to deck with
Oh, nice.
when Deckintosh,
Why don't we just all do our Steam controllers? All right.
Rohit, when are you hacking?
I can give you
OS
the one I
10
have
on it?
new unboxed in the other room.
I cannot hear
Wait,
you.
you actually have a new not unboxed?
Yeah,
Still?
they were $5. I bought two.
Fuck.
Jordan, I couldn't
yes,
hear
I
you.
actually missed. I actually missed getting all of the stock. Yeah.
I didn't need an extra
Are-
one. I already had one. And they were like $5. I'm
Sorry,
like,
Jordan.
fine. Let's get another
Don't
one.
worry, it's fine.
I
It's not.
got
It's
one
it's
as
not.
well.
It's not important. You'll never know where the treasure's buried.
Good.
Yeah.
now they work.
I'll find out.
One more good.
I'll find out when I kill you.
No,
All right. Is that liable or
no,
It's
No, that's
that-
premeditation.
it's not
That right
liable.
there was
That
premeditation.
He
is
may
what
be
that
liable
that
now.
constitutes a threat.
I'm sorry.
No, is it a threat or is it a promise?
Listen,
It could be a
I may or may not have set up my life insurance so that if you kill me, then you get all my money, like some kind of RPG drop.
That's fraud.
A nice gold bag, a dollar sign on it.
that's even
Yeah,
worse,
no, it's-
man? That's Canadian tax fraud. That's like
Yeah, right.
you go to hell twice.
I got a bite-sized Snicker though, so that's cool.
Oh man. So I'm trying to think. Multiplayer. Have you installed Edge? Anybody installed Edge yet? Well, anybody have Game Pass to install it?
On-
Not yet,
oh,
but I
right.
installed Chrome from the AUR. It's basically the same thing. I installed that because Chrome was
No,
missing.
the user agent string is different, so you don't get bounced off of Microsoft's gaming servers.
You get 480p at 15 FPS.
Actually, when I opened Xbox.com/play, it actually didn't boot me out. It's just that I do not have the Game Pass.
You don't.
Right.
You haven't
No,
installed the ActiveX extensions in Internet Explorer.
That's a cut.
How fucking dare you? This will give me nightmares.
Nightmares!
Active desktop all the
No,
things.
not nightmares. That shit is going to give me daymares.
Listen, man. Long as you have the appropriate VB script set up on the IIS server, you're gonna be all right, man.
Now you're trying to
aren't-
make me
Oh
barf.
God.
Aren't daymares just regular horses?
Yeah.
Not if they got their eyes closed.
So true, Jordan.
I can't believe there's an actual game called Daymare. It felt like when I was a kid, I thought like, whoa, Nightmare. Like, what about Daymare? And they actually made a game out of it.
My band
someone
name
don't-
sucks.
Oh man.
Brightmare.
Nightmare.
Whoa.
Lightmare.
You know what?
Darkmare?
I'm not going to say I wouldn't go see Brightmare in concert, but I'd have to see a poster first.
What about Tightmare?
Nightmare.
Tightmare.
I have my doubts on that one.
I think that's porn.
What about
I think
how
Nightmare
about
is porn.
Caremare?
Or
that
That's
just
the children's
that
show,
just-
yes.
Yeah, that's
Is-
basically
wait,
a
hold on.
knockoff of Care Bears.
No, that is straight up My Little Pony though. That's what Care
Is it
Bear
Care
is.
Bears or gummy bears?
My dude, do not slander My Little Pony.
My industrial, my
I'm
MLP
not.
industrial band. Yeah, that no.
Yeah, no, you got to protect that corporate intellectual property.
Wait, so that would be like share bears?
No, not exactly. At the very least, MLP Gen 3 Season 1 and Season 2 from Lauren Faust were essentially Hasbro anime instead of like American cartoon.
Owned by Hasbro, the multinational conglomerate.
Hasbro,
that owns
multi-billion-dollar
Wizards of the
company.
Coast, amongst other things.
Still, Lauren Faust did an actual good job in creating a cartoon that was less American and more actual good shit.
That's a strange equation of
How very Canadian of you.
American to bad. That's
And it's not necessarily American is
like
bad, but
Batman the Animated Series is an American show.
Yes.
Yeah.
that's fair. Right.
I refuse to argue about fucking anime. Man.
I will argue about children's
My Little
cartoons
Pony
until the
anime.
cows come home. Man, like let's go, dude. I will fight you on the internet IRL. 1v1 me, bro.
Oh man.
In the
already
metaverse.
had to go-
I paid like $150,000 for this NFT sword. That I'm gonna
Print
cut
this
you.
NFT on your ass, baby.
If someone actually paid 150 grand for an NFT of a Buster Sword, they are fucking idiots.
But someone would.
Oh,
And it wasn't.
I know, that's the sad part. I can actually mint it myself.
well, I
I
think
made
we're at
zero
the
claims
point,
about my intelligence.
We're at the point in NFTs where
Oh, I know, Jordan.
where reality, everyone involved in NFTs are going, wait a minute. That's the cycle we're at right at this point.
Is that what I did? Did I just buy that?
What?
The only way to add value to NFTs is to buy them yourself with your own crypto. So you artificially
Jack
inflate
the
the
value
price.
up.
That,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which is
Hey,
fraud.
remember tulips? Remember how people had to take mortgages on their house in
Shut
in
up, you
Holland
Dane.
for tulips?
You crazy, wacky Danish person. That was a. Or was it
no.
Dutch? It was Dutch.
Dutch,
Yes.
yeah. I too get this. I too get people from Switzerland and Sweden confused all the time,
That'll get you stabbed.
right?
No, what just stabbed is getting finished.
Austria and Australia. Like, what's the fucking deal? Why not just
Oh, no,
become one
wait.
place already?
I mean, they're both in Eurovision, so.
Australia.
No, Australia is in Eurovision. I don't know why, but it is.
Wait, Australia isn't Euro.
Yes, we are.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Google that
At
shit.
some point,
Because by Eurovision they mean white people vision. That's kind of it.
I guess US doesn't count, but yeah.
The US doesn't count. Canada doesn't count. Jordan.
Well,
come on.
listen, you gotta blame Canada, right? We have Anne Marie, Justin Bieber, Bryan Adams. Like, we're not really
Celine
winning
Dion.
any favors.
Celine Dion.
Yeah. Like, there's a reason they keep us out of there. It's fine.
Wait,
You
didn't
have
we have
Bare Naked
Yahoo?
Ladies?
We had Nickelback, Civic.
Listen,
Nickelback.
I'm sure
yeah.
they have like Eurovision
Okay,
kids for
yeah.
Chad
sure.
Kroger.
Fine.
Possibly. I
Fine,
don't know.
don't remind me. Christ.
I like Bare Naked Ladies, so Canada still has them.
I used to go to synagogue with the leader of Bare Naked Ladies before he got fired for doing a bunch of cocaine. That man is
Okay.
sweaty in normal situations. That's my degree of separation to a famous person. I used to sit next to that dude in fucking
Oh,
synagogue
man.
as a child. That was
I
it.
had no. Wow, I had no idea. That's crazy. That's crazy. Stephen Page.
Fucking
Stephen Page.
Yeah, send him a tweet. Be like, sup, stud. Remember me?
Yeah. Remember me? I was a lot shorter and less hairy. Or maybe I was a lot shorter and equally hairy. It could go either way.
Proportionally equally hairy, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to be negatively hairy.
Like me.
Have the hair like grow inside you?
Oh, yeah.
Nah. But
You don't want internal hairs.
Internal hairs.
Internal hair.
Can't help but shake the feeling like that would be very itchy.
Internal Hair sounds like a good band name. I would go listen to Internal Hair.
Yeah.
I would check out their mixtape. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, no, fuck that.
Yeah, I know.
Some like grindcore band or something. I don't know.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Free jazz.
So, has anybody tried any of the Valve? Valve did a lot of work updating Left 4 Dead and Portal and all that shit.
Portal. Yeah.
Actually, specifically Portal 2, it's not exact. I'm not sure it's quite Valve, more like some devs related to the whole project.
How
the
is
original
Synergy?
two people that made the first Portal?
I don't know.
How is Synergy on the deck?
Like the dude that made the XVK
No.
might have.
Well, I could, if I needed to dial it back, people with access to the fuck mothering source code.
Oh, Joshi.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Dude, I saw like that dude's like actual name. I'm like, really? Is that what his name is?
Like Philip Robele or something? Like
Yes,
that?
really? He's a, I don't know. In my brain, it's always
okay. When you
it's
said
always
that,
been like the fucking near icon, right? Like,
okay, yeah,
The anime girl.
Okay,
Not an anime girl? Holy shit!
When I was hearing like actual name, I was thinking like Thunder Chainsaw Omitsotron or something. You're like, no, his name's Craig or some shit.
Yeah, it's like Philip. Yeah,
Philip.
Right.
Is he an actual? Is he
anime
actually
girl?
German?
Probably not.
No, German.
Probably German. Yeah.
It's Deutschsujin. Come on, it's like literally German person.
I mean, it is
And
one of our top
and a
4
weeb.
exports.
He's literally a German weeb, probably.
Not my fault anymore.
Basically in the same vein, Matsu could have been could have had his handle Furanzujin.
I guess I'm just used to like, Joshi, you know, Josh.
Yeah, Josh.
Josh.
Yeah,
Joshua Ashton.
I mean, that's it's like that's it's like less of a leap, right? Like, so when you go back to like, it's Deutschsujin and Joshi. Oh, you mean Philip and Josh?
Yeah.
Frog lover. That works too. No, I'm just
Froggy boy. Yes.
I mean,
sorry, Josh.
yes.
Sorry, Josh.
Well, seriously, man, you got to be looking for a fight if you're going to take offense to that.
That's how you're identifying yourself on the internet. So yeah,
right.
that
if you're like amphibious kin, you're like, what do you mean? How dare you? I'm like, really?
I'm looking at your
Opens a
Twitter handle.
It's all Shape of Water. Yeah.
Fucking amphibians, man. Land, sea, pick a side, bitch.
Fish fucker.
Listen, if they were a sexy fish, I'd consider it. I'd have to talk to them first. You know, I'm not shallow.
Are you a sentient fish? Can you consent? Okay.
The worst part being, there is a reference to an anime in there. There is one anime with a sentient fish.
Hold on.
In recent memory, and I hate it.
I'm thinking of the Studio Ghibli one, like Puyo.
No, you said shallow. No, I'm thinking about like deep sea consent and like.
I mean, you want to talk about deep sea consent? Let's talk about anglerfish, man.
No, I was thinking about the sequel to the Feel of Water, or whatever that movie was.
Shape of Water.
Yeah.
There's a sequel.
There will be if I have anything to say about it. Call me Hollywood.
I was a little sad they didn't try to like tie it to Abe Sapien, but I get like it's an unrelated thing with a similar character because Guillermo del Toro loves Creature from the Black Lagoon. That's his favorite movie.
Mm-hmm.
I watched 3/4 of that movie. I mean, it was alright for what it was.
I watched it on what was it, Mystery Science Theater, but that was returned.
I mean, like you gotta. It's one of those things where it's like they were getting away with like what they could get away with like $1,000. They spent all the money on like the camera and the film, and everything else was just kind of
the bare necessity.
Yeah.
Do You haven't tried Skyrim yet.
No.
Which version
which
of
version?
Skyrim? Yeah.
On my account, I only have the
Ocean
one,
War?
which is the old one.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
Nori
yeah,
actually
yeah,
has the new
DX9.
legendary.
Yeah, Super Turbo
Legendary.
Deluxe Edition. I got one of
Do you,
those.
do you,
Yeah,
do
the
you have Skyrim
DX11
for Alexa?
version, effectively.
But I can't fucking tell the difference with my peasant. I'm like, yeah, it looks like Skyrim. I guess something wiggles
I
different.
mean,
God rays. Ooh.
I mean,
There's
it's
global
been- it's-
illumination. Everything looks a bit softer.
I guess.
Again,
God rays.
it's the same fucking game for like the past 10 years, right? Like,
Oh yeah, challenge
Pretty much.
accepted. I mean, the
Yeah.
motherfuckers are just waiting for somebody to release a new console.
yep.
Like,
They are
they're going
masters
to
at
release
spitting out
a-
that port. Yeah, like
Deck version.
oh, probably.
Even if it's just a PC. Dude.
Yeah, deck optimized. Optimized for deck. That'll be $20, please.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll buy it. No.
I've tried Skyrim on the Lutris consoles.
I have a question for the deck people. Golf with your friends.
Say it again.
Golf with your friends.
Oh,
Not
Yeah, see how
go to
the
hell.
mouse
that.
control works with the trackpad. That
Well,
would
it works
be cool.
with a controller. I mean, you can play golf.
Yeah,
with
it
your friends
has
with a controller.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
But it would be neat to see if how the trackpad, because I've never played it with the Steam Deck.
How big is
You
it?
gotta play it.
I don't know.
You gotta
If I had a
pull-
Steam Deck, I would be like, you know what? Fuck these trackpads. I'm using the controller parts.
You gotta
Yeah,
use the
fine,
touch
that would be
screen.
good.
Use the touch screen for golf with your friends.
Yep. No.
3.65.
yeah, I have the left trackpad set as the mouse
Big
in case I need it, because
Okay.
some games there are some things you can't do with controllers. So that's my fallback, but that's it.
Do they have a
I
global
don't
Steam
touch
overlay
the
setting
trackpad.
for that? Are they have a global Steam input setting for that? Like,
Yeah,
do you mean?
if you
can.
You
Yes.
you
I
can
do.
set it globally, yes, or you can
Okay.
set it per game.
okay, yeah, I was just interested if like yeah, for example, if you like change a bunch of the mappings for whatever reason, do they persist across all games, or do you have to set it up each time? Yeah.
If you use the same layout for all games,
Okay. All right.
And you have
Yeah.
some keys. You have some overlay with the Steam key.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Then
I
you
can't
have a-
read what it is to me either. No
It's
idea.
so bright.
Oh, there it is.
Control it.
All right. There
For
it is.
science.
Okay.
Oh, what is
Boom.
this?
Nice.
Okay, it's still learning about this game.
it's saying it
Still
hasn't been tested yet. Yes.
learning. Well, let's-
Aw.
what is
Officially,
this?
anyway.
Goddamn Eula.
Yeah.
That explains why.
It's going to take
Okay.
you 20 minutes to read it, man. I mean,
We take no responsibility for flying decks.
oh, yeah.
Flying dicks or flying decks?
I'm not picking.
yes.
How are the aerodynamics on it?
Who's going to be the first one? Okay.
Shader. Let's see.
So if you had to put money on it, first person to drop their deck, Jordan, Pedro, Matthew,
Oh, me.
or
Me.
Rohit. We got volunteers apparently.
Me.
You?
Absolutely me. Yep.
Wait,
Here's my phone.
Rohit, have you already?
Oh,
Okay.
Rohit has hit his
Rohit.
stuff.
Yeah.
Rohit's just like,
Has stuff
listen,
hit.
man, sometimes I just spike shit for fun. That's it.
Please, for the love of fuck, buy.
Both of my phones,
buy
the screen
tempered
is still
glass.
intact, so.
So it means you're
I want
due.
my next phone, maybe.
My screen protector has absorbed a couple scratches. I don't know if they show up.
There's the case from D Brand. That's
Yeah,
the
the kill switch.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I think I'll get that. I might get
Yep.
that.
Yeah, I kind of want one of those because it has the kickstand.
Yeah, yeah, I think-
And
yeah.
also
Exactly why
because
I
it's
wanted
named to piss off Nintendo.
Yep. Oh, D brand.
because fuck Sony first, now fuck Nintendo.
Yep. Gotta respect it.
I have never dropped my phone ever. I'm too careful. I don't even have a case on my phone. That's how careful I am.
I've dropped my phone.
I don't
But the
trust
screen
my
has not
phone.
broken.
I
Oh,
put a
that's
screen
good.
protector
Myself,
on
I
my.
don't trust my pockets. I don't trust the people around.
Nice.
I
I put a
as
screen
I
protect. I put a screen protector on my car's touchscreen, and then a mate came into my car and basically hit my touchscreen with his watch. Just after saying, "Why did you install this thing on the touchscreen?" And I'm like,
So my deal, like I mentioned on Thursday, is like if you looked at the game code of the universe and you pulled up my character sheet, I have a dexterity of about like 6 or 4 or whatever the agility stat is, it low. So a lot of my shit goes flying relatively frequently, with great speed because I can apply some force at times.
See, my intelligence is high enough to keep my mouth shut because I'm not tempting fate about any of this shit. I'm just like
4 to 6 dex with about 18 in strength is not a bad, but not a good mix either.
oh man, can you open up Chrome and get Google Voice going so you make a phone call?
I'm in the menu at least, so
All right.
yeah,
Wonderful.
Works.
does something.
I mean, can you go into the options and look at the controls? Because if you can, there you go, it works.
I've been pretty good about not.
Yeah,
I've been pretty good about not fucking up screens.
Even
One I had really bad luck.
There you go.
Because it fell right onto a piece of rock salt.
As
Screen down.
I have more questions, but continue.
There's salt everywhere in Toronto. Like it's in the winter when it gets all icy.
Oh.
Yeah, salting.
Yeah.
Toronto's basically fucking salty.
Yeah. There's
mean-
just like road salt and shit everywhere.
Road salt, yes. Okay, I was envisioning a slab of rock salt. I was like, okay. Making ice cream?
You have to realize it's Toronto. So first, they're salty. Second, they have the Maple Leafs. They're double salty.
That's a sports joke, Jordan.
Apparently.
like salty in one.
Couldn't have cut him deeper.
Yeah,
I'm from Montreal. I had to actually take. I had to take the shot. All right.
Right over my head.
I know.
Yay!
I know the Maple Leafs are our football team, and that's about it.
I didn't know that, so I learned something today. I'm happy.
Dude, Canadian football is no joke.
Oh yeah, CFL is pretty good. I legit hurt Civic there. That was great. I love that. I saw him like physically reel in pain. That was very good.
My cheeks hurt.
I'm aware that the Maple Leafs are our baseball team. I know.
How many baseball teams does Canada have? Like, for real, is it 1 or 2?
0.
The Blue Jays?
Yeah.
We're just taking the piss right now.
Yeah, there used to be the Expos or the Alouettes or the
I don't know.
Yeah, Alouettes. Wait, the Alouettes were actually Montreal football team, I think, or one of them.
Hi,
Yeah.
y'all motherfuckers just tuning in thought we were talking about Steam Decks, didn't you? I got you.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There's exactly one sports team from Canada that I'm aware of, which I don't think they exist anymore, but the Saskatchewan Swastikas was a hockey team.
I think I know why it no longer exists.
Yeah, but in Canada, in Montreal specifically, Alouette were the football team. We still have the Impact, which is the soccer or actual football team instead of American football. Is bullshit. Canada for hockey, and then the Expos for baseball. But then the Expos were exported.
I just found out about the one sports thing I do care about that happened tonight.
We've been over this. Curling is not a sport.
No, the boxing. Hafthor Bjornsson versus Eddie Hall. Thor won. So the Mountain took it over the British guy, which is pretty much how I figured it was going to go.
What, they were boxing?
Yeah, boxing.
Why?
Because they have some beef and they want to make a bunch of money beating each other up.
Right.
Publicity money, yeah.
I was about to say, shouldn't they be beating up YouTubers or some shit? Isn't that what they do?
No, that's the thing. YouTubers need to beat each other to be, competitive.
That's the thing. That's the thing, though. Like Eddie Hall and Hafthor Bjornsson are like former world's strongest men. If I got punched by one of those guys, I'm pretty sure I would just disintegrate.
They would have to catch you, though.
Dude, fucking Thor leaned up. It's crazy. Like, both of them did. Like, they went from like fucking big old bloat lords down to like skinny dudes. Like, I mean, they're still huge, but like,
You get like a little step ladder.
Ripped huge.
yeah.
Ripped.
Not ripped huge, but like, yeah, I guess kind of ripped huge, yeah. But like, chunky ripped.
Okay.
Well,
Yep, this phone is going to die.
Well, yeah. I just want to know who was gonna win. I found it out. Was like I called it. I wish I put some money on it, but I didn't. So
On you.
No, that gambling thing is just devoid in me. My brain doesn't even process that. Betting on a sporting event? Like, can I rig it?
I mean, like if you think you have a good idea of who's gonna win, like whatever.
I like the RNGs, like the scratches. If I go to the store, it's like, yeah, give me a scratch.
Thing, though, Jordan. I want a good idea of who's going to win, plus possibly somebody kidnap an immediate family member,
like a Marcellus Wallace situation,
something like that. Right?
Yeah.
Then I'll put some money down. But like guesswork, I don't know. That's like poisoning the horse, and they get a new horse.
Yeah.
Don't poison horses,
That
kids.
fucking horse.
What? It's a beautiful horse. It's amazing. Look at it.
The horse.
Oh, I don't have that button.
The pre-COVID days where you could just grab someone else's mask and put it on your head.
You can still do it.
Yeah.
Yes, you still can do it.
I mean, flesh-eating bacteria don't give a damn, Pedro.
Just one
That's a horrible
sniff of
thing
that
to call a
fog and
horse.
you're inside out. It's just like that flesh-eating virus you read out.
I don't know. Don't know. We got anything else going on?
I don't think so. It's been
Everything's edible. Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen anybody choke on a Steam Deck yet. We've kind of covered that.
like I said. I think you could if you.
Okay, I have a big mouth, but I still couldn't fit the Steam Deck in my mouth.
But
okay,
but what if you had like Steven Tyler mouth, right? Like, what if you could just get real?
What do you think the first reported deck-related death will be?
Oh, jeez.
Next year.
Someone shoving it up their ass.
No,
Walking as a pedestrian
someone
across the street.
Yeah.
Someone playing the deck, driving a Tesla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you do that when you can play video games on the Tesla?
Because,
But on the
because
Tesla,
there's
it's disabled
actually-
while you're driving.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So basically, you'd be behind the wheel or even in the passenger seat, and with some hacks that basically driverless, playing on your deck, killing someone, and then basically getting
killing
ended
yourself at the
because-
same time? Yeah, like yeah.
But what if
Exactly.
you were doing that and hit somebody not paying attention playing their Steam Deck?
No, yeah.
Right, like, well, yeah, like everyone involved in this
deck,
accident.
right?
Yeah,
Everybody has a deck.
everyone in
It's
the
just
accident.
fucking Carmageddon.
And then a bus crashes into it, and everyone on the bus, including the driver, are playing on their
In
Steam
this
Decks.
equation, cows are spheres. All right, shut up. We're gonna make this happen.
We're
The future the
trying to
kids
think of
want.
some- we're trying
And
to think of something
there's a
realistic.
guy in the middle, and if he pulls a lever, the explosion will go towards one group of people on their decks, and if he pulls the
it's a
lever
trolley
another way,
conundrum now.
yeah, it only goes to one person. But he's too busy playing on his Steam Deck, so he can't respond.
Dude, we're trying to think of something relatively not completely insane. Not an Xbox.
That's
mean-
no,
Completely
that's not what I'm
ignoring
doing.
what was in front of him, like the astronaut who was supposed to keep the International Space Station in geosynchronous orbit.
Except he's too busy on the Steam Deck too. He's playing Elden Ring.
Valve, shut it down.
Curse you, Valve, for sending the Steam Deck to space.
What if science rot?
Oh
Wait, did
man!
they?
See, this is why Gabe moved to New Zealand so he could fortify that bitch.
And that's why we're all going to hell, ladies
I'm
and
just saying
gentlemen.
the collateral. It's like, worst case when they come after me, it'll just be sheep.
Yeah. No, but you gotta get the sheeps on the Steam Deck too. They're playing a scapegoat.
They're all sheep, Jordan. They're all sheep.
I have that in GOG, not Steam.
The GOG deck. What's the GOG deck going to look like, other than its ability to drool?
Sadness. It would look like sadness.
It looks like the Aya Neo.
You're like, this is a Game Boy.
Damn.
The GOG deck is going to
It's
be
like the 1X
whatever-
player, but somehow a little bit worse.
It's like the GPD Pocket
whenever-
Win.
GPD really stuffed their feet in their mouth.
Oh yeah, was it the CO? Was just like you can't pirate games on the deck. Yeah, imagine something like that.
Installing Windows on the deck and then running one of the
Pirate
3D
games.
Mark things at
1440.
2560 by 1440 on Ultra. And then
Strider-
going, oh yeah, that doesn't look very good.
Strider knows all about installing Windows on your Steam Deck to play GOG games.
Mm-hmm.
This is the only way to do it.
You totally need Windows. Otherwise,
It's the
how
only
are you
way.
going to install like?
I mean, GOG themselves said that you could install Windows on your deck to play their games.
Yeah.
Yeah, without any sound, but okay.
Oh, somebody needs to hit him back up. Be like, so how do I get sound working? Just to see what that poor marketing human has to deal with. That has fuck all idea of.
I think that marketing human may have been, have had their Twitter rights removed.
I went to some of the Intel gaming stuff that they hosted in Toronto, and I'm like, do you guys have an engineer here? I'm like, no, we're all salespeople. I'm like, damn it. All right, well, like, no, you not even, you didn't like haul someone along to set up like the projectors and shit. No, all right.
Then somebody's like, but hey, sir, and you're like, I know more than you. Go.
Yeah, it's like. Like, I want to have a conversation with someone interesting, but you're not that person.
Well,
Rejected.
actually, speaking of the Wi-Fi loses connection, that's a bug in the current version of the Steam Deck. You actually need to enable developer mode to disable the power saving for Wi-Fi. Otherwise, every now and then it just cuts out.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi cut out in desktop mode a few minutes ago or something during
You
files
need to in this like the actual deck UI enable developer mode and disable the power saving.
I'm
don't
gonna
know
be
if I
that
did that.
weirdo that
Okay,
gets just a Type C to USB to Ethernet dongle, and then just have that
Right.
running throughout the entire house. Just get a really long cable, bring it with me everywhere.
Okay, so someone tell me, is the Wi-Fi chip Broadcom?
How do I do that? LSPCI or something?
Yep, or
LSPCI will do it. Yes.
Unless it's a
gotta
USB
be
one,
PCI.
then it's LSUSB.
Yeah, basically LSPCI would give the MPCIe. LSUSB would give potentially like, for example,
Bluetooth. Yeah.
What,
Exactly.
you didn't install OK Gaben on it?
LSHW also would work too.
yeah, but
Yeah,
dude,
LSHW will give
we
you
want
anything.
quick display, not some verbose shit.
So then you're saying you want DMID code, and then you pipe the entire
Code.
thing out.
Fuck yeah.
and-
Listen, that's when you
DMID code grab Wi-Fi.
that's some goddamn desperation right there. I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
That is BIOS. Tell me what the fuck is plugged in here, please.
Network controller, Realtek Semiconductor Company.
Oh,
Realtek, that's even fucking worse.
That's where it's broad.
I mean, it doesn't require proprietary drivers, but
Yeah, you probably can't read this, so I don't know why I'm bothering. Yeah, you can't read that.
Because
I
you like
cannot read
showing
that.
things.
Yeah.
yeah, I know. Just I'm vain.
I bet you think the song
Yeah.
is about you, don't you?
Don't you? Don't you? Yep. I'm on GOG right now.
strikes me
Okay.
as somebody that might fuck up some karaoke, man. We might break it down.
I did karaoke in Japan. Yeah, I think I did a Mudvayne song, and I think I screamed so loudly. I think some people like heard me outside. That was embarrassing.
Was that before you got on stage?
He was just peeing in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh! Yeah. Let's see if a God game works on the deck.
I installed Carrion and Quick 3 from GOG.
So you ran the Mojo setup installer and it worked?
I ran them with Lutris.
Oh, I was about to say, if you launched like the native version of Carrion, did it find a way to launch on your desktop monitor out of spite?
I don't know. I didn't have the desktop monitor. I just had.
It doesn't matter, man. That I didn't assume that would get in the way of Carrion. It it's like leftmost monitor. Fuck you. Period. It is an exposition.
It's not connected, so.
Yeah, right. But this was unplugged.
It's not even connected to power, so.
Oh man, I mean, it's a better love story than the Linux version of the last Metro 2033.
Oh yeah.
Last
Or-
Light.
For Exodus?
Yeah, that one.
Or
Yeah.
I never
Or
had
of
the
the-
Linux. Oh no, now I have it because I bought the bundle for Ukraine that has Metro Exodus for Steam, but I only had the GOG version which didn't have the Linux ports.
You're not missing
Wait,
anything.
Exodus-
The only way to run Exodus at any acceptable performance and
I had always extremely good performance on that game, like 144 FPS or stuff like that in like high settings, even when I didn't have my with my RX 580, I still had like some crazy high FPS. This game is like really well optimized.
So wait, so Exodus is on Linux?
Yeah.
Huh,
Yes.
I didn't know. Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that. I missed that news.
yeah. Skip over the.
We got the one-off version, and it kind of.
Not that great.
Yeah, even when Ryan's calling you out on fucking Twitter, you might not have done the best job on it.
what in the
And it
name
did something
of...
really stupid, because if you rebound like WAS to, say, the directional arrows, you then could not navigate the menus, because the menus were hard-coded to WASD, and since those keys no longer did anything, you can't fucking do anything.
I'm sad. I'm running the GOG Escape Goat Mojo subinstaller, and it defaults to the STD out mode, not the GUI mode. I guess it doesn't have the GUI libraries for GUI.
Good lord. I did not expect the Humble Bundle Ukraine to be this big.
Oh, have you seen
123
the
games.
Have you seen the
Yeah.
itch.io one?
Yeah,
The itch one's huge.
The dude
The
that
itch is
actually
900
created,
yeah, 900 and something.
yeah,
games.
the dude that created the itch, the itch bundle were actually mutuals. But yeah, god
I got
damn.
both.
That's where I got my copy of Thirsty Sword Lesbians from.
Your
They don't-
copy or your third copy?
Copy.
So what is it? You get 123 items for $40?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get
It's
you
30
get Back
pounds,
for Blood.
yeah, around
Retro
40
Exodus. Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to buy that just for Back for Blood as just in case.
Kerbal Expeditions Viking. Oh, Skullgirls is on there, Civic.
Oh,
Duh.
my God. That's how he knew.
Tooth and Tail. That was a good game, Tooth and Tail. Criminally
Yep.
underrated.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Good lord.
X-Morph things.
I just don't have the $40.
Here, I can do that. There we go. Look, now we can all see it. Everyone at home. Roar. Never heard of that.
Ooh, there's
Oh,
books.
Brothers. That one's a fun little co-op one.
Soul Blood.
There's books and there's game assets.
It's
Right?
got Shing in it. If you don't have that game, that game was pretty dope.
That's a good.
Oh man, finally the USB stick found in the grass. The game finally.
Oh, and
Ponbarian, the chess
so now we're into books,
puzzle
right?
game.
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah. You get second edition Pathfinder and Starfinder. That's decent. You get The Boys Volume 1.
You can even get some 3 printed figures.
You know what?
Brilliant.
I'm about to go spend $40.
Yeah, it is
RPG
a very
Maker
good bundle.
VS.
It's a very good one.
Christ. It is a gigantic ass bundle.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
Now let's play the
And
game.
for a good
What
cause.
payment
And
thing
it
is
was
tied in?
launched like today or yesterday.
I guess yesterday because it's now different day.
Because even just
Unless you're on the West
Yesterday.
Coast.
$7 million. It's That's kind of impressive.
I will pay with PayPal. Sure, why not?
And
Did you use
technically,
the affiliate link, Ven?
No, Joel, you don't use our own affiliate links.
Oh,
That's cheating.
wait.
always do.
What's the LGC Cares affiliate link? Is it actually LGC Cares?
If you go to
just
LinuxGameCast.com, move your mouse over the support button.
Affiliates.
That has
Hang
affiliates.
on.
Yeah.
There we go. Here, I'll post it in Discord. Copy link address.
It's Linux Gamecast. It's not LGC Cares. Ooh.
Anyway, since Jordan mentioned a scapegoat, I just had to get it running. So this is the GOG. This is the GOG version, so it seems to run.
Hey, it runs.
Drawful is on there. Drawful too.
Oh, lovely. PayPal. Let me do my 16-step authentication dance.
Yes.
Yes. It is PayPal.
Yeah, scapegoats.
Huh. Default donation: $10 to Resume for Ukraine, $10 to IRC, $10 to International Medical Corps, Direct Relief. Good. No International Red Cross, because apparently Red Cross is actually kind of a bunch of jerks.
Yes, they are. They're a
Yeah.
for-profit organization that keep trying to trick everyone to think that they're not.
Yeah, fuck Red Cross.
Process.
Neverwinter Nights, BioWare at the time got a cease and desist to remove the stupid little Red Cross icon from the healing kits because of
Oh, yeah.
those assholes.
Oh, yeah.
Skullgirls had to change Valentine's outfit to
Oh.
a
Oh, yeah,
purple
nurse.
cross.
I think
Yeah,
Doom-
it was like Valentine's.
We got to protect our charitable brand image.
Yeah.
Bitches.
Fuck that.
yeah, Doom changed their med kits to a pill for the Bethesda releases.
Mm. Back
Yeah,
in my
for those
day,
who-
Quake had 9 Inch Nails on it.
Yeah.
It still does, doesn't it? Did they remove that?
Oh, it probably. I don't know. I'm
Ven,
What?
Ven, why did you say all your login?
Oh, they're out of
bullshit
keys for Back for
PayPal?
Blood.
I don't know. Civic was in the middle of saying something. Pedro said something. So
Sorry.
Ven, my PayPal was actually linked with Humble Bundle, so I just clicked the button and it just did things. I didn't even have to authenticate.
mine isn't. Mine goes through
Fair.
a password, then an SMS authentication.
Yeah, that's fair. Get your content.
Yeah,
All of the games. Fuck.
mine
Yeah,
goes
no,
through
I
password,
I
and then
clicked
have to
on Back for
authenticate
Blood.
with
It's
the
like,
app.
keys are temporarily exhausted for this product. As soon as we receive more keys, we will add them to this page and send you an email.
Oh, so they're gonna get more keys. All right. Well, look, they found the price people are willing to pay for Back for Blood. Apparently,
Yeah.
Yes.
it's $40.
$40 in between, the rest of the 100
Right. You
games.
throw in some extra stuff because that's where my brain went. Hey, it's going to a good cause. $40 for a game.
Metro
I'm-
Exodus, yes.
And you know what? Hey, this is a list of games that I'll be giving away anyway. So fuck it.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Oh, they got Fable Anniversary though.
Perfect for
Scarbound?
Trackmania.
I wanted to get that Spar Reignited code.
Oh, when I
yeah,
played
music.
the new Quake, Quake Beth Mastered, it's the Bethesda edition of Quake, the re-release. Yeah, I got a DCMA. I didn't get a copyright strike, but I got a content claim where they take all the money from it just because of the original Quake 1 background music. And I was like, "Fucking Trent, sup, man? Are you struggling this bad?" It was a claim by 9 Inch
They probably
Nails.
just have content ID set, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's only won like what 2 Oscars for soundtracks or whatever.
I don't know, man. It's like that's some
The
bullshit.
man's suffering.
Like, and they got that bot dialed up too, because we were talking the fuck over it. I mean, it was low. It's set real low in that mix, but yeah, it is as it is.
Yeah, it sucks.
So, well, hopefully we'll have copies of. Everyone has copies of Back for Blood now, and when it gets released on Linux Beta Monday, 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Which the bad taste is we know it runs fine because we had a couple of decent games of Back for Blood before they cut on the
Yeah, see, yeah.
yeah.
So are they going to enable the anti-cheat for that one?
Who knows?
We don't know.
They might.
They have to, right?
No, they haven't yet.
They don't gotta do shit
about it.
No,
I mean, it's Turtle Rock. I mean, it's the developers of Left of Dead, so they should be pretty close to Valve normally. I mean, I don't know. I think they had they left on somewhat bad terms.
So maybe they're not that close.
So maybe they kind of.
You know what? They need to be on good terms, so Valve just doesn't like. You know what? We're just going to sue you for this because.
Yeah.
Like they're not going to come out positive on the end of that
straight
case.
up, you know,
Right.
copyright infringement.
Like you barely filed off the serial numbers on this game. I mean,
Even the name, Back for Blood.
Come on, man.
yes, it's a bastardized version of Quake. They rebuilt it on an entirely new engine that slightly fucks up the physics and feel of the original Quake.
Oh shit! I got a Back for Blood key. I guess I'm lucky, and you guys aren't.
I don't know. I didn't try to redeem it after Pedro was like,
I got it.
let me see. God damn it. Now I got to try. I left the screen
Did
open.
they get it
so-
in the meantime? Or is it just for the UK that they're shafting people?
Yeah, probably
Back for
the
Blood.
UK.
Give me my key. Yeah, I got a key,
I got a key.
which I'm not going to show anybody until after I've.
Yeah, no, apparently the UK is getting this shaft.
Oh yeah, no, that's a Back for Blood parentheses NA. So they got them region. They got them regioned.
Yeah.
APAC, all right.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Activate product next. Okay, Steam. This is a dumb UI thing. If I'm going to be adding a game, the Steam game should be the first one, not a non-Steam game.
Didn't I buy this bundle? Here.
Now, maybe this only applies to people who review a bunch of games and get a bunch of game keys, but that's annoying that it's not the first option when I
It's
click.
it's not even alphabetically sorted. It's A, D, A, C. It's like, no, A, C at the top.
Yeah, add an on-Steam game, activate a product. Yeah, put it first or last.
I actually kind of don't want to redeem PGA Tour.
I don't.
But
I
you're
don't
going to
either,
power,
so I
you're going
won't.
to power through it, huh?
I won't. Yeah.
Sunset Overdrive. That sounds like a racing game.
It's not. It's actually.
It is not.
It's not.
It's a.
Oh, Spyro
Person
Reignited
shooter.
Trilogy. I've never played that.
Yeah, that's a good game.
Did they fix the cutscenes in that one?
Kerbal. I have no idea. Car Mechanic Simulator. See, I would be a judgmental bitch on that. That would be like you guys playing PC Simulator. Like, that's not what that does. The torque specs are all wrong on this.
Slay the Spire.
Super Hot, West of Dead, Tooth and... Yeah, all right.
Inmost. There we go. I did like the look of Inmost. Yeah.
You know what? Motorcycle Mechanic Simulator. I don't know fuck all about two-stroke engines. So, that one I might as well.
I know a little bit.
Oh
Mix
shit! It
the
comes
oil
with.
with the fuel. That's what I know about two-stroke.
Oh shit! The bundle comes with Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Second Edition. That's the goodie.
Why does Strider have a rug on the back of his chair? Is that like a French thing?
It's,
No, that's the artist that does the Ubuntu wallpapers, Ben.
It's
It's
the artist
to-
formerly known as Prince, formerly known as Life.
I'm forgetting her
Why
name.
is the
offhand,
artist
but-
that does the Ubuntu wallpapers, why is he draped all over the back of Strider's chair?
Oh, is that the?
Yeah, we're not talking about what's on the wall.
Oh.
Like that on the chair?
Yeah. Why do you got a rug on the back
Yeah.
there? Yeah.
That because my mom gave it to me.
Why does your mom
okay.
want her rugs proudly displayed on the back of your chair?
I don't know. It's not a rug. It's some Celtic thing.
To protect the wear of the back of the chair.
It has illustrations from the book of
Is it a wish rug? Have you tried rubbing it?
Oh, that's a good.
Oh, that's a movie. Yeah, that's a movie.
yeah,
by
that's a
Quentin
great
Tarantino.
movie. It's beautiful.
did not-
Isn't the Book
It's
of
a
Kells
book,
also a
too.
book? Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's
And it
originally
says
a book.
made in Ireland.
Yeah.
It's an illuminated manuscript. is what it is.
It's really
It's made by an
beautiful.
Irish studio. Did you see Wolfwalkers, Jill?
I don't know. It's probably made out of starch.
Oh yes, yes, that was a good one.
That's the only one I've seen of them. I still haven't seen their previous work. But yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I watched all of the
Cartoon Saloon stuff.
yeah.
It's made out of vellum.
It's made out of people.
You know, Don, I could understand using like the PC Builder Simulator to see what it feels like to plug in a fucking video card. I forgot what it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember what like a 3090 might feel like? Just imagine.
Man, did you see like everyone this week? Not everyone, but a lot of outlets were like, "Oh man, GPU prices have dropped 20%." I'm like, "Oh, so they're only like what 350, 400 over MSRP now."
Yeah.
Fascinating. Next story.
I am
A 20% drop. Great. They still cost twice as much as they did, right?
What I'm saying is you need to put a bit more distance between the basic bitch 3060 and an A4000 is what I'm saying, because there's not a lot.
360 Ti.
I'm interested to see because the Z laptops, the Archmage ones, are coming out, and like I don't know. I'm curious what the performance on them looks like, because that might if they can swing close to like Nvidia or AMD's mobile offerings, like maybe that bodes well for the desktop products.
Basically, all the desktop version, like Arch, YOLO Mage, whatever, Wizard 9000, all they have to do, they have to be trade blows. They have to trade blows with a 3060 and be in stock. That's it. They win. They got 20% of the market. Intel out of the gate. Done.
Yeah.
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 Like this is not like no one would even debate that. And if you were really desperate for an argument, but like, yeah, if I could just order that and it would be a 3060, it's because most people, they're not like me. People don't give a genuine fuck about ray tracing. And we have FSR. So.
And we have a FSR on everything.
Well, not on Windows. Not on Windows.
Oh no!
Snap!
I think now that they have enabled it, but it's not on NVIDIA Windows. You need the AMD drivers on Windows to have it enabled properly.
But what about do you need the AMD drivers on your NVIDIA Windows system?
I don't know. I do have that one game, Horizon, the original Horizon Ginger Turbo. The
Zero Dawn? Yeah.
Yeah, it's got, you can flip back and forwards between it, DLSS and FSR.
FSR, it's that's one game that has FSR, and the other game was
God of War.
Godfall.
Yeah.
First one.
I was wondering though, because like, has anyone else like reported Horizon eating shit like in the middle, like, or like near the end of the game? That was one of the things. Yeah, like I'm curious.
Yeah.
What did anyone else run into that?
I don't know. I mean, the game is not the most performant thing in the world, even with DLSS running at 1440.
When it first came out, it was a shit port.
Oh yeah. Typical PC game coming from console.
Yeah, this is typical console shit.
Yeah, I can't bring it to the front of the class and pat it on the head for that. I'm like, no, we can get with the rest of them.
There's the rest of your friends. Go sit with them, and don't forget the Dunes hat. There you go.
But yeah, I played a little bit back through now that it has the DLSS working under Linux, and like, I mean, it does good with everything on high, not on YOLO, but on high at 1440. Definitely at 1080, it can hold 60 on everything with my 2060, which I guess is saying a lot, because that's like what, a 4-year-old video card now? And that was the budget 20 series of its day.
Well, everyone, you have a good night. I have to go to bed soon. I gotta get up at like 4:30 in the morning.
Good night, Joe.
So
Have a
it's
good
been
one.
fun. 500 episodes, you guys. Awesome.
500 dudes.
Yeah. Woohoo.
Good night, Joe.
It's
Good
a fitting day.
night.
I was never taught to count that high.
Today's a fitting day to get a deck. So I like that.
Today is a good day to deck.
So when do you think the hardware failures are going to start?
Oh God.
Right now.
As I said, and Matthew knows, the recovery image for the deck actually broke my laptop.
Yeah, your laptop. I need to download that image, not for my laptop, but for the deck.
Yeah, I had to flash it because I have the deck wouldn't work out of the box because I had the dev kit.
You had the
So
press
I
kit.
turned it on,
You had
and
running the OG
update that
firmware.
was- like the system that was currently running didn't accept the update that was currently being delivered from Valve, so I had to go hunting for
Scream on Discord for 2 hours straight.
There was an unfortunate manufacturing flaw in the process of constructing the Steam Decks. Everyone who's gotten one within the first wave is going to die horribly in about 16 days.
Oh man. See,
from the toxic residue on the that's the hardware failures.
I get out of this. No, have they released their list of iFixit parts that you're going to be able to buy? Because those are that is a list of identified failure points that Steam and Valve have identified.
And the joypad are always going to fail at some points. So
Yeah, but I want to know what else. They're like, hey, you can buy replacement parts for these parts too, just so you know what to be like. Oh, it would be easy on
Get
this.
ready for it.
Right.
I don't think they've listed them out specifically yet. No.
I want to see that list because that's not a list of shit that's built to last. If you like,
the screen gets broken, so that would be a big.
Maybe the battery.
Oh man,
battery, yeah, because the battery that's not going to last.
It's going to be open enough to where you're going to be able to second-hand, third-party manufacturers are going to be like, oh, do you want to buy a UHD screen that's like 2 inches? Like, not really, but I am.
Yeah, that drains your already small battery life.
And you can't read anything.
You're like, you know what?
Oh no! It's like 4 times font scaling, so like everything is massive.
Dude, it's going to be brilliant. It's going to be hardware enabled 15 FPS mode.
But if you could take into consideration the size of the device, which is a resolution, then the DPI on the screen is as high as your 4K monitor.
Mm-hmm.
For 1280, for 1280 by 100, it looks good. Like it looks pretty sharp.
It looks really, really sharp because it's so small.
It looks
and
good.
if you do the math with the ratio on your 4K monitor, I guess that the sharpness.
And you're holding it like close enough to your face, anyways, right? Like.
Yeah, and I didn't ever see any pixels or anything, even that close.
I wonder like the dead pixel ratio is going to be like.
I don't know. See if they have any pixels listed on iFixit.
You gotta do the whole entire
most laptops come with the A guarantee is 3 or less dead pixels.
Grouped.
Yes, grouped.
Yes, they're very clear about that. Like, no, they need to hang out. Or
Sir, I'd like to buy the Pixel at Coronet 384.
Right.
Don't worry, I'll replace it myself.
What is this, NFTs?
Have you tried tapping on it? Man, I don't know. Like, it's going to be interesting. I'm sure it's probably even on the market right now. Transparent deck cases to swap out.
Yeah, there already is.
Oh man,
So
with like the old Game Boy Color, like transparent
that type
purple.
Of shit. Yeah.
Oh man, with the N64 controller.
Bring that back.
Man,
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for a backplate that is going to allow me to put a full length 2280 NVMe motherfucker.
I want a backplate that will allow me to attach it and use it as a spoiler on an automobile.
I don't know. I'd have to wire up an adapter so my NVMEs could be ejectable like SD cards.
I mean,
you
literally,
can like belt feed them, and you give me like.
Just so I can like press in, pull out that NVMe, and I was like, oh, let's put this 500 gig.
That's why I'm not sure.
In theory,
PCIe is supposed to be plug and play.
In theory, you could actually technically have 2 NVMEs off of one port. But don't quote me on that.
You can bifurcate it, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't that PCI Gen 4? If it's Gen 4 and if it's a by 4, fuck yeah, you can do 2x2 at full regular speed that you're going to be running it to. I mean, unless you get like one of those wicked expensive Gen 4 NVMe.
I think it's a by 4 connector, but the
So Ben, remember that chess game we talked about years ago? The one that has like insanely high system resources.
The Bitcoin miner?
Was it a Bitcoin miner?
Yes.
Well, okay, hang on. Let me put it like this. We jokingly said that, what is this thing doing? Mining Bitcoins, which was met with a very violent response from the developer and hard denial. Yeah, it was like, that's a little too knee-jerky right there.
All right, so maybe not a Bitcoin miner, maybe something else. We don't know. But...
Right. Yeah, why you bring it up?
Oh, I want to see how
it's a
that
by
runs
3.
on the
It's
deck.
a Gen 3 by 4 connection.
Gen 3 by 4?
Yeah.
I mean, you could still... how fast do you need it to be, man?
I mean, with a Gen 3,
yeah.
if you get one of the really fast ones, you can get, what is it, 2.5 gigabytes read and write.
I'm just
Sequential.
imagining like a backplate with like two full-size NVMEs popping out. It looks like your Steam Deck has like buck teeth.
But then with that specifically, imagine having a Steam Deck with 2 NVMEs bifurcated versus loading times with a SATA SSD drive.
See, if we're
It
making
still
our own
has at
cases,
least as good.
I know
would
that they
just
make
want-
a PCI Express to external ultra-wide SCSI 2. So we can get old school with this shit.
Hook
I
it up
just
to your
want a
scanner.
little binder of
Get some
SD
10K
cards.
drives, lead acid
I mean,
batteries.
The thing that I would
I-
want out of a custom back case is just, big battery pack.
Yeah, I mean, you can accomplish that with some duct tape and one of those cheap USB chargers, right? Like, and it gives you a built-in kickstand too, because you can just rest it against the.
Yeah.
How thick is the deck? Hold it up, Pedro. I know how big you are.
I know how thick you are.
It's about as thick as my index finger.
That could be. You could put some chalk on that. You could put some chalk back there.
Yeah, so basically
the-
with that,
I'll compare with these two things.
I can see one of them's a Steam
That's
Deck.
not a banana.
I don't know what the other one is.
Go banana.
It's better.
I don't know. What is he holding in the other hand?
A
His
minion.
dick.
I don't know what the minion is.
Yes.
Okay, it's good. You're better off now.
Mir is holding a
PCIe.
mini PCI to full-size PCIe adapter.
PCI by 1 to by 16.
I hate it.
What?
No, it's
Why?
a buy one to a buy one in 16.
I hate it.
Yes. X16 sized.
Do you want to see a graphics card?
Not
Chug?
that big.
I was gonna
smaller than
ask
this one.
why he has that, but it's
finally,
Patrick.
Finally, you have a regular sized
That's
keyboard.
Yes.
It's smaller. It's smaller than the 8-bit arcade stick as well.
What is
Okay,
the
fine.
most complicated thing you can play on
More-
that?
It's
out of
smaller
curiosity?
than a watermelon, but it would fuck up a banana. Yes.
More realistic. If you know the
The
K400.
DualShock 4 is slightly smaller than the screen on the Steam Deck.
Okay, so if you had some nunchucks for your PS4 controller, yeah.
So if you hold it right up to your face.
No one's there. It's not. There's no fun.
No. Like face.
See, I know where you're going with this, but I can't extract joy at Nori. Come on.
Nice.
Right? Just closer.
Oh man. All right. Well, everyone, I think the three of us are gonna call it a
Yeah,
night.
it's 5 a.m.
Yeah.
It's been a
I also
decade.
need to
We're
check
old
out.
now.
This has been a deck-filled after show.
Yep.
It's been a decade. Wow, Jordan, that is. I hate
Yeah,
it.
show title.
Decade.
That was made during the show, so you can go vote for it.
Yeah,
Vote.linuxgamecast.com.
Submit it. We'll vote for it. Let's do it.
It's
Submit it
been
and lit it.
10,000 years.
Oh. Thanks for showing up, and we do this every Saturday night. If you're just tuning in for Twitch, starting at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Come put us in your face, on your ankles, possibly pinky toes. You might like it. I'll be back Tuesday with a little bit of testing. We're going to be driving around in circles on Trackmania, filthy casuals as we are. We're not good at racing, but we're not going to let that stop us. We're not going to let that get in our way We're going to zoom, crash, and probably talk some smack. Vote on some maps. I will see you then. Did we get any famous closing words? Of course we don't. But, Jordan, what do you got to say to everyone before we peace the hell out?
Poo-poo caca pee-pee pants.
Wise. Dynafire, everyone. See you next week.
Bye.
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 No, Civic. No. Bad. That's it. No!
And then Rohit died. The end.